Chapter 680. The whole of Western Desert was a vast desert. And the oases were like stars in the sky, dotted among them. Humans relied on the oases to survive here. Western Desert, Jianghu Oasis. As a high-grade force, Huang tribe had hundreds of years of history here, occupying the essence resources at the center of the oasis. Outside the oasis, there were some small-scale forces that were attached to this Huang tribe. Even further outside, at the periphery of Jianghu Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals lived hard lives, they had a large population and were controlled by Huang tribe and other Gu master forces. Among these villages there was a Han village. At the periphery of Han village, there was a miniature natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was several times more desolate than northern plains. Yellow sand was everywhere here, red dagger grass was spaced apart, the blades were as sharp as swords, their roots piercing deep into the yellow sand, absorbing the meager water. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they painstakingly cut the grass. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to work to make up for the family's expenses. This was common among mortals. The dagger grass had sharp edges, almost all the children wore leather gloves, only one was barehanded. This barehanded child had a runny nose, holding a sickle in one hand and a dagger grass in the other. He skillfully cut off the leaves and placed them in a small basket on his back. The afterglow of the setting sun was still scorching hot, causing the children to pant and sweat profusely. Finally, as the twilight deepened, the sun sank below the horizon, leaving only a small part of it. The children stopped what they were doing. "Let's go. It's night, the little ghost jackals are coming out to look for food." The largest child spoke, he seemed to be the leader of the children. "How much did you cut?" "Wow, so much. So many." As usual, they began to compare with each other. "I ate my fill today so I have plenty of energy, hee. But you still didn't cut as much grass as Han Li. Hey Han Li, you are so amazing. You can cut grass without gloves and there are no wounds on your hands. How did you do it?" A little girl with a ponytail asked. Han Li laughed foolishly. The children returned to the village together, excitedly chatting along the way. When they reached the village entrance, they dispersed and returned to their homes. Han Li also returned home. He pushed open the tattered wooden door. He found that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer who grew steel wool in the farmland west of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, leaving early and returning late. His mother, on the other hand, had a job that the villagers envied. Every day he would enter the outer area of the oasis and do odd jobs for a small-sized forces Gu master. Han Li stood next to a stone mortar and poured the dagger grass from the basket into it. Then he picked up the wooden pestle and pounded the leaves. He worked very hard. Before long he was sweating profusely. The blades of grass were pounded into a paste. He took out a gunny sack and poured a small portion of the rice husks into the mortar. He stirred the mixture until it finally formed a paste of food. He dug out the food and put it in a wooden basin. Then he carried the wooden basin to the side room. There was a simple and crude beast pen in the side room, where 3 fat sand scorpions were kept. These scorpions were as fat as pigs, and their claws posed no threat at all. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, the 3 fat scorpions quickly emerged from the shadows of the beast pen. "I spent a lot of effort to get them." Han Li turned the wooden basin upside down, and the paste inside fell on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions huddled together and ate with big mouthfuls, letting out grunting sounds. "Eat, eat, eat more, grow up quickly." Han Li's small body leaned on the fence, looking at these sand scorpions as he muttered to himself. These fat sand scorpions were not Gu, they were only ordinary insects. But the scorpion meat was tender and tasty, and the profit from selling the meat was a huge sum to a mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were the most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not eat dinner, he still had to feed these 3 scorpions. Gu gu gu. At this time Han Li's stomach suddenly growled in hunger. Han Li jumped off the fence and rubbed his stomach, immediately returning to the house and starting to cook. He had to cook for his parents every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. This rice had a terrible taste and was hard to swallow, but it was easy to grow and was a staple food for mortals. Han Li busied himself beside the stove, not knowing that he was being observed for a long time. Darkness descended. In the mass grave several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan quietly sat cross-legged like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because it was a desolate place. Fang Yuan arrived at dusk and activated 1,000 investigative Gu, covering the entire Han village under his surveillance. Goo immortals had unlimited primeval essence. As long as they had enough goo worms, they could do things hundreds or even thousands of times faster than mortals. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, thinking, "The age seems to match, it should be this lad." While thinking, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection goo. Looking from afar, he saw a lump of luck cloud in the sky above Han village. The luck cloud was not big, it was gray-white in color and was extremely thin. This was the collective luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, they thought of each other as a whole, thus their luck gathered together. Fang Yuan looked at the bottom of the luck cloud. Wisps of providence smoke rose from the bodies of the villagers. After reaching a height of 500 to 600 feet in the air, they plunged into the providence cloud. Amidst the smoke of providence, there was a particularly conspicuous providence. This luck was like a huge rock, floating above Han Li's village, 100 steps away from the ground. There were cracks on the surface of the rock, and a trace of luck smoke was emitted from the cracks. It was golden in color and continued upwards. The top of the smoke also fused into the collective luck cloud. What kind of luck is this? Fang Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance, he did not know the meaning of the form of luck. It was also very ignorant. He decided to call it monolith luck. Han Li was the only person in Han Li's village. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was certain that this Han Li would become a rank 7 Goo immortal in the future. The person who had many fortuitous encounters. He looked at the sky above his head but could not see anything. It is a pity, after I became an immortal zombie I cannot check my luck anymore unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection goo. I wonder how my luck is now. Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, he had always been curious about luck. However, just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Goo, suddenly a shout could be heard, "Little thiefling, who do you think I, the great plump lady, can't find you by hiding here? I chased you for an entire 80,000 li. Quickly return my immortal Yuan stone." Fang Yuan was shocked, he quickly turned around, only to see a human figure formed from quicksand, shouting at him from not far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He said in a low voice, "Plump lady? You have the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." "Bullshit. Little thiefling, who doesn't know you are skilled in disguise? You think I can't recognize you just because you look like this? You've got guts to steal from this old lady. I will beat the shit out of you this time." Not only was the human-shaped quicksand shouting at the same time, there was also an angry shout in the sky. The voice was like thunder resounding in the sky. The whole oasis was instantly alarmed, it was in chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. To think that he disguised himself as a normal person, concealing his zombie appearance. But unexpectedly someone thought that he was a thief. He stood up and looked up. From the northeast direction, yellow sand filled the sky, intense winds blew, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a beast roaring continuously. The calm yellow sand on the ground was like a raging sea, creating huge waves. The yellow sand waves crashed down layer by layer. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving forward to face it. After a while he saw the person in question. This was an extremely plump female Goo immortal. She had large shoulders and a round waist like a water vat. Stepping on the yellow sand waves, she arrogantly looked down at Fang Yuan. She stretched out her plump fingers shouting, "Little thiefling, who you?" Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. Heavenly Corpse Transformation. Fang Yuan purposely shouted, removing his disguise Goo worm, revealing his immortal zombie appearance. Immediately, a 10-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, bloodshot eyes, 8 arms and claws, and bulging muscles appeared in front of the female Goo immortal, Plump Lady. It was sinister and filled with killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked, she spoke again, "You?" Fang Yuan stepped on the ground with a loud sound, the ground exploded, he shot towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ferocious attack, her heart shook, she quickly raised her hands. Swish swish swish. 3 huge waves of sand rose into the sky, reaching 100 meters. The huge waves crashed towards him, Fang Yuan sneered, he increased his speed and crashed into them. Bam bam bam. In an instant, he destroyed the 3 waves of sand, appearing in front of Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart jumped, she finally realized that she had recognized the wrong person. But she had a fiery temper, Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance ignited her anger. "I'll let you have a taste of my Plump Lady's killer move, martial sand armor." She roared and 2 streams of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her body. In a few breaths of time she turned into a sand giant that was not inferior to Fang Yuan, but she was still fat. Fang Yuan charged forward, the sand giant roared and punched with both fists. It was fearless. Bam bam. With two loud sounds, the 8-armed immortal zombie and the sand giant's fists collided. The sand giant's fists exploded into yellow sand, scattering away. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's fists were directly fractured. Plump Lady took a step back, the scattered yellow sand gathered towards the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a big step forward, his fractured fists were recovering rapidly, his remaining 6 monstrous hands attacked the sand giant. Bam 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 bam, at once, the two fought intensely, yellow sand flew in the sky, the sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Chapter 681. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his 8 giant hands punched, slammed, slapped, pointed or clawed, he displayed his incredible combat attainment. Plump Lady relied on her martial sand armor to bully other Gu immortals due to her strong defense and brave personality. But in front of Fang Yuan, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's punches flew rapidly, his movements were agile. Plump Lady was tired of dealing with them, she could only defend and could not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw a flaw, he got close to her, his arms were like strange pythons, his claws were like drills as he crushed the sand giant's arms. The sand giant roared, it raised its fat belly and charged at him. Fang Yuan sneered internally, he had expected this, he moved and arrived above the sand giant in an instant. His left knee slammed down with a loud sound, the sand giant's head was destroyed. Before the sand could recover, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom. The sand exploded, her defensive killer move was directly destroyed. Plump Lady spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground like a meteor. Fang Yuan tore the sand apart, he was like a hunting eagle. He flew down from the sky, bringing with him fierce winds, he wanted to kill Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, showed a panicked expression when she saw Fang Yuan chasing after her. She tried to pull some distance away from Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was faster. Boom. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from the sky, directly knocking Plump Lady deep into the desert. A large amount of yellow sand was sent flying, and the huge impact instantly created a huge crater. It had a radius of 1,000 steps and a depth of 100 feet. Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crater looking surprised. He saw that Plump Lady's corpse in his hand suddenly turned into a lump of spirit sand and dissipated. At the same time, a coquettish laughter could be heard from the sky above him. Brute, I will let you have a taste of my offensive killer move, Dragon Burial Sand Coffin. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow sand around the crater rushed down like a flood, flattening the entire crater in an instant. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. Buried in it, the surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. The Plump Lady was spitting out blood, sitting on a pile of yellow sand. Placing his palms together, his eyes were wide open as he activated his killer move. On the mirror-like surface of the desert, a winding sand sculpture of a horned dragon gradually appeared. This sand sculpture of a horned dragon. He circled it once. The dragon's head bit down on the dragon's tail, and together with the surrounding sand, they formed a powerful force that suppressed Fang Yuan under the sand. The originally intense battlefield had now regained its calm. Hoo! Plump Lady exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Her mind relaxed. It's over. My hidden dragon sand coffin. It could form an unparalleled pressure that came from all directions, from head to toe. As long as the enemy was trapped, they would not be able to move and would eventually be crushed into meat paste. In the past, even a desolate beast dragon was suppressed to death by me, much less a human. The Plump Lady muttered to herself. These words were very effective. She quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the ground. Dong. What's that sound? Plump Lady shuddered, she became nervous again. Dong. The loud sound resounded again, it was as if a giant underground was beating a war drum. Damn it, it's the buried dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became extremely vigilant, she stood up abruptly, but soon her vision turned black, she staggered and almost fell down from the floating yellow sand. She was indeed injured. Fang Yuan tore apart the martial sand armor and heavily injured her with his powerful fist. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move Substitute Body to attract Fang Yuan's attention, while her true body hid in the yellow sand in the sky. Next, Plump Lady used her killer move, the buried dragon sand coffin, to trap Fang Yuan underground. Impossible. Even a desolate beast dragon would die to this killer move of mine. If this killer move is sold in jewel yellow skies, it can be sold for at least 3 immortal yuan stones. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Dong. Right at this moment, another loud sound resounded. The originally mighty evil dragon sand sculpture trembled violently. Cracks appeared all over its surface and fine yellow sand spilled down from it. Plump Lady's heart also shook, her eyes widened as she stared at the desert beneath her feet. Dong, dong, dong. The loud sound resounded again. It was getting more frequent. The ground was also shaking. Plump Lady's mouth was dry, she was terrified, she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person, but a ferocious beast that was even more ferocious than the desolate beast dragon. Boom. The giant dragon sand sculpture could not suppress it anymore, it completely collapsed. The desert swelled up, quicksand flowed down like flowing water, a huge body appeared in front of Plump Lady again. The moonless night was filled with the sound of wind, it was eerie. Fang Yuan was 10 meters tall, he had 8 monstrous arms, he had a green face and sharp fangs, he was like a demon god that had appeared, bringing nightmares to the world. What was different from before was that he was covered in a layer of black armor. The armor was ferocious, there were sharp spikes at the edges. The armor was extremely thick, it made Fang Yuan's tall and strong heavenly zombie body look even more domineering, demonic aura was overflowing. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady had another 400 years, she would definitely recognize this. This was the most popular defensive killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war, hair armor. It used rank 5 unbreakable steel main goo as the core, with hundreds of other goo worms as support. It could allow a goo immortal's hair to grow wildly and form armor. Not only was it cheap and good, it also had great defense, it was easy to replenish goo worms that were damaged in battle. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his hair was as hard as steel, the effect of hair armor was even better than an ordinary immortal's body. Fang Yuan relied on hair armor and his immortal zombie body to resist the burial dragon sand coffin. He was completely unharmed. This killer move had appeared more than 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not stop her from evaluating the value of this killer move. This defensive killer move is even stronger than my martial sand armor. If I sell it in jewel yellow skies, it will be sold at the price of 2 half-immortal yuan stone. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's fighting spirit fell again. Sir, I am a Mo clan Gu immortal, I was chasing after a scoundrel but I misunderstood you. I am now sure that you are not Ling Husu. This is a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no discord no concord Fang Yuan smiled coldly. This is getting interesting. Mo clan Gu immortal. If I kill you, I'm sure you will feel good about it. This was the first time Fang Yuan had spoken since the battle started. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Plump Lady shuddered when she heard it. Mo clan was a super force in Western Desert, a tyrant of a region. But Fang Yuan was unbridled, he did not care about Mo clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? His battle strength is at the top of rank 6. And his personality is so fierce and arrogant. Next, Plump Lady saw the phantom of a pair of wings appear behind Fang Yuan's back. These wings were like bat wings, pitch black and wide. Her body shook. The phantom of bat wings vanished, but Fang Yuan's body shot towards her like lightning. So fast. This is a movement killer move. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk, she made up her mind to escape. She screamed and her round, plump face could no longer hide the panic. She saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light pushed her body back rapidly. She escaped in the direction she came from at lightning speed. Fang Yuan activated his movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but he could not catch up. In a few breaths of time, Plump Lady vanished into the horizon. Plump Lady is in deep trouble now, she even used her killer move Light Sand Escape, her foundation is definitely damaged. This guy is too exaggerated, he actually forced Plump Lady to flee. Far away, Ling Husu was carefully hiding deep in the sand, he held his breath and concentrated. He did not dare to show any flaws. She escaped quite quickly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping on the battlefield. He continued to use investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not even dare to breathe loudly, he could feel the waves of investigative goo sweeping through his hiding spot. Fang Yuan searched for a long time but there was no effect, he left. He finally left. Something is wrong. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ling Husu was just about to come out to kill the enemy, but his heart jumped, he changed his mind. Time passed slowly, it was already past midnight. A figure descended from the sky like a phantom, it was Fang Yuan. He had purposely left earlier, making a detour and flying above the clouds, secretly observing the situation below. But after waiting for a long time he did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search. He rushed towards Golden Sand Oasis again. So close, so close. This demon is truly sinister and crafty. Thankfully I was vigilant, I almost fell into his trap. Ling Husu curled up deep in the sand, his body breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness his eyeballs started to move. What is this demon's background? Where did he come from? What ulterior motive does he have? Ling Husu's curiosity was aroused. But this demon's investigative method is clearly unable to find my traces. Should I follow him and see what he is trying to do? But he immediately thought of Fang Yuan's return. His budding idea was doused with a bucket of cold water. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also crafty and sinister. I should save it. After all, the immortal Yuan stone is already in my hands. Ling Husu dispelled this thought. He did not dare to leave the desert. He directly drilled into the ground. His battle strength was lacking, but he had many movement killer moves. His drilling speed was not slower than ordinary Gu immortals flying. He directly chose the opposite direction from Fang Yuan, leaving this place. Fang Yuan returned to the sand oasis again. The oasis was brightly lit, it was filled with noise. Even though Fang Yuan purposely left this place, the commotion caused by the Gu immortals' battle was not small, it caused the mortals to panic. Fang Yuan ignored these people. He used luck inspection Gu to find Han Li again. He was extremely vigilant. While concealing his traces, he secretly activated Connect Luck Gu. This time it was smooth sailing for him, there were no more accidents. The two's luck connected. Fang Yuan saw that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at an astonishing speed. Next, the monolith luck was covered in cracks. It crumbled. After a few breaths of time, Han Li's luck fell to the same level as immortals, smoke rising in spirals. Next, the gray-white smoke rapidly turned black. Oh no. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had just returned. He was extremely hungry, he was stuffing food into his mouth. Eat slowly, kid. His mother smiled lovingly, showing concern for her son. Ugh ugh. Suddenly Han Li grabbed his neck, his eyes were wide open, he choked. Little rascal quickly spit it out. His parents were pale with fright, they were flustered. But in the end Han Li was not saved by them. Chapter 682. Han Li was lying on the bed, slowly waking up and opening his eyes. Beside the bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an old Gu master, repeatedly thanking him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your great kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother? Han Li opened his mouth with difficulty and softly called out. My son, my heart, alas, you are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and pounced on the bed, crying tears of joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if not for him, you would have really died. Han Li's father was also very happy, walking over and reminding him. Amo, Dr. Amo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Amo and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. I am a Gu master stationed in Han village, saving you is something I should do. Your luck is good today, I happen to be patrolling the village. Dr. Amo smiled. Soon after, under the endless thanks of Han Li's parents, he leisurely left. Oh, this is interesting. Fang Yuan did not go far, he hid far away and saw this scene. After he successfully connected his luck, Han Li's luck fell sharply, quickly turning into a faint black death luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with great strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was only a mortal, a weak child among mortals, he was immediately devoured by the black death luck and choked to death while eating. Fang Yuan immediately wanted to make a move and save them. He had a large number of healing mortal Gu. If he choked to death, as long as he did not die for long, he could be saved again. As long as he did not die, his luck would continue to flow endlessly. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's terrible luck would only be slightly alleviated, but it would still worsen. Treating the symptoms would not solve the root cause. If Han Li survived, he would connect his luck with Fang Yuan at all times, continuously improving Fang Yuan's bad luck. But just as he set off, he suddenly saw a figure. He ran out of a large house in the village and quickly rushed towards Han Li's house. Looking at his movement Gu, it was obvious. He was a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the village. He decided to wait and see. This rank 2 Gu master came to Han Li's house and tidied up his clothes. He pretended to be at ease. Soon after, he accidentally discovered Han Li choking to death. Under the pleading of Han Li's parents, he acted on the spot and saved Han Li. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master stationed in the village. However, from the looks of it, Han Li seems to have a secret relationship with this Dr. Mo. Fang Yuan's heart stirred. In order to control the mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to take turns to guard the village. Like Qingmao Mountain's Gua Jianghu, he was such a Gu master stationed here. Han Li and his family fell into a deep sleep. Fang Yuan snuck into the house. He came to Han Li's side and used a mortal Gu, and made him sleep even deeper. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 hands and touched various parts of Han Li's body. Not long after, he found some clues. There were many Gu worms living in Han Li's body, and his flesh and blood seemed to be affected by the Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt that this arrangement was very familiar. The weakness of zombies was that their thoughts were rigid. Fang Yuan could not think of the key point and could only use the will stored in his mind to help him think. He searched through his memories and quickly found the truth. So this so-called Dr. Mo wants to refine a human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu was a rank 3 Gu. It used human children as the main material to refine the Gu and took several years to slowly refine it. Once the human medicine Gu was refined, it could only be used once. It could increase one's lifespan, but the side effects were huge. That Dr. Mo is not young anymore. He clearly wants to use the human medicine Gu to increase his lifespan, so he placed his attention on Han Li. No wonder when Han Li was cutting the grass, he could pinch the dagger grass with his bare hands. This was because his body had been secretly modified. No wonder when Han Li was in trouble, Dr. Mo rushed over quickly. This was because the Gu worms on Han Li's body could monitor his movements. No wonder after Han Li choked to death, he was easily saved. Because according to the human medicine Gu's refinement steps, it can greatly increase a person's bodily functions. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Although he discovered Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not want to stop it for the time being. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han Village will definitely be investigated and misfortune will occur. If he does not die, he will definitely take care of Han Li in order to refine the human medicine Gu. There are still 3 to 4 years before the human medicine Gu is refined, and I only need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated the luck inspection Gu again and checked Han Li's luck. Ever since he succeeded in connecting his luck, Han Li's luck had plummeted. It was no longer as special as before and was like the surrounding mortals. His luck was thin and faint like smoke. Fang Yuan carefully observed and found that the black color of Han Li's luck had disappeared, and was replaced by a gray-white color. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. From his experience, he concluded that the black color represented death. Without the black color, Han Li would not be in danger of death for the time being. As the saying goes, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. One who survives a great calamity is bound to have good fortune later on. After Han Li went through this crisis of death, his luck had clearly improved. From this, I relied on my own strength and schemes to survive the calamity and tribulation in northern plains. After escaping from the wind veil of assimilation, the black coffin luck should have dissipated by more than half. But even so, Han Li was almost cursed to death by me. It seems I need to find a few more targets and connect my luck with them one by one. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but before he left, he secretly placed some Gu worms on Han Li's body. With his ingenious method, he could ensure that the rank 2 Dr. Mo would not find out. If one day Dr. Mo wanted to make a move on Han Li, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Kid, I gave you 3 protective talismans. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Fang Yuan came and left without a sound, not a single soul could detect him. He first left Shajing Oasis and found a secluded corner. Only then did he activate fixed immortal travel. The next moment he appeared in Central Continent. An enormous heavenly river fell from the sky, passing through the whole of Central Continent. Finally, it flowed out of Central Continent's eastern region and flowed towards Eastern Sea. At the middle and lower reaches of the heavenly river, due to the scouring of the heavenly river, a large fertile plain was formed. The plain was rich in natural resources and had many outstanding people. Countless small and medium-sized sects had taken root here. Among these sects, there was a very unremarkable small sect. Its name was extremely grand, called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in the forest, observing this Universal Life Academy from afar. The academy was situated in a valley. There were not many houses in the courtyard, there was a small plaza. It seemed that the sect was holding a competition. There were 2 stages in the plaza, and hundreds of Gu masters were watching from below the stages. It was a battle between mortal Gu masters. The duration was short. It was nothing special. But in the eyes of the people involved, it was incomparably exciting. Especially to the youngster Hong Yi who was standing among the crowd, this competition held great significance. I have bull strength and tiger strength, and because I had a fortuitous encounter with the Gu worm, passable, my battle strength has already reached the first rate of rank 2. In this competition I will shock the world with a single brilliant feat, and obtain the first seat of the academy. This way I can make my father lower his head. I will place my mother's memorial tablet in the clan's ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, making up his mind. At the same time, far away Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He muttered, "I found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not inferior to Han Li's. He was also a rank 7 legend that emerged during the Five Regions War. He cultivated Strength Path and Soul Path. He had outstanding talent and was extremely proficient in creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained an ancient Rockman king's body, comprehended an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even subdued an ancient desolate beast White-horned Qilin by chance, turning it into his mount. But even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not make a move immediately. It is a clear day now, the sky is clear and boundless. If I want to connect my luck, the commotion will be huge, I might be discovered. This place was not like Han Village. In Han Village there was only a rank 2 Gu master guarding it. But here it was the gathering place of a Gu master sect. Not only that, there were 3 or 4 small and mid-sized forces around the valley. The whole of the plains in the middle and lower reaches of Heavenly River were densely packed with sections. Among these mortal Gu masters, there were even several lone cultivator Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had established their own sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Gu directly, he might be discovered. I can only wait until night time when everyone is asleep. I will arrange a large number of mortal Gu and try to conceal my aura. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he never lacked patience. When night fell, Universal Life Academy became silent. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Good, the 10,000 Gu worms arranged around the valley are ready. To conceal the immortal Gu's aura, I will need to use Connect Luck for most of the night. Right at this time, there was a spatial fluctuation in his immortal aperture. A moving perspective cup Gu appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. Within the moving perspective cup Gu there was a letter. Did something happen to Tai Bai Yunxing? Fang Yuan probed with his consciousness and soon found that the letter was not from Tai Bai Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance was established, Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup Gu each, forming a set with his own. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown. This was Fairy Li Shan asking for help for He Lulan. He Lulan was being chased by her father, her life was in danger. How can this be? Damn it. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Due to the oath, he had to put down his matters and quickly rush to Northern Plains to help He Lulan. However, for the time being, Hong Yi was still living here. It was easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I will let you off this time. Fang Yuan quickly retrieved most of the Gu worms, trying not to leave any traces behind. Next, he went into a cave and secretly used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived at a secret room on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3rd peak. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing around anxiously. After seeing Fang Yuan, she immediately got closer. You are finally here. You made me anxious, the situation is urgent, little Lan is being chased by that scoundrel. Why didn't you go help her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to show myself, but little Lan strongly asked me to continue hiding. She did not want our relationship to be known to the public. Are you the only one here? Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? He has other matters to attend to. Fang Yuan asked, how many Gu immortals are chasing her? Only 2. One is He Qing, the other is Shuesong Zi. I placed investigative Gu on He Lulan, her situation is critical. Quick, I will transmit the scene to you, go save her. Chapter 683. Lulan, don't run. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? You cannot listen to other people's instigation. We have a deep misunderstanding between father and daughter. Indeed, I admit that I have the Yin-Yang life extension method inheritance, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really died because of the earthly calamity. He Qing floated in the air, speaking with an aggrieved tone as he tried to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe which made his skin look even fairer. His eyes were like ink, his face was like jade, he was handsome, worthy of being a famous handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he persuaded He Lulan, His words were sincere, complimenting his appearance. If outsiders who did not know the truth heard it, they might really believe it. But He Lulan had already seen through the other party's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scoundrel, who can you deceive with your hypocritical lies? If the Yin-Yang life extension method really does not harm lives, you can show it to me. I believe Shuesongzi beside you will also be interested. Shuesongzi was tall and thin. He wore a light blue robe, his snow-white hair extended to his feet. Right now he was standing beside He Cheng, not saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal, in charge of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 7th peak. Earlier, because he had supported Ma tribe lost in the imperial court contest, and he was suppressed by He tribe. Afterwards, in order to obtain the strength path immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Cheng plotting to kill Su Xian'er to him. Thus Shuesongzi had a secret weapon to restrict He Cheng. He Lulan had wanted to use Shuesongzi's mouth to destroy He Cheng's reputation. But to think that Shuesongzi and He Cheng were together. Right now, hearing He Lulan's words, Shuesongzi's blue pupils turned. He looked at He Cheng with interest. Maybe I can help your daughter? He Cheng snorted, ignoring Shuesongzi's words. His attitude had truly changed. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly said to He Lulan, "Daughter, you're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." He Lulan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment she had already been beaten into her original form, and her entire body was bathed in blood. His armor was in tatters and he was in a sorry state, but his gaze was even more ferocious. Killing intent surged in his heart. A mocking expression appeared on her face. "Father?" The Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord He Cheng had actually brought a demonic path Gu Immortal to threaten his daughter. If this situation were to be known by the world, I wonder what the result will be? He Cheng was mocked like that. Instead, he smiled, displaying his unfathomable shrewdness. "Lulan, you won't be able to escape today. You have the great strength true martial physique. Becoming a Gu Immortal is 10 times harder than ordinary people. Without my help, you will not become a strength path Gu Immortal. If you have the guts, then kill me." He Lulan's face was twisted and ferocious. His aura increased instead of decreasing. "You forced me into a corner. At most, I'll self-detonate. I'll let you use all your schemes, all your efforts will be in vain. Let's see what you can do to me." He Cheng laughed heartily. "If you die, how will you take revenge for your mother? You hid for so many years, painstakingly working, wasn't it all to kill me? Unfortunately, we are different immortals and mortals. Even if you have the 10 extreme physiques and can bully rank 6 Gu immortals with the lowest battle strength, you can. You want to kill a rank 7 Gu immortal like me? Humph, a fantasy." But even though he said that, He Cheng was still feeling vexed in his heart. He Lulan spoke of He Cheng's worries. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Cheng lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Cheng's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu immortals. But now he only brought one person, Shuesongzi. And Shuesongzi was a demonic path Gu immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else, he could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Cheng had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Shuesongzi got hold of He Cheng's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Cheng's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu immortals would be able to suppress Shuesongzi. But if he used it to threaten He Cheng, Shuesongzi could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Shuesongzi found He Cheng alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Cheng was shocked at that time. The secret he had kept for so many years was exposed. He almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Shuesongzi's threats. Afterwards, He Cheng persuaded Shuesongzi to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Shuesongzi demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method. Although Shuesongzi was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method. He Cheng was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus He Cheng and Shuesongzi formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Cheng and Shuesongzi were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green and eyes were red, his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor, the armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. Thus, he first activated his defensive killer move hair armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, goo masters could use goo worms to form clothes and armor, they would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate goo worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. You are finally here. He Lolan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. What immortal goo is this? Who are you? Shuesong Zi was shocked. He quickly asked. Fang Yuan quickly looked at the two in the air, laughing with a hoarse voice, he said with killing intent, the person who will kill you in the future. He replied half-heartedly while transmitting to He Lulan, quick! We cannot stay here, enter my immortal aperture, I will bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, Shuesong Zi was furious. You talk big. The goo immortal beside him, He Cheng, reacted faster than him. Attack! That is the immortal goo fixed immortal travel, he only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give him any chance. As they spoke, He Lulan had already successfully entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Shuesong Zi's expression turned solemn, he waved his sleeves and a crescent blade wheel the size of a horse carriage condensed. The blade wheel whistled as it flew, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Killer move Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel was made of ice and snow, its edges were extremely sharp, frost energy spread everywhere, and with the help of the wind, it was extremely fast. Before the blade wheel even reached him, Fang Yuan felt an intense cold wind assaulting him. This killer move is ferocious, it contains the essence of ice and wind path, it is worth at least 3 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan squinted, he wisely chose to dodge. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 huge shadows of black bat wings flashed behind him. After the shadow flapped hard, it immediately dissipated into nothingness. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he moved like lightning, flying to the side and dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel landed on the ground and with a loud sound, it cut deep into the ground like a knife cutting through tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel instantly created a huge ravine, the ravine was quickly filled with ice that was as hard as iron and stone. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was an inconspicuous small black arrow. The arrow was short, less than half an adult's arm, it was dark and gloomy, and did not emit any dangerous aura. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of danger. This was the attack of the immortal goo dark arrow. He Cheng was experienced in battle, he was ruthless, he used his killer move at the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings, dodging continuously. But the small black arrow was like a maggot, it followed him closely. Moreover, it changed directions agilely, it had locked onto Fang Yuan, no matter how he tried he could not shake it off. The attack of the immortal goo dark arrow could automatically find the enemy, it could change directions agilely and was extremely fast. Even if Fang Yuan was a flying master he could not use it well. The dark arrow was getting closer and closer to Fang Yuan, he was surrounded by danger several times. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio and was widely used in the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move, the dark arrow could break it with one stab. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, even though it was tough, could not block the power of the dark arrow. Especially this dark arrow, it directly ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart and other areas, it targeted Fang Yuan's only weakness, his brain. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his heart, throat, anus and other areas were no longer his weaknesses. Even if these areas were destroyed they would not cause any damage, he could still move freely. But the brain was different. If the brain was destroyed the mind would be destroyed. Fang Yuan could not think, it would affect his movements, he would be at the mercy of others. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time. But the dark arrow chased relentlessly, it did not give Fang Yuan enough time. Fang Yuan twisted and turned, the many mortal goo that formed the killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings could not hold on for much longer. It's over. He Cheng sneered, he waved his sleeves and shot out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is only rank 6, it can only shoot 3 dark arrows at once. No matter who you are, It is your honor to be able to make me shoot 2 dark arrows consecutively. He Qing looked down at Fang Yuan, seeing him struggling at the edge of life and death, he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just playing with you. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly with his hoarse throat. 2 dark arrows approached him, he knew he could not save his green grape immortal essence anymore, thus he activated Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet. The wave rumbled, Fang Yuan walked on it, quickly pulling away from the dark arrow. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Chapter 684. Another immortal goo. Xue Songzi's expression changed, his gaze was burning with jealousy. To think that he himself had spent so much effort and schemes to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, but it was all for naught. This mere immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo that ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had 2. He Qing Xue Songzi, let's stop here for today. Enjoy your remaining life because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was icy cold. He stepped on the waves at the same time, his body shone with jade green light again. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him, crossing endless space and leaving the battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived just in time, but they only hit a trace of the jade light in the air. Oh no, they escaped. Xue Songzi's expression was extremely ugly, he questioned He Qing. Aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why didn't you capture them? Xue Songzi, watch your tone. He Qing was expressionless, he looked at Xue Songzi coldly. Xue Songzi was suppressed by He Qing's aura, his expression became more restrained. He Qing spoke slowly, the other party has 2 movement immortal goo, unless we have immortal goo that can seal the battlefield, we can only let them escape. But the tracking method I used on He Lulan is extremely secretive, it is a peak mortal killer move. As long as she appears in Northern Plains again, I will definitely sense her. And we did not return empty-handed this time, we have already found out the force behind He Lulan. Without the help of others, He Lulan would not be able to do this. But I did not expect it. An immortal zombie with 2 immortal goo appeared. It seems that the force behind He Lulan is not simple. Hehe, the situation is getting more interesting. Saying so, He Qing's lips curled into a smile, he did not show any signs of frustration. He did not make a move on He Lulan, on one hand he was wary of her self-detonation, on the other hand, he wanted to lure out the mysterious person behind her. You mean? Xue Songzi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are usually formed when goo immortals are unable to extend their lifespan and are forced to transform into immortal zombies. Do you think this immortal zombie is the true mastermind behind He Lulan? He Qing asked meaningfully. Fang Yuan didn't fight them head-on. He only dodged the arrows. He displayed the attainments of a flying master. But this level of attainment was not rare for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. Therefore, He Qing and Xue Songzi didn't know Fang Yuan's true battle power. Fang Yuan didn't receive their attention, they only treated him as an ordinary immortal zombie. Xue Songzi's eyes flickered a few times. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie was not the crucial person, he had 2 movement immortal goo. It's very likely that someone lent it to him. He Qing nodded, that's right. This mysterious person behind the scenes could very well be someone we know. Since she has the heart to send an unfamiliar immortal zombie to save us, then there must be something that is inconvenient for him to do. This mysterious person behind the scenes doesn't reveal any flaws, how can we investigate them? Xue Songzi felt a headache. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most troublesome, they made him feel restricted when doing things, he didn't know who to trust or who to deal with. She has already revealed a flaw. He Qing laughed heartily. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace. They are both related to Central Continent. Such obvious clues are enough for us to dig out many things. As long as I find out the mysterious person who wants to harm me, I will capture them all. Saying so, He Qing's face showed a trace of malevolence. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Lishan's place. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing the bloodied He Lulan coming out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, Fairy Lishan was very nervous, she quickly went over to check. Little Aunt, it's fine. That old scoundrel did not deal a heavy blow, he was only bluffing. He Lulan smiled as if she was not the injured one. Fairy Lishan relaxed, letting out a breath of air. It seems that you guessed correctly, that old scoundrel really left a tracking method on you. This method is extremely secretive, we checked 5 or 6 times earlier but did not find anything. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold, he stared at He Lulan. That means you were discovered by He Qing on purpose? Not on purpose. He Lulan looked straight into Fang Yuan's eyes, not avoiding his gaze. Earlier, Little Ant collected crucial information regarding Ma Hongyun's whereabouts. Ma Hongyun was captured by Northern Plains Gu immortal Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's blessed land is inside Crimson Reed Marsh. This time I wanted to sneak into the blessed land and investigate. To think that He Qing was nearby, the moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh I was discovered by him. Fang Yuan nodded, he believed He Lulan's words. Of course this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a rule: allies could keep secrets but they could not lie to each other. If you did not want to say it you could choose not to. But you had to be telling the truth, otherwise you would die from the oath. Ma Hongyun is like his name, he has fortune rivaling the heavens. If I connect my luck to him, it will be much more effective than Han Li and Hong Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information about Ma Hongyun being captured by Qin Baisheng? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other before Fairy Lishan said, according to our analysis, it is 70% reliable. The battle on the Wind Veil of Assimilation involved dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic paths. I was there as well. The scene was very chaotic. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses and rumors about who took Ma Hongyun away. As a result, more than 10 small conflicts occurred, but it was proven to be false. The information this time is different from the previous rumors. We have evidence. Evidently, someone in the know purposely spread this information. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal, a famous woodpath expert. He also relies on his blessed land to defend. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. But Ma Hongyun is related to Giant Sun Immortals' luck path true inheritance. It is too tempting to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baisheng does not have a Huangjin bloodline, he is the target of jealousy and hatred. Fang Yuan nodded. This means that this is a dangerous situation. If Ma Hongyun is really captured by Qin Baisheng, not long after, a group of Gu immortals will attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That's right. He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black eyes shining with a strange light. In my opinion, this information is most likely true. Thankfully, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals unite, they will need her mountain pledge Gu. We can use this chance to participate in this matter. If there is a chance to fish in troubled waters and obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will make a move. If there is no chance, we will take a step back. While old scoundrel He Qing is deep in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to an immortal. He Lulan was an ambitious person. She was similar to Fang Yuan. She was skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this is the first time I met He Qing, I can confirm that he is not easy to deal with. If he stays outside, what will you do? To He Qing, the luck path true inheritance was important, but it was not as important as his lifespan. There were so many eyes on the luck path true inheritance, with so many fierce people fighting for it, he might as well stay out of it and get rid of the troublesome He Lulan first. Fang Yuan's question hit the nail on the head. He Lulan's brows rose as she replied with a high-spirited expression. I don't have much time left, thanks to Little Ant's help these days. Half a month later, I will ascend even if I don't want to. If He Qing comes to disturb us, then let's fight him to the death. Her words showed that she did not care about life and death, showing her heroic bearing. That means I have a chance of facing He Qing head-on? By then I can't escape, I can only resist him to protect you? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fairy Lishan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to an immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely. Such a special environment will severely weaken He Qing's battle strength. Little Land's immortal ascension is very important. I will also participate. Together with Tai Bai Yunxing, we will have the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lulan, however, understood his intentions. Fang Yuan, in order to save me, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times and lost 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. Every time you use worldly wave trace Gu, you will lose 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. According to our alliance agreement, double the compensation is 8 immortal yuan stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, thinking that it was easier to talk to intelligent people. Fairy Lishan came to a realization. 8 immortal yuan stones, I can give them to you now. But I have other things here, maybe Fang Yuan, you will be more interested if you take a look. Saying so, she took out 2 killer moves and a Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was immediately interested. 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath. It was a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu Immortal's normal breathing into poison gas. The killer move was weak, but it could last for a long time. After a long time, the Gu Immortal would be surrounded by a layer of poison gas that would corrode the surrounding people and objects. But this killer move had a flaw: it was easy to injure the user. Especially for a normal Gu Immortal's body, they needed to spend a lot of effort to protect their nose, throat, and lungs. This flaw was negligible to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian was the name of a person. He was the Gu Immortal who created this killer move. He was famous in the history of Gu masters. He had the 4th-ranked mystical Gu, Chi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked 7th, while Chi Escape Gu was ranked 4th. It was created by reverse refining the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed, it was number 1 in the world. No Gu could compare to it. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Xing Tian had used Chi Escape Gu as a reference to it. It could open the tiny pores on the Gu Immortal's body and let out rapid air currents, propelling the Gu Immortal forward. Not only was it fast, it was also very agile. The killer move Kong Xing Tian was also very suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie body. His pores were tough. Even if they were destroyed, his recovery speed was shocking. He could recover rapidly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It could refine rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 things were gathered by Fairy Li Shan for a period of time, specially prepared for Fang Yuan. Chapter 685. Fang Yuan thought about it before saying to Fairy Li Shan, "I want this poison breath killer move and the ancient strength path Gu recipe. How many immortal Yuan stones?" Fairy Li Shan answered, "Poison breath needs 2 immortal Yuan stones, and group strength Gu's recipe is also sold for 2 immortal Yuan stones. A total of 4 immortal Yuan stones." Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing to Fairy Li Shan's price. Poison breath killer move was extraordinary. It was indeed worth 2 immortal Yuan stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. It was normal for the Gu recipe to cost 2 immortal Yuan stones. Fairy Li Shan offered 3 things, but this unremarkable group strength Gu recipe was the most attractive to Fang Yuan. However, even though the price was fair, Fang Yuan was tight on money. He still wanted to bargain and save as much immortal Yuan stones as possible. Thus, he said, "This group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe. The Gu refinement materials are ancient. They are not easy to find now." Fairy Li Shan smiled. "Oh Fang Yuan, I expected this. I had originally prepared this group strength Gu's recipe for Little Lan. The reason why I am selling it to you now is because the main material to refine this Gu, stone monkey hair, has appeared recently." He Lulan added, "That's right, recently a Gu immortal in jewel yellow skies, Shirley, known as the Immortal Monkey King, produced stone monkey hair in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material had been extinct for countless years, but it reappeared in his hands. It has already caused quite a commotion in jewel yellow skies. Among the Gu recipes of group strength Gu, the rarest material is the stone monkey hair. The other materials might be rare, but as long as you have the heart, you can buy them. You can find them. Or use your refinement path foundation to exchange them." Her meaning was that she would not accept a counteroffer. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey hair? This ancient Gu refinement material, although it has reappeared, it is monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shirley's family. Its price should not be cheap. There's an old saying that goes, "There's nothing good that's cheap." Fang Yuan, I saw your immortal killer move myriad self with my own eyes. Its power is truly shocking. Even now, it is deeply engraved in my heart. A straightforward person did not resort to insinuations. Group strength Gu's value to you, Fang Yuan, is much higher than ordinary Gu immortals. 2 pieces of immortal Yuan stone are already sold very cheaply, He Lulan said. She refused to budge an inch. The other party had seen through him. It was indeed not good. However, He Lulan was right. The price of 4 immortal Yuan stones was not high, it was very fair. Fairy Li Shan did not earn any profit from Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone, but she did not sell it at a loss either. Fine. Fang Yuan assessed the situation and no longer insisted. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not the land spirit of Langya. Haggling over the price would be insulting the other party's intelligence. Soon after, both sides completed this transaction. Fang Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move, as well as the ancient group strength Gu's recipe. There were also 4 immortal Yuan stones. As for movement killer move Kong Xing Tian, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Kong Xing Tian opened all the pores on his body, breathing out air currents to move his body forward. This killer move speed was not bad and it was very agile. But the opening of all the pores on his body caused Fang Yuan's defense to fall greatly. At the same time, Fang Yuan's defensive killer move hair armor covered his body, leaving no gaps. If he used Kong Xing Tian, he could not use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Xing Tian would be useless. The two were not compatible. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan gave up on using Kong Xing Tian. He now had 19.5 Immortal Yuan stones, but he had to convert them into green grape Immortal Essence, and he also had to bear the huge pressure of feeding Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was still tight on money, he could not casually spend it on useless killer moves. When leaving, Fang Yuan did not use fixed immortal travel extravagantly, he used a Stargate. Before leaving, he took a look at He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was rank 5 peak stage, her luck could be sensed by rank 5 luck inspection Goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the low point of dealing with Ma Hong Yun. Her luck was like a huge pillar, it had the color of a blue cloud, giving people a feeling that it would last for a long time. He Lulan's luck is clearly at the level of Han Li and Hong Yi. I can deduce that her immortal ascension has a higher chance of success. But luck cannot be relied on alone, otherwise why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? It can be seen that although luck is good, it also depends on whether one can grasp it or not. Now it seems that He Lulan's sudden death might have been caused by He Qing? Although He Lulan's luck was strong, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a detailed rule. Allies could not be harmed. Fang Yuan was plagued with bad luck. If he tried to connect his luck with her, he would indeed have the intention of harming her. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he was not optimistic about He Lulan's future. Fang Yuan did not have break luck Goo, he could not randomly connect his luck, he had to choose his target carefully. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan first took out 8 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone and converted them into his own green grape Immortal Essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times to return to Western Desert, Central Continent, Southern Sea, and also used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to fight He Qing, consuming a total of 6 green grape Immortal Essence beads. Out of the 17 green grape Immortal Essence beads, only 11 were left. Due to the recent frequent battles, after Fang Yuan refined 8 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone, his total green grape Immortal Essence beads increased to 19. This way Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan Stone fell to 11.5. Looking back at the battle with He Qing, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. The result of victory or defeat was of no concern to Fang Yuan. He would not be angry or feel humiliated simply because of defeat. He would not feel proud or happy because of victory. He cared more about the gains and losses. In this battle, Fang Yuan had expended 4 green grape Immortal Essence beads, but he had gained more trust from He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he had obtained 4 Immortal Yuan Stone, the killer move Poison Breath, and the group strength Goo's recipe. Evidently he had made a huge profit. However, in terms of losses, I have to remember Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan took out the Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Goo's aura was not as stable as before, it gave off a feeling of weakness. The Goo worm also did not have a healthy luster, it looked dark and lifeless. Fang Yuan understood, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was originally in Imperial Court Blessed Land, it would starve and eat until it was full. Under the wind veil of assimilation, Mo Yao's will used Water Pavilion to fight. After I obtained it, I also used this Immortal Goo many times. It has already reached some sort of bottom line, it needs to be fed. If I don't feed it and use it too much, it might starve to death. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was the first, hungry, Immortal Goo in Fang Yuan's possession. It could be foreseen that as time passed, Fang Yuan would have even more Immortal Goo that were hungry and needed to be fed. However, to feed Worldly Wave Trace Goo, he needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunxing left, the Land Spirit took over Tai Bai Yunxing's work and often paid attention to Jewel Yellow Skies' movements. But even though Fang Yuan took the initiative to buy them in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were few responses. This was not the commercial society on Earth, the economy here was not developed, one could not buy anything they wanted. Fang Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Goo to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing brought him good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land, he had smoothly come into contact with some Goo immortals, he even saw someone selling underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. It was just that deep-sea lightning eels were not commonly seen. Gu immortals needed to go deep into the sea to capture them. Not only was it dangerous, the sea areas that produced lightning eels were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It was a powerful force, even stronger than Eastern Sea's local super forces. Thus, Eastern Sea immortal zombies acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. They sealed off several large sea areas and kept a vast amount of resources for themselves. This way they maintained and increased their battle strength, making them even more domineering towards outsiders. Tai Baiyunxing's letter suggested Fang Yuan to directly join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and purchase deep-sea lightning eels from within Zombie Alliance. This was not only convenient, the price inside Zombie Alliance would also be much lower than selling to outsiders. Although Fang Yuan was moved, he had ascended to Immortal Realm in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture was formed from the Heaven and Earth Chi of Northern Plains. The Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions were all different. As long as one tested it, it would be clear at a glance. One's origin could not be concealed. If he was a Northern Plains immortal zombie, it was not impossible to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. But joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was related to one of Fang Yuan's great plans. This plan had huge expected profits, to the extent that even if Fang Yuan did not become an immortal zombie, he would have taken the risk to disguise his identity and sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Now that he was an immortal zombie, joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was no doubt more convenient. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it easier to buy lightning eels, but if I give Tai Baiyunxing some time to socialize, I will be able to buy them. At most the price will be higher. If I do not use Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo as much as possible, I will be able to last for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his plan. He rejected Tai Baiyunxing's suggestion. After resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel again, rushing to Central Continent. Universal Life Academy was located in a valley under the night sky. It was lit up with many lights. It was tranquil and peaceful. Hong Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, ending his daily cultivation of nurturing his aperture. He opened his eyes. They were shining brightly, revealing a look of anticipation and excitement. In today's competition, I have already entered the top 10, but I have not shown my true strength. This is heaven helping me. I coincidentally got a buy and was treated as a lucky person. Tomorrow is the competition of the top 10, they will underestimate me and will not be able to guess my true battle strength. The day after tomorrow is the battle of the top 10. As long as I use this goo, it will not be a problem to break through their defenses. Thinking of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm. This was a time path goo worm. It was extremely rare. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could make the opponent's goo worm return to before it was activated. For example, if the opponent condensed a fireball under the power of the fireball, the goo worm would return to before it was activated, and the fireball would vanish. Chapter 686. Hong Yi had already decided to use passable goo to deal with the enemy's defensive goo. As long as the enemy did not activate 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would be able to land a light hit on the enemy's body and heavily injure them, before defeating them. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would not be in a rush to attack. He would use a battle of attrition. If the enemy activated 2 defensive goo at the same time, his primeval essence expenditure would definitely be faster than Hong Yi. It could be said that Hong Yi had a huge advantage with this goo. He would most likely get first place in this competition. As long as I get first place, I will be able to move Mother's memorial tablet back to the ancestral hall. Suddenly Hong Yi frowned. In an instant, he felt as if his heart had become empty. It was as if something precious and important had been stolen by someone. Could it be that my wish of many years is about to come true, causing me to feel anxious? I am alone. Other than passable goo, I have nothing else. What can I have that is worth others seizing? Hong Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had forgotten about the uneasiness he had felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The luck connection succeeded. For this luck connection, he had made good use of his time. He had rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while before rushing over, thus he did not encounter any unexpected disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo, observing Hong Yi's luck. His luck was milky white. It was very special. It gave off a feeling of vitality. His luck gathered into a lump, forming the posture of a scholar sitting down and reading. The scholar's appearance was somewhat similar to Hong Yi. He was in high spirits. But after connecting his luck with Fang Yuan, this white scholar's luck immediately shrunk. It was less than 30% of its original size. Moreover, the scholar's robe that was flowing like silk had become tattered, become ragged and patched here and there. It was like a young master of a rich family had become a poor man's son. His younger brother was a poor scholar. His face was no longer in high spirits. Instead, his face was thin and his expression was gloomy, as if he was talented but had not been recognized. It seems that the luck connection is beneficial. There are benefits indeed. When I connected my luck with Han Li earlier, he almost choked to death. This time Hong Yi's luck did not bring him death. This shows my own luck. It has improved a lot. It has indeed improved a lot. Fang Yuan was secretly pleased. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly had a thought. He found two sneaky Gu masters moving stealthily in this valley. Fang Yuan had been in the Universal Life Academy's valley in order to connect his luck. He arranged many Gu worms. On one hand, it could conceal the aura of immortal Gu connect luck. On the other hand, it could scout the surroundings and give an early warning. It could be said that the whole valley was under Fang Yuan's surveillance. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed. These two sneaky Gu masters were not weak, they were both rank 5 Gu masters. They were on the other side of the valley, sneaking forward and whispering to each other. Sect Master Fanny. Are you sure there's an Ji forest and an earth horse beneath this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai. I can't be wrong. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't worry, follow me into the cave. When you see it with your own eyes, won't you be convinced? This is the territory of the Universal Life Academy. If Universal Life Academy's principal Hong Xianji discovers us, we won't be able to walk away unscathed. Although Hong Xianji is strong, his investigative methods are lacking, otherwise he would have discovered this great resource right in front of him. We are scheming against him, how can he discover us? Sai, if we are discovered, our two sect leaders will investigate Universal Life Academy at night, our reputation and face will be ruined. Fang Yuan listened to the entire conversation between the two. Ji Forest, Earth Horse? His heart jumped. This Ji Forest grew in underground caves, often spanning tens of li. Each Lingji was as big as a tree, its flesh was fat and plump, it could be used to feed Gu worms or be sold as Gu refinement materials. Earth horses were mutated beasts that grew in the Ji Forest. There were usually only 2 or 3 of them in a forest, they lived in families. Earth horse hooves were one of the main materials of rank 5 Earth escape Gu. Earth horse eyes could be used to refine X-ray vision Gu. Earth horse tail hair could be used to refine smoke dust Gu. Earth horses could be said to be full of treasures. It was no wonder Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, these two rank 5 Gu masters, coveted them. But to Fang Yuan, Earth horses and Ji Forest did not have much attraction. Earth horses were mutated beasts, they were at most equivalent to myriad beast kings. An Earth horse family only had 2 or 3 myriad beast kings. Ji Forest was sold by many people in jewel yellow skies, they were ordinary goods. Fang Yuan did not need to use immortal Yuan stone to buy them. However, for the Universal Life Academy, the large underground Ji Forest is an important resource that involves enormous benefits. It is a pity that they are still in the dark. Fang Yuan thought about it, he followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, entering the underground Ji Forest. Just like he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji Forest, it was about 10 li in size. 3 earth horses, it was a family of 3, they lived in the Ji Forest. Such a large Ji Forest. Sect leader Yuan Bai sighed as he walked in the Ji Forest. This is a boundless land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Fan Yi affectionately caressed the branches of the Lingji, speaking with a tone of jealousy. Fang Yuan walked around them, arriving at the center of the Ji Forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was over 6 meters tall, directly supporting the cave wall. The leaves of the Lingji were like a huge umbrella, covering a huge circle. This was the Lingji King. Fang Yuan lowered his head, arriving in front of the Lingji King. Beside the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horse guards as well as a group of metal-devouring ants. There were many metal path wild Gu in the ant group, and there were even wild wood path Gu worms on the Lingji King. But these were all mortal creatures. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura, directly coming here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan took out a monstrous claw, aiming at the position, he ruthlessly scratched the trunk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King shook intensely, causing the rocks on the ceiling to fall. The Earth Horse Guards were intimidated by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura, they did not dare to get close, they could only whimper from afar. Fang Yuan dug for a while before retracting his zombie claw. Inside the monstrous claw, it was holding a heart. This was the heart of the Lingji king. It was tender and warm. The surface was milky white, formed from pure Lingji flesh. It let out a trace of meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king heart, not long later, a small Ji forest will form. Fang Yuan could be considered to be stealing. Hu immortal blessed land soil was not suitable for planting a large-scale Ji forest. But it was not hard to survive in this small area. Of course, there were not many benefits involved. Fang Yuan was purely playing around. As for this large Ji forest and earth horses, Fang Yuan did not care about them. He wanted to move into Hu immortal blessed land. It would be very troublesome. When he needed it, it was most convenient to buy it from jewel yellow skies. Even if it lost its heart, the Lingji king would not die. It was just that the Ji forest would not grow. It would have to rest for at least 10 years. What is that sound? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny looked at each other. Fang Yuan took away the Lingji king heart. It caused quite a commotion. There was even the earth horse's whimper. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny arrived before the Lingji king, Fang Yuan had already disappeared. He had left. The remaining earth horse guards vented their anger on Yuan Bai and Fanny. Sounds of intense fighting could be heard. Soon Universal Life Academy was alerted. Hong Xuanji led a group of Gu masters and arrived. They were surprised and happy. Yuan Bai and Fanny sighed inwardly at their bad luck. After a round of fighting, Hong Xuanji chased Yuan Bai and Fanny away. He ordered the academy elders who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is very important. From today onwards, we will stop the sect competition and gather all the disciples and elders who are out on missions. It will be a difficult period from now on. Yuan Bai and Fanny will gather more sects to pressure us. We must defend this Ji forest. This is the foundation of Universal Life Academy's rise. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other side, Hong Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was still in the dark. He did not know that the sect competition he was looking forward to had been cancelled due to the sudden change. The realization of his dream of moving back to his mother's tablet would have to be postponed again. Swish, swish, swish. Water waves surged, moist winds blew on Fang Yuan's face, but such a light force did not give Fang Yuan any feeling. This was not Central Continent, it was Southern Border. The river in front of him was Southern Border's second largest river, Jade Dragon River. There were 3 great rivers in the Southern Border. The first was the Red Dragon River, the second was the Jade Dragon River, and the third was the Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River's water was red like blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves, and Yellow Dragon River was the river that Fang Yuan had drifted on in this life. It was yellowish-brown and had the most silt. Fang Yuan played with the Lingji King heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not use fixed immortal travel to leave. Instead, he moved to a corner of the valley. Before activating fixed immortal travel, he left behind many Gu worms. These Gu worms would self-detonate after he left, getting rid of the aura left behind by fixed immortal travel. It would be done without anyone knowing. Right now he was waiting for a person. This person was one of his targets. He had great luck. He had many fortuitous encounters and went from a lowly existence to a legend. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, an influential person on the same level as Han Li and Hong Yi. But different from Han Li who joined a clan or Hong Yi who joined a sect, this person had always been a lone cultivator. He had several friends and relatives, but he had never joined any force. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, there were rumors that Central Continent's Celestial Court was preparing to recruit him. As for whether this was true or not, Fang Yuan had no way to verify it. But since Fang Yuan had reborn, this was not important anymore. In my memories, this person was ostracized by lowly people. After his clan was banished, he wandered here. Beside this river, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was enough for him. With this inheritance, he made a living and defended against the dangers of the wilderness. He grew stronger step by step, and by a huge fortuitous encounter, he obtained the black-yellow Mother Chi Gu and the Heavenly Teacher inheritance. He succeeded in rock gambling and swept through all of Southern Border's rock gambling dens. Fang Yuan recalled. The reason why he knew of this place was because of biography of Yi Fan. Every biography of an important person was filled with pictures and text. Yi Fan was Fang Yuan's target this time. And this was Yi Fan's starting point. He obtained his first fortuitous encounter tonight. Chapter 687. The stars were like diamonds decorating the night sky. Wind blew from the river. Occasionally there would be the cries of beasts and birds. It made the surroundings even more tranquil. Fang Yuan waited patiently, but Yi Fan did not appear that night. As time passed, the second day, the third day, Yi Fan did not appear. Is there a mistake in biography of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan could not help but think, but soon he denied this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance is still there. Yi Fan did not take it away. Let's wait and see. Fang Yuan did not know that 1,000 li away Yi Fan was in trouble. Huff huff huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge beast at the entrance of the cave with fear and trepidation. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just chased out by the clan. I hid in a cave, but when I woke up, the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed internally. He was nervous and helpless. This cave only had one exit, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Yi Fan did not have the ability to dig holes in the ground, and his strength was still very low. However, this ferocious beast's body was enormous. It was actually a beast emperor. This beast emperor, why is it alone? There are no beast groups guarding it? Could it be an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor? Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him nervously as he analyzed the situation in his mind. As he observed, he soon found that this beast emperor was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in injuries. It was not big, it was lying on the ground, its eyelids were drooping, it was weak. On its snow-white fur there were colorful patterns. It was like a pink flower petal in the snow. Sniff sniff sniff. Yi Fan listened carefully. He could hear that the dog emperor was whimpering softly. Its voice was very weak. Looking at its shriveled body, looking at its ribs, Yi Fan finally understood. Even though this is a beast emperor, it is very hungry, it has no battle strength left. After coming to this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of air. He relaxed but also felt pity for it. They were both in the same predicament. This beast emperor was in a similar situation as him. Yi Fan carefully got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor did not react. It allowed him to get close. Yi Fan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Squatting down beside the beast emperor, he slowly extended his hand and placed it on the beast emperor's forehead. The fluffy fur made Yi Fan feel soft and comfortable. At the same time, it was wet and hot. The beast king was having a fever. His whole body was drenched in sweat and his fur was wet. His bodily functions were at rock bottom. Beast emperor, you're about to die. Maybe one day I'll be just like you. But you're lucky to have met me. Who told me to be the most famous veterinarian in the village? Yi Fan muttered to himself as sympathy welled up in his heart. He began to heal the dog beast king. He activated a goo worm to heal the beast emperor's injuries, to alleviate its condition. Then he took out precious food and water and fed them to the beast emperor bit by bit, allowing it to slowly recover its strength. Yi Fan was no longer in a hurry. He stayed in the cave for 7 days until the dog-shaped beast king finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild goo on it, it could not even defeat 1,000 beast king. But at least it was out of danger. It was no longer feverish and could run freely, following Yi Fan's legs. Yi Fan had saved it, so it treated Yi Fan as its closest friend. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave with food and water, it would greet him and run around Yi Fan's legs, wagging its tail happily. Later on, it recovered some battle strength and started to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him obtain food. One man and one dog, they quickly established a deep friendship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and travel far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor chose to follow him. It's already the 8th day, why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? Beside Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan was getting anxious from waiting. There were 5 to 6 days left until He Lolan's tribulation. By then, Fang Yuan would have to guard her. Not only would he have to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation and earthly tribulation, he might also have to face the joint attack of rank 7 Gu Immortal He Cheng and rank 6 Shui Songzi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many factors to consider, but there were only 4 main ones: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's battle attainment. During the trip to Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had just advanced to Gu Immortal, had bottom-tier rank 6 battle strength. Tai Bai Yunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. And most importantly, his battle attainment was very low. Thus, he was suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, he could not use them. But he had the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings and Hair Armor. Normally, his battle strength could reach upper tier rank 6. If he used the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would immediately rise to the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady, who had fled. Her battle strength was also upper tier rank 6. She had 3 kinds of powerful mortal killer moves, especially the last movement killer move. Fang Yuan could not catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, with light illusion bat wings and hair armor, and most importantly Fang Yuan's abundant and ruthless battle talent. Plump Lady lost all her fighting spirit and could only escape. Shuesong Zi's battle strength should also be upper tier rank 6. He was a wealthy Gu immortal. Even though he had failed to sponsor Ma tribe and suffered a huge loss, he still had a foundation. He definitely did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had already purchased many killer moves in his early years. As a demonic path cultivator, he paid attention to battle strength. His battle attainment was also extraordinary. Shuesong Zi was an experienced Gu immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self or Immortal Gu to fight him, the victor would only be known after a battle. And He Cheng's battle strength was upper tier rank 7. He Cheng was older than Shuesong Zi and He Bai. His rank 7 blessed land was already on the right track. The immortal essence it produced was Red Date Immortal Essence. It was a grade higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu immortal of the Huangjin tribes. He did not lack killer moves. He had Immortal Gu Dark Arrow for a long time. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, several months ago, He Cheng seemed to have seized an Immortal Gu somewhere in northern plains. But as for what it was, He Cheng had not exposed it yet. He Cheng's battle achievements were also not bad. He had openly sparred with some righteous Path Gu immortals, and also fought to the death with demonic Path Gu immortals, killing several demonic Path Gu immortals. He Cheng did not lack immortal essence or killer moves. His battle attainment was also not bad, but he lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 Gu that could be used in battle, his battle strength would rise to upper tier rank 7. Fang Yuan had fought with He Cheng before. But the battle was very short. Fang Yuan did not fight head-on, instead retreating with He Lulan. In all fairness, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, he did not have any immortal Gu for offense or defense. When the dark arrow attacked, Fang Yuan could only dodge. He could not take it head-on. Fortunately, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the core Gu of Myriad Self-Killer move. Because of this, Fang Yuan had an immortal killer move. Because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the strength to fight He Cheng head-on. Fang Yuan was very clear about the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. He Lulan was about to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yi Fan has not arrived yet. The less time I have to prepare for He Lulan's tribulation. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations and raise my battle strength as much as possible. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart could not help but waver. Especially when he thought of the previous 2 luck connections. There were accidents that caused the luck connection to fail. When Han Li appeared. When Plump Lady appeared, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fight and show his fierceness, scaring Plump Lady away. When Hong Yi appeared, He Lulan was being chased. Fang Yuan was forced to put down what he was doing and save her. Could it be that my attempt to connect luck to Yi Fan also met with an accident? It was not because of me but because of Yi Fan? Fang Yuan's guess was right on the mark. Luck was constantly changing. It was like the tide, rising and falling at times. One who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Fang Yuan escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had already dissipated by half. Next, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all people with strong luck that were only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus changed greatly. This time he connected Yi Fan's luck. The contest of luck between the two was no longer Fang Yuan facing trouble. Instead, Yi Fan's luck was faintly evading, giving Yi Fan a chance to avoid danger. Yi Fan grabbed this chance and delayed for 7 days and 7 nights, successfully subduing a beast monarch. Unfortunately, when he neared the Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart only wavered, but he did not leave. Isn't the dog monarch beside Yi Fan the Yingming I met in the Three Kings' Blessed Land? It did not die and even followed Yi Fan? Fang Yuan recognized the dog monarch and was astonished. This matter was not recorded in the biography of Yi Fan. The process of connecting Yi Fan's luck was very smooth, and nothing unexpected happened. It could also be said that Yi Fan's lateness was already an accident. Yi Fan's strength was low, and from start to finish he did not discover that Fang Yuan had plotted against him. This proved once again that good and bad luck were not decisive factors. As long as one was strong enough, they could resist bad luck and seize opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was also very special. There was actually a coffin in his luck. However, this coffin was not the black coffin that Fang Yuan had before. Instead, it was bronze in color and looked simple and mysterious. Around the coffin, there were 9 spiraling dragons of luck protecting it. After connecting with Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons of luck immediately shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin also shrunk to half its original size. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk by more than half, but there was still a large amount left. Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan have all connected their luck to me, and the luck of the 4 of them has been evenly divided. Yi Fan's luck is also the same as mine. Han Li's luck and Hong Yi's luck are equally dense. After working hard to this point, Fang Yuan finally resolved the second drawback of the spring-autumn cicada. Not only did he no longer have the bad luck from before, but he also had extraordinary luck. He could barely be considered a person with good luck. It is a pity that it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Although there are still a few in my memory, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan inwardly felt that it was a pity that there were very few people with strong luck. At this stage, Fang Yuan could only find these 3. At this point, the matter of connecting luck came to an end. As Fang Yuan watched Yi Fan continuously approach the treasure by the river, he could not help but smile. Chapter 688. He Lolan's tribulation made Fang Yuan feel that a huge battle was about to happen. He Cheng was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal. His battle strength surpassed Fang Yuan's. Xuesong Zi had Snowy Mountain's 7th peak. He was not an easy opponent. Even without He Cheng and Xuesong Zi's interference, the great strength true martial physique's tribulation was far more severe than normal people. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately started preparing for battle. He wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. He had to start from 4 aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal gu, and personal battle attainment. Fang Yuan's personal battle attainment was already very high. It was hard to raise it in a short period of time. To raise his battle strength, he could only start from the other 3 aspects. Fang Yuan first checked his capital. Because of Yi Fan, Fang Yuan went to southern border. This trip had used up 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had 17 beads left. Evidently, this amount was far from enough for a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to expend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, sometimes even hundreds. Fang Yuan had many immortal gu. He needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. To replenish his green grape immortal essence, there was only one way for Fang Yuan, that was to refine immortal yuan stone. And Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal yuan stone left. Fang Yuan went into the underground cave and saw Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you something fun this time," he greeted. Even though in the Legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu could communicate with Renzu normally. However, legends were not without their exaggerations. Fang Yuan could not figure it out. No matter what, Wisdom Gu remained silent, but the light of wisdom flickered a few times. Fang Yuan smiled. With his previous experience of dealing with Wisdom Gu, seeing the light of wisdom flicker, he knew that Wisdom Gu had agreed. Therefore, he planted the Lingji Ganoderma King's heart that he had conveniently stolen on the spot. In just a few breaths of time, the ground split open. Mushroom-shaped Ganoderma grew at an observable speed, growing to the height of benches and tables. There was no other way. Hu immortal blessed land soil was different from the Universal Life Academy's valley soil. It was not suitable for the growth of a mushroom forest. This was already the limit of the mushroom forest's growth. Fang Yuan did not feel it was a pity either. He was just casually sitting on a stalk of Ganoderma. The Lingji violently trembled a few times. It was actually able to withstand the enormous weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave was originally empty, but now it was no longer monotonous. Wisdom Gu was like a new baby. It circled and danced in the short mushroom forest. At first it was cautious, but soon, its flight path revealed a cheerful mood, like a child who had discovered a new toy. "Wisdom Gu, it's time to get down to business," Fang Yuan said after watching for a while. Wisdom Gu stopped at the top of a stalk of Lingji, once again emitting the light of wisdom. It enveloped Fang Yuan within. Fang Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, deducing the immortal Gu remnant recipe. 7 days later, he succeeded completely, once again perfecting 3 immortal Gu remnant recipes. Using the Stargate, he completed the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, obtaining 40 immortal yuan stones. According to the previous price, perfecting a 90% immortal Gu remnant recipe required 10 immortal yuan stones. Perfecting an 80% immortal goo remnant recipe required 20 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan completed 2 immortal goo remnant recipes this time, while one was 89% immortal goo remnant recipes. The immortal goo remnant recipes in the land spirit of Langya's hands were not all 90% immortal goo remnant recipes, most of them had lower completion rates. Although Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones each time, deducing immortal goo remnant recipes with lower completion rates also expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. All in all, every time he transacted with the land spirit of Langya, his net profit was around 26 immortal yuan stones. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the land spirit Little Hu Immortal sent good news. A Gu Immortal in Treasure Imperial Heaven seemed to have accidentally found the corpse of a 6-headed snake. The corpse had already been sorted and was being sold in Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan heard this and immediately activated Divine Sense Gu to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, using the identity of 8-Arm Immortal to contact the Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse. Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu in his possession required the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. But after Fang Yuan took a look, he found that this stall had skin, meat, bones, eyeballs, snake tendons, but there was no black blood of the 6-headed snake. When I accidentally found this desolate beast corpse, close to 100 years had passed since the 6-headed snake died. Thus, the snake's black blood had already flowed out. I'm sorry. The Gu Immortal who was selling the corpse replied. Fang Yuan inspected the 6-headed snake's corpse and found that the Gu Immortal was not lying, it was as he said. But Fang Yuan was not discouraged, he still decided to buy this 6-headed snake's corpse. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Its body was filled with treasures that could be used to refine Gu. Fang Yuan spent a large sum of money, directly buying the entire skeleton, spending 3 immortal yuan stones. The bone marrow was hidden in the skeleton, it could produce blood. Fang Yuan was a blood path expert in his previous life, he was most proficient in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu's food would be settled. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan went to Immortal Monkey King Shirley's stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. As expected, the divine sense activity here was booming, business was booming, everyone came for the stone monkey's hair, a Gu refinement material. Shirley did not personally pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies, he left behind pride to guard it. Wisdom Path inheritances were hard to come by, but Wisdom Path Gu worms were not rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Almost every Gu Immortal had one, it was mainly for the convenience of buying and selling in Jewel Yellow Skies. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not have been able to buy so many Wisdom Path Gu worms here back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey hair? Fang Yuan used his divine sense to ask Shirley's will. Shirley's will said in a stiff tone, 100 hair for 1 immortal yuan stone. Even though Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked by this price. Why is it so expensive? Shirley proudly raised his head. If you think it is expensive, you can buy it elsewhere. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, this stone monkey hair had only been developed by Shirley. How could he sell it elsewhere? This was the advantage of a monopoly, the price could be set at will. But even with such a high price, many Gu Immortals still bought it. Which Gu Immortal did not have Gu recipes? Immortal Gu remnant recipes. Maybe they just happened to have 1 or 2, and needed this stone monkey hair as the material. There was also a portion of Gu Immortals who had other ideas. They wanted to buy the stone monkey hair to try and research the secret of its production. If their blessed land could produce it, then they would be able to get a share of the huge profits. Don't say I didn't tell you. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey hair, you need to buy at least 1,000 hair. If you don't buy enough, you won't be able to research it. Shirley proudly knew the Gu Immortal's intentions and directly shouted. He was not worried that the secret of the stone monkey hair's production would be researched by others. Fang Yuan tried to bargain, but Shirley proudly refused to budge, saying impatiently, go away, go away. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to buy it. There are plenty of people who want to buy it. A pauper. He also wants to buy ancient Gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had a fiery temper and was arrogant. Not only did he manage his blessed land well, he also had outstanding battle strength. He thought highly of himself, but he did have the capital to be so. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he dominated an area. Afterwards, Feng Jioga attacked Langya blessed land and died. He had no one to suppress him, and his forces expanded rapidly. Even the 10 great sects of Central Continent could not suppress him. He was arrogant and unruly, unwilling to submit to others. He disrupted Central Continent's order, and even openly declared that he wanted to attack Immortal Court. Fang Yuan was facing a huge battle now. He urgently needed the stone monkey hair to refine group strength goo. Thus, no matter how arrogant Shirley was, he could only buy the stone monkey hair. Eventually he spent 5 immortal essence to buy 500 stone monkey hair. With the stone monkey hair in hand, Fang Yuan started to refine group strength goo. Group strength goo was extinct long ago. It belonged to the strength path and could gather the strength of a group. If it was combined into the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine one rank 5 group strength goo, but the more the better. At this time the old hairy men that Fang Yuan bought finally showed their use. These old hairy men could not live for long, but they were all experts in goo refinement. Fang Yuan broke down the steps of group strength goo, handing the unimportant steps that had a high success rate but were complicated to them. As a goo refinement master he specialized in the crucial steps. After 3 days and 3 nights without rest, Fang Yuan obtained a total of 45 rank 5 group strength goo. Goo worms were hard to refine. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If he succeeded every time, 500 stone monkey hair would be 500 group strength goo. But Fang Yuan expended a large number of goo refinement materials. He used up all the stone monkey hair, and only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was because the group strength goo recipe was easy to refine, and had a higher success rate. Of course, Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to improve the group strength goo recipe, or find a replacement material for the stone monkey hair. But Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce now. Even if he had the time, he might not have the refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient strength path goo recipe. It was different from the current refinement path system. Even if he had the foundation and time, he had to calculate the expenditure and gains. Don't forget, during the entire deduction process, he needed to expend green grape immortal essence. And he could not estimate the amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength goo, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used the light of wisdom to think of the killer move Myriad Self. This took him a day, but he finally perfectly fused the 45 group strength goo into the killer move Myriad Self. During the goo refinement period, Little Hu Immortal completed the construction of the blood pool at the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was like a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, the 6-headed snake skeleton was floating. The pungent smell of blood spread for 100 li. In the pool, there were large numbers of goo worms, forming a goo formation to continuously expend the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel goo that Fang Yuan obtained from northern plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times slower than the outside world of Central Continent. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could prepare as much as he could with only 5 to 6 days left in northern plains. As time passed, the day of He Lolan's tribulation approached. Tai by Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through the Stargate. Chapter 689. Underworld Jellyfish, Deep Sea Lightning Eels. You actually collected all of these ingredients? Fang Yuan inspected them and looked at Tai by Yunxing in astonishment. Tai by Yunxing, with his own strength, had actually obtained the food of the worldly wave trace goo without anyone noticing. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. After I displayed landscape as before immortal goo, I was welcomed by many goo immortals. They took the initiative to befriend me, and there are already goo immortals inviting me to join Haishur Blessed Land. But this matter can only be approved by more than half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the #1 lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. The goo cultivators who joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but it was different from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the headquarters of the demonic path, and was in opposition to the righteous path forces. Meanwhile, Haishur Blessed Land was a mix of righteous and demonic. It had more goo immortals than Snowy Mountain. There were many factions, and they jointly controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur Blessed Land became the best place for goo immortals to dispose of stolen goods. Tai Bai Yunxing was a lone cultivator, and most importantly, he had landscape as before immortal goo, which many goo immortals needed. But goo worms were hard to snatch, and Tai Bai Yunxing could self-destruct landscape as before with just a thought. It was completely understandable that goo immortals wanted to recruit Tai Bai Yunxing as one of their own. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, I bought a sufficient amount of underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. After receiving Junior Brother's letter, I left Haishur Blessed Land and prepared to find a secluded island to use Stargate goo. Coincidentally, I met an immortal zombie on the way. He called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance and was bringing a large amount of goods to Haishur Blessed Land to sell. He had a large amount of deep-sea lightning eels. If these eels reached Haishur Blessed Land, there would definitely be many buyers. I stopped him and wanted to buy them in advance. Shark Demon was unwilling at first. However, after knowing that I was Tai by Yunxing, he immediately changed his mind. He was willing to sell all the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but he wanted me to help him repair a secret blessed land. So I agreed, and without wasting any Xianyuan stone, I managed to get this deep-sea lightning eel. This Shark Demon actually trusts you that much? Fang Yuan frowned. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. He said lightly, "Oh, he has a rule path immortal goo, it is called Death Date is Coming." I took the initiative to cooperate and accepted the exposure of death is coming in exchange for his trust. Death Date awaits. This is a rank 7 immortal goo. It is a rule path goo worm that can determine the time of death of others. Once death arrives, even goo immortals will die. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Not bad. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai by Yunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are giving him a weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it is not a problem for now. Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing, sighing. Tai by Yunxing laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's thigh. He could not reach Fang Yuan's shoulder. He purposely explained, "You think I am doing this for you? That's not it. That secret blessed land. It is not owned by Shark Demon, but Yulu Blessed Land. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Unfortunately, Yulu Blessed Land's entrance is already destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before. To repair the entrance. By gaining his trust, I will be able to obtain the qualifications to explore Yulu Blessed Land." Fang Yuan looked at Tai by Yunxing deeply, not continuing on this topic. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake skeleton in the blood pool melted. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of black blood. He used this black blood to feed Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Then he used the jellyfish and eels that Tai by Yunxing brought back to feed Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Tai by Yunxing had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was indispensable. After Fang Yuan fed this goo, he no longer had to worry about it. He checked his assets. Fang Yuan had 29.5 Immortal Yuan Stone. 17 Green Grape Immortal Essence. Without any hesitation he used almost all the Immortal Yuan Stone he had. He refined them all into Green Grape Immortal Essence, obtaining 46 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. Only half space Immortal Yuan Stone was left. 46, it is still not enough. Fang Yuan borrowed from Fairy Li Shan and Land Spirit of Langya. Fairy Li Shan lent Fang Yuan 30 Immortal Yuan Stone without saying a word. Land Spirit of Langya, on the other hand, took a long time to persuade him and finally obtained 15. He had made 3 transactions with Land Spirit of Langya, but their relationship was not deep enough. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow Immortal Goo, but seeing this situation he no longer fantasized. He refined the 45 Immortal Yuan Stone into Green Grape Immortal Essence. This way, his Green Grape Immortal Essence reached an unprecedented number of 91. The power of the River of Time could not be stopped by anyone. Time passed, it was finally the day of He Lolan's immortal ascension. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing went through the Stargate according to the agreement, arriving in northern plains. Looking around, all he could see was the spread of frost and silence. In the world of ice and snow, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were already waiting. This is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai by Yunxing had already answered, "This is the extreme ice battlefield at the north of northern plains. Legends say that reckless savage demon Venerable fought a strong enemy here, destroying this place and turning it into nothingness. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extreme frost profound ice, freezing this place again." "That's right." Fairy Li Shan nodded. "Thus, this place has little life force and the heaven and earth chi is not as dense as normal places." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan and chuckled. "You purposely chose this place to undergo tribulation. Were you worried that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? However, the lack of heaven and earth chi will affect the foundation of your immortal aperture blessed land, and your potential to advance to Gu Immortal in the future." Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, and a handful of goo worms appeared in her palm. "If there is not enough heaven and earth chi, we will use these goo worms. Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. Oh? It is actually an ancient Qi path rank 5 goo, small family Qi goo? This is the first time I have seen it. Legends say that this goo worm can absorb all kinds of Qi in heaven and earth and store them. If it advances further, it would be the immortal goo great family Qi. The Qi Dao appeared earlier than the Strength Dao and also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was about to explain, but to think that Fang Yuan actually knew about it, she could not help but praise. Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable, not bad, not bad. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his eyes brightened. This goo worm is good. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are formed when the heaven and earth Qi is too dense. With this goo worm, can't we indirectly control the heaven and earth Qi, and influence the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? During the 10 extreme immortal ascension, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities are very terrifying. Sai, if not for this small family Qi goo, I would not have the confidence to let little Lan advance to goo immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, looking at He Lulan with a gaze full of worry. Shortly after, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, if He Lulan passes the tribulation successfully, you will only need to return half of the immortal Yuan stone I borrowed from you, and I will also give you the recipe of the small family Qi goo. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone with joy, while Fang Yuan nodded expressionlessly. What I am worried about now, other than the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, there is also that old ghost He Qing. The last time I went out to northern plains, that old ghost immediately found me. Evidently he left a tracking method on me, but I could not find him no matter how hard I tried. After pausing for a moment, He Lulan continued, we need to plan for the worst. He Cheng's tracking method is not simple. If he attacks at the crucial moment, the possibility of me diverting my attention to deal with him is very small. But if I can endure the Qi intake step, my body will be cleansed by the 3 Qi, strengthened by the Dao seal, cleansed and purified. Even He Cheng's immortal tracking method will be cleanly removed. As long as we pass the second stage, we can directly leave. I understand, go ahead. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, slowly closing her eyes. The first step of immortal ascension, shattering the aperture. The 10 extreme aperture was different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Goo Master to continuously use primeval essence to attack the aperture walls, while the 10 extreme aperture walls were already unable to endure it. He Lulan undid the seal of the goo worms on her aperture, and the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally flawless body now had a hole, and a huge suction force towards the heaven and earth Qi suddenly erupted. Clouds started to form in the originally blue sky. The icy plain under her feet slightly shook, and cracks started to appear on the thick ice surface. He Lulan relaxed her body, allowing the formless force to form between heaven and earth to lift her delicate body up into the air. Her skin was as white as snow, her black hair casually drooped down, and she wore a black warrior robe, making her body look even more graceful and graceful. The wind started to blow. In just a dozen breaths of time, the wind became fiercer. From a small breeze, it turned into a fierce gale. The clouds in the sky connected into a huge patch, covering the entire sky above He Lulan's head. On the cracked ice layer, there were many cracks from which smoke and dust rose. This was the sign of earth Qi being drawn out from the depths of the ice layer. Soon, snow started to fall from the sky. The cloud layer became thicker, and the color changed from gray-white to dark black. Everything within 1,000 li was dark and gloomy. The wind howled, causing bone-chilling ice and frost to fill the entire world. At the same time, earth Qi erupted, and with puffing sounds the earth Qi spread out like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, concealing their figures. Only Fang Yuan was left standing on the spot, looking up at the sky. His tall body was like an unchanging stone statue. Even the fierce wind and snow could not move him at all. This was the ordinary wind and snow. No matter how big it was, it could not pose any threat to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The intense wind continued to howl, becoming louder and louder, like the cries of ghosts and deities. As expected of the tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques, the heaven and earth Qi here is so thin, but it can still attract so much of it. If this were in other parts of northern plains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Bai Yunxing was hiding far away, his figure could not be seen, but seeing this situation he could not help but feel shocked. In the wind and snow, the heaven and earth Qi became denser. He Lulan started to sprinkle small family Qi goo. Chapter 690. With small family Qi goo, I have a way to influence heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Fang Yuan observed quietly at the side. The wind howled, the snow swept, and the hail that was as hard as iron continuously smashed onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan did not move at all, his immortal zombie body did not suffer any damage. Bang bang bang. He Lulan continued to throw out small family qi gu. When these ancient qi path gu worms reached their limit in absorbing heaven and earth qi, she immediately retrieved them. During this process, many small family qi gu self-detonated, the absorbed heaven and earth qi returned to heaven and earth. When a gu master becomes a gu immortal, heaven and earth qi will fluctuate intensely, be it mortal gu or immortal gu, they will suffer backlash. Even though He Lulan had prepared small family qi gu, it could only affect the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, it could not control it. As time passed, it was inevitable that the qi of heaven and earth would become denser and denser, reaching the point where the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would occur. In the howling wind, He Lulan's black hair danced in the wind. The ends of her hair and the snow slapped against her face. Clothes made from gu worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were still tenacious. Fang Yuan secretly felt strange. Why haven't there been any natural disasters and earthly calamities at this time? His eyes shone with a strange light as he activated his gu worm to observe carefully. Even the snow and wind could not obstruct his vision. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. There were many types of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. Some were grand and powerful, some were strange and terrifying. No one knew what would happen. Gu masters could only rely on their luck and prepare as much as they could. Counter every move. Woo woo woo, and the sound of the wind grew sharper and sharper, almost piercing his eardrums. Fang Yuan felt annoyed and irritated as he listened. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, forcefully activating the investigative gu and looking into the clouds. Suddenly, a violet-colored chime took shape. It rotated slowly, emitting a humming sound. As it turned out, the natural disaster had already quietly formed. The whimpering grew louder and sharper. Mixed with the wind, it spread for hundreds of miles. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he couldn't block out the sound. Even though he had prepared some sound path mortal gu. But his sound path attainment was extremely low, he could not effectively defend against it. His heart was beating rapidly along with the sharp whistling sound, and all the blood in his body began to flow in reverse. The other side. He Lulan grunted. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his condition was even worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted as cold light flashed in his eyes. This is a heart-shocking sound tribulation. Once a gu master hears it, their blood will flow backwards and their heart will beat faster. Over time, the blood would rush to the 7 apertures. The heart exploded. I have the body of an immortal zombie, my corpse blood is cold. It hardly flowed, so it was less affected. However, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, so her qi and blood were the most vigorous. Thus, she was restrained by the shocking sound tribulation. We must destroy the source of the sound tribulation, the purple chime. When he thought up to here, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He activated his light illusion bat wings and soared into the sky. The closer he got to the purple chime, the more shocked he became. When he was 300 steps away from the tribulation cloud, his heart was beating at an extreme speed, even the muscles in his body were twitching. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green zombie blood. Just now, his heart could not take it anymore and exploded. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, his heart was no longer his weakness, such an injury instead aroused his ferocious nature. He laughed strangely, raising his 8 arms and activating a killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps quickly formed and shot towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud and hit the purple chime. The chime was not sturdy, it shattered instantly. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled, heaven and earth gathered, and a purple chime was about to form again. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. How could a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be destroyed so easily? This change was not out of his expectations. Icy drill stardust. He gathered his 8 arms and activated an offensive killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the deep blue starlight, stardust sparkled like diamonds, colliding with each other. Fang Yuan gave a light shout, his 8 arms pushed the starlight lumps deep into the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lumps, the slower their speed. But after destroying the purple chime that formed again, A large number of starlight lumps remained at the spot, emitting cracking sounds as they self-detonated. Heaven and earth gathered, forming the purple chime, but they were instantly destroyed by the starlight lumps. The starlight lumps melted at a visible speed, but the heart-shocking demonic sound did not enter Fang Yuan's ears again. Fang Yuan successfully suppressed the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let his guard down. How could it be so easy for a 10 extreme physique to advance to Gu Immortal? He continued to use Icy Drill Stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had extraordinary power, and after fusing with Do Min Jun's inheritance, it was worth 4 immortal yuan stones. The Icy Drill Stardust was continuously replenished, and the purple chime was constantly being destroyed. Fang Yuan took some time to look down at He Lulan. The latter's breathing stabilized again, her eyes were still shut. Her expression was resolute as she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her fair and beautiful face, there were traces of dried blood. But the great strength true martial physique's recovery speed was astonishing. It could be said to be number 1 among the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already healed completely. Her hands moved continuously, scattering small family chi gu with one hand and retrieving them with the other. She had clearly changed her battle strategy, scattering small family chi gu on the ground and rarely flying into the sky. From this, it could be inferred that there were not many small family chi gu. After all, they were ancient chi path gu worms. Even with the gu recipe, the gu refinement materials were very hard to find. Even though He Lulan had prepared for a long time, she did not have many left. Fang Yuan had just retracted his gaze, when at this moment he heard a sobbing sound. The sound was mournful and pitiful, like the crying of a resentful woman in the palace, or the murmur of a young girl thinking of her lover in her dreams. The voice was suppressed, full of tenderness, but also resentment and resentment. When Fang Yuan heard this sound, even with his immortal zombie body, he felt waves of weakness. It was as if he could not exert any strength. He was a hero who was short of breath. He fell into an endless land of tenderness. His lofty ambitions could not be fully unleashed. His sturdy fists and legs felt like they were stuck in cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt weak and powerless. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He activated investigative gu and looked up, seeing that not far away from the purple chime, there was a pink chime. The chime continued to vibrate, emitting a sobbing sound. This was decadent sound tribulation. Before Fang Yuan could activate his killer move. After breaking the pink chime, a demonic sound pierced his ears. Dong dong dong. The sound was like thunder. It was like a giant beating a drum. Every sound seemed to strike the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, his thoughts could not circulate. They were shattered by the thunderous sounds. Thought tremor, sound tribulation. Immortal zombies had rigid thoughts to begin with. This heavenly tribulation countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He was unable to think, his body shook intensely, he almost fell from the sky. At the moment of danger, he activated Delight in Water and Mountain Gu with just a trace of clarity. 3 beads of green grape immortal essence were poured into Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. The majestic joyful will gushed out and spread throughout Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his body. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound entered his ears. It was rapidly approaching. Fang Yuan subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. At the next moment, his 5 fingers were directly cut off. The 5 fingers were engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing in the boundless snow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sharp sound did not stop. It approached Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods. Finally, he could vaguely see transparent threads mixed in the snow. They were extraordinarily sharp. They formed a huge net that enveloped Fang Yuan from all directions. These transparent threads were not tangible, they were formed from sound. Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. This is flying blade sound tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated a defensive killer move, before activating a movement killer move. Fang Yuan continued to move. The black armor broke into pieces. After leaving the hair armor, the pieces turned into black zombie hair. Fang Yuan moved left and right. He finally found a gap and broke through the sound net. But the transparent threads continued to attack him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths of time before it reached its limit, shattering loudly. Fang Yuan snorted. He quickly activated a defensive killer move, forming a new hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right. His body was like a phantom. At the same time, icy drill stardust rained down on him. When the stardust came into contact with the sound net, it was completely intercepted and cut into pieces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan's fingers quickly grew back, and his shattered heart also formed back together. Howl, howl, howl. Without the stardust to replenish him, the first purple chime finally grew out. Ghostly cries resounded again. Fang Yuan's blood flowed in reverse. His heart that had just recovered started to beat wildly again, heading towards self-detonation. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. Be it icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings or hair armor, they were all activated to their limits, but they could not resist this danger. This was only He Lolan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not completely formed because of the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fang Yuan's mind, a huge amount of joyful will was expended. In just a short period of time, a tenth of it had already been expended. My current battle strength is already at upper tier rank 6, but I can't do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity of the 10 extreme physiques are truly terrifying. It is several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found that in the depths of this tribulation cloud, there were 4 chimes of different colors, slowly forming. Earlier, the 4 chimes had already made Fang Yuan tired of dealing with them. Now that there were 4 more, Fang Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yunxing was speechless as he watched from the dark. It seems that the difficulty of the 10 extreme physiques is not just several times, it is at least 10 times that of ordinary Gu masters. He had thought that his tribulation was already very difficult. To think that He Lolan's difficulty was even higher than his, by a lot. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, they can spread over 880 li, shaking heaven and earth and killing gods and immortals. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, also saw the 8 chimes and recognized them. She almost wanted to help them. 8-layered demonic sound tribulation. If all 8 sounds are emitted at the same time, the power will be overwhelming, this tribulation will fail prematurely, there is no hope of success. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. The more difficult the situation was, the more his battle intent surged. Crack, crack, crack. Throughout the process, the mortal Gu he used were exploding continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth caused him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, he had more than enough spare Gu worms, his killer moves never stopped. Chapter 691. From He Lolan's eyes, a dazzling light burst out. The light condensed into a solid pillar of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and shot towards the 2 chimes. With a loud sound, the chimes shattered and vanished, unable to be formed again. The pillar of light flashed as He Lolan closed her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, it only lasted for a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. He Lolan used Immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an Immortal Gu was truly extraordinary, it was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan's mortal killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. He Lolan calmed down for a while before opening her eyes. 2 beams of light shot out in a flash, extinguishing 2 more chimes. Fang Yuan was shocked. Such power is not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu, it is a combination of Mortal Gu. Through the attack of her gaze, the light of Divert Disaster is more solid and precise. In other words, this is an immortal killer move that He Lolan has already developed, using Divert Disaster Immortal Gu as the core. He Lolan was extremely talented. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she had already developed an immortal killer move? This made Fang Yuan feel incredulous, but the facts in front of him spoke louder than words. At this time, He Lolan opened her eyes again and destroyed 2 chimes. But this time, when she closed her eyes, 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as her body shook. In her hand, the Divert Disaster Gu that she was holding had cracks on it, it was emitting a faint sound. This immortal killer move that was developed in a hurry was not complete, it had a strong weakness. 2 chimes left. He Lolan did not care about anything else, she gritted her teeth. She forcefully opened her eyes again and destroyed the final 2 chimes of the heavenly calamity. Guh. Her beautiful eyes shattered at this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out. Blood gushed out from her empty eye sockets. With a loud sound, Divert Disaster Immortal Gu in her hand also exploded. The fragments turned into specks of light that leaked out from the gaps of her fingers before vanishing completely. He Lolan was completely blinded. Although she had the great strength true martial physique and her recovery ability was astonishing, she was unable to withstand it. But his eyeball was injured, he forcefully used Immortal Gu divert disaster. Luck path Dao marks remained in her eye sockets, preventing her from recovering. The rank 6 divert disaster Immortal Gu was also destroyed. It became a masterpiece. He Lulan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of an ambitious person, she paid a huge price to eliminate the heavenly calamity. Now only the earth tribulation was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't help but praise in his heart, decisive. When the 10 absolutes ascended to immortality, the heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters were extremely terrifying. What was worse was that there might be powerful enemies who would disturb them. The huge pressure of survival forced He Lulan to give up divert disaster Immortal Gu, as well as her eyeballs. This was a decision that ordinary people would find hard to make. This kind of abandonment allowed He Lulan's ambitious and ruthless heart to be completely displayed. The sky hung down like a clear waterfall. Earth chi surged upward. It was like a golden fountain. The deep foundation that He Lulan had turned into a huge wave of human chi. Suddenly, it exploded. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Bai Yunxing was dumbfounded as he watched from afar. He Lulan's human chi was several times that of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's combined human chi. The human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely abundant. The main reason for this was the 10 extreme apertures. Even though they were mentally prepared, the spectators were still shocked. The 3 chi were separated, forming a huge chi cocoon that enveloped He Lulan. At this point she entered the second stage, taking in chi. He Lulan focused on balancing the 3 chi. She recalled the small family chi gu. She could not fight the enemy for the time being. Crack crack. The glacier cracked, heaven and earth shook. Right at this time, a thunderous roar resounded, a huge violent ape jumped out of the glacier. With a loud sound, the violent ape landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. The edges of the pits were covered in ice shards. The violent ape patted its chest, raising its head and roaring. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation clouds froze. Its body was white as snow, its eyes were red like blood, its fur were like icicles that pierced towards the sky. It was hundreds of feet tall, as large as a mountain. It had an overwhelming aura and was extremely ferocious. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a tiny beetle in front of a cat. The earthly tribulation has appeared. It is actually an ancient desolate beast tribulation. This is an earthly tribulation that only rank 7 Gu immortals can face. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. Fairy Li Shan's mind was echoing with a name, Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was cast down. This was rank 7 battle strength. If it still had Immortal Gu on it, it would be even worse, it would be even more difficult to fight against it. He Lulan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. He Cheng had not appeared, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing were hiding far away. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He patted his chest, activating his trump card in advance. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. Fist chi burst out. It was vast and majestic, like a gushing river or a raging sea. In a few breaths of time, over 10,000 Fang Yuan strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan's main body from all directions. In the sky and on the ground, they formed into a spherical formation. To prevent the battle from getting too intense and not having enough time, Fang Yuan had activated the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self many times before coming to Northern Plains. The strength path phantoms were stored in his immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could be maintained for some time. They were not living beings. They were not affected by the death energy in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan released a portion at this moment. He immediately regained his momentum. The Icefall Divine Ape had been itching to attack, but seeing the army of strength path phantoms hovering in the sky, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its muscles tensed up and it chose to confront them. Wind and snow howled. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. His body was like a rock as he pointed at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the 3 armies moved together. Battle cries resounded in the sky. An army of tens of thousands of strength path phantoms surged towards the Icefall Divine Ape like a tidal wave. Such power. Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was shaken. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self, back in Langya Blessed Land. He had seen it once when Fang Yuan was beating up the desolate beast swamp crab. But back then Fang Yuan had only expended 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. 10,000 phantoms shot out. Yet now, an army of tens of thousands had charged over in unison. As the might of the army spread out, it naturally carried a vast aura that covered the heavens and the earth. The army charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape, splitting into 4 groups along the way. One went to the left, one went to the right. One went to the left, one went to the right. The Icefall Divine Ape became ferocious, it advanced instead of retreating. It charged forward. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom army moved like an extension of his body. Under his will, they spread out with a loud rumble. It was like a huge net. It trapped the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill. Kill. The Strength Path Phantoms roared, they were like ants as they attacked the Icefall Divine Ape. The Icefall Divine Ape charged left and right, destroying countless Strength Path Phantoms, but it could not break through Fang Yuan's army's blockade. There is actually such a powerful killer move in this world. Together with his Enslavement Path Master attainment, no wonder little Lan values Fang Yuan so much. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. Strength Path Phantoms flew out. They continued to fly out of his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had over 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture, but only 80,000 came out. These Strength Path Phantoms. The most ordinary ones had 2 arms followed by 4 and 6. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily, it fought fiercely, its huge body and monstrous strength as well as the icicles all over its body, caused injuries to the Strength Path Phantoms. If they touched them they would die. But when the fist chi dissipated, a portion of it would be expended, while the remaining portion would condense into Strength Path Phantoms again. This change greatly slowed the rate at which Fang Yuan's army was being expended. During this process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was being expended rapidly. Commanding an army of tens of thousands, the joyful will expenditure was terrifying. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo close to 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape is an ancient desolate beast, but it has no immortal goo, it does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did this earthly calamity come from? Fang Yuan could see the Icefall Divine Ape's weakness. It did not have an immortal goo or even a mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly reduced. In that case, it is time to get rid of you. Fang Yuan's lips curled, a fierce light shined in his eyes. He personally went up, pouncing. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back. Fang Yuan's speed rose sharply, he was like a meteor. Along the way, sonic booms could be heard. In a few breaths of time, he crossed a huge distance. Like a demon god descending, he arrived above the Icefall Divine Ape's head. Come, group strength boost. Fang Yuan screamed in his mind. Immediately, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture activated at the same time. Group strength goo had already been incorporated into Fang Yuan's myriad self system. Now that it was activated, myriad self underwent a new change. Hundreds of Strength Path Phantoms dissipated, their strength was gathered on Fang Yuan's body under the effect of group strength goo. Fang Yuan raised his right arm, smashing it down on the Icefall Divine Ape's head. There was a loud bang. His entire forearm smashed on the Divine Ape's head with unparalleled force. The huge rebound caused Fang Yuan's forearm to explode, his bones broke into pieces, his flesh and blood turned into powder. And on the Icefall Divine Ape's head, there was a huge hole. Soon, cracks spread out from the hole, affecting the ape's entire head. The Icefall Divine Ape's head exploded. Seeing this scene, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing, both of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? The entire ape's head exploded? Impossible, this is an ancient desolate beast. Myriad Self was perfected by him, he was the one who added group strength goo, he was clear of the amplification of group strength. At most, the Icefall Divine Ape's head would bleed, but the ape's head would not explode. Be careful. Right at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but appear, warning loudly. Fang Yuan turned around, his pupils shrunk. Without Fang Yuan noticing, the Icefall Divine Ape's fist had silently approached. Like a venomous snake, it smashed down at lightning speed. Chapter 692. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan was like a fly that was swatted away, flying back. He flew through the air like lightning before smashing onto the hard ice. Rumble. Ice shards splashed. The enormous force caused Fang Yuan to shoot through the ice layer like a cannonball, only stopping after a few thousand steps of distance. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, lying on the ice. Even with his immortal zombie body he could not move. His body was like a tattered sack, green corpse blood flowed out, he was covered in wounds, his bones were broken, some were embedded in his flesh, some were protruding out of his body. 8 arms, only 3 were left. A severed arm fell on the ice path not far from Fang Yuan. This long ice path was created by Fang Yuan using his own body. Cough cough cough. Fang Yuan kept coughing, his eyes were wide open as he looked in disbelief. The Icefall divine ape that had lost its head was still standing upright. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even if it was an ancient desolate beast, it would immediately collapse after its head was smashed. But this Icefall divine ape not only did not fall, it even gave Fang Yuan a powerful counterattack. Fang Yuan thought back to that huge punch earlier. According to common sense, such a huge force should have created a sonic boom. However, the entire process was completely silent. This was not something an Icefall divine ape could do, because there were no signs of goo worms on its body. Fang Yuan tried to move his body, his immortal zombie body shook, but he was still lying on the ice, his efforts were in vain. But Fang Yuan could feel it. His body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy to replace life energy. As long as they were not instantly destroyed, they would be filled with death energy. He would always recover at a strange and fast speed. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over. At the same time, rays of black light shot out from his hands and landed on Fang Yuan. These pitch-black lights were specially prepared for Fang Yuan by Tai Bai Yunxing. They were not ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms. It brought life force and stimulated life force, but it was useless against an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wanted to strengthen the aura of death. The stronger the death chi, the faster his recovery speed. Therefore, zombies were also known as the living dead. With the help of Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan's recovery speed soared. Very good. Fang Yuan grinned. Soon he regained his mobility. He stood up from the ice. With a bang, the Icefall divine ape suddenly underwent a shocking transformation, and itself detonated. After the explosion, a large group of Pegasi took the place of the Icefall divine apes. These Pegasi were definitely not ordinary, they were not the current winged Pegasi. They were larger, 2 to 3 times the size of the winged Pegasi. On their backs there were at least 2 pairs of wings. Some even had as many as 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasi, the more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4 winged Pegasi were beast emperors. 6 winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, ancient Pegasi were already extinct. And right now, most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi, there were even a few with 6 wings. The Pegasi group roared as they collided with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. As the battle unfolded, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunxing flew rapidly towards Fang Yuan, and seeing this he could not help but stare with wide-opened eyes. The ancient Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army fought each other, creating a chaotic situation. Fang Yuan was at a great disadvantage. Because the originally loose formation of the Strength Path Phantom Army was to deal with giant beasts like the Icefall Divine Ape. Now that it was the united Pegasi group, because their forces were scattered, the Pegasi group could easily cut through them. Even though the Strength Path Phantom Army cooperated well with each other and formed small battle formations, they still lost more than they won, suffering heavy casualties. The massacre continued and there were no corpses. The Strength Path Phantom Army was formed from fist force, so it was fine. The key was that the Pegasi group did not have physical bodies. After killing them they turned into nothingness. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly shone with a bright light. He racked his brains, searching for answers in his memories, and finally, a thought flashed in his mind, making him think of an indistinct possibility. This possibility made him turn back to look at He Lulan. He did not see He Lulan. He Lulan was wrapped in a huge 3-colored ball of air, and she was nowhere to be seen. As long as she digested this 3-colored ball of air, her potential after becoming an immortal would definitely be extremely deep, and her future would be bright. Fang Yuan turned back to face the Pegasi group. His eyes narrowed into slits, he smiled and waved his hand behind him. At the same time, he sent a message to stop Tai Bai Yunxing, who was rushing over. Old Bai, retreat to the side, help me control the formation. Then he gritted his teeth and charged forward again. He actually charged all the way, charging into the chaotic battle between the Pegasi group and the Strength Path Phantom Army. Immediately, countless ancient Pegasi swarmed over, charging towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest. He activated his hair armor, raising his arms to protect his head. After identifying his target, he suddenly shouted and pounced forward, forcefully pressing an injured four-winged Pegasi from the sky to the ground. With a bang, the man and the Pegasi fell heavily to the ground, the ice surface shattered, and a deep pit was formed. Fang Yuan's body was covered in wounds, many of his bones were fractured and his flesh was torn. His body that had just been repaired was shattered again. When he charged into the chaotic battle and pressed down a four-winged Pegasi, he was attacked by countless Pegasi. These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. A large number of Pegasi gathered into a white stream, charging down from the sky. Their target was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the struggling four-winged Pegasi below him. On the other hand, his will was surging like boiling water in his mind, it was being consumed intensely. In the sky, two strength path phantoms coordinated with each other, cutting the charging Pegasi group in half like a pair of giant scissors. At the same time, inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, a large number of strength path phantoms appeared and quickly spread, forming a circular formation above Fang Yuan's head. They disregarded the sacrifices and defended against the Pegasi group's attack. The four-winged Pegasi below Fang Yuan was not obedient, it neighed and struggled intensely. The immense strength was shocking, even Fang Yuan, an 8-armed immortal zombie, a strength path Gu immortal, could not hold back. Time was pressing. There was no time to lose. Fang Yuan raised his fist and smashed down, immediately destroying the Pegasi's head. But the headless Pegasi continued to struggle, as if it was not affected at all. Fang Yuan punched with his 8 arms, punches landed on the Pegasi's body. On the thick ice surface underground. It could not hold on. It shattered into pieces. Ordinary four-winged Pegasi were equivalent to beast emperors, they had rank 5 battle strength. But against Fang Yuan's ferocious might, even a powerful wild Gu would be smashed into meat paste. This strange four-winged Pegasi did not have any Gu worms on it, it dissipated after being smashed by Fang Yuan. No fur, bones, or blood was left behind. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. His eyes opened wide. Following the destruction of the four-winged Pegasi, a formless will entered his mind, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. At once, he half knelt on the broken ice surface, his movements paused like a statue, he ignored the attacks above him as if he was in a nightmare. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and was extremely worried, he flew over again. Come back, don't disturb him. To him this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fairy Li Shan suddenly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing squinted his eyes, replying angrily, it seems you know what this tribulation is? Fairy Li Shan. We are allies, we are here to protect He Lulan during her tribulation. You have been deceiving us all along. What are your intentions? This is not deceiving, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have died long ago. This was only a guess, it has been verified now. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only concealed this crucial information, but that did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allies, they could not share every secret. Fang Yuan would not be able to do this. Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing paused, he flew as he questioned angrily, then why are you still not telling me? What bullshit guess is this? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air, speaking quickly, Tai Bai Yunxing, you know the origin of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed a corner of northern plains, turning this place into nothingness. To make up for it, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, spitting out extreme frost profound ice to freeze this place, forming a huge icy plain. Get to the point. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions, she did not blame him, continuing to explain. As everyone knows, reckless savage demon Venerable is a strength path Gu Venerable, the ancestor of strength path, he also created transformation path. Any rank 9 Venerable is the child of the great Tao, they are the closest to the truth of heaven and earth. Not only does their words follow the law, their every action contains true meaning, even their gaze contains the profundities of nature. Even if they die, their trump card killer moves will be engraved in heaven and earth, forming a type of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but think of formless hands. Yes, I knew this long ago. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix, spitting out profound ice to create our current icy plain. Don't forget, Ice Phoenix is a transformation path killer move. Thus, as the creator of the icy plain, reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning towards strength path and transformation path is engraved in this world. Among a few Gu immortals there is a guess, or more accurately, a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in the icy plane, Tao marks will resonate and draw out reckless savage demon venerables' true meaning towards strength path and transformation path in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunqing's body shook. Then doesn't that mean? That's right. The Icefall divine ape is only an illusion, the ancient Pegasus is also the same, they are only the true meaning of strength path and transformation path, manifested through the earthly calamity. Completely shattering these external manifestations, the small portion of true meaning contained within will burst forth and pour into the body. What is true meaning? It is the understanding towards heaven and earth, the great Tao and laws. Fang Yuan has just shattered the Pegasus, and received the true meaning pouring into his body. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving reckless savage demon venerable's teachings. Fairy Li Shan said these shocking words, but at the same time she also revealed a strong feeling of envy. Obtaining the teachings of a rank 9 venerable, what a great opportunity this was. Chapter 693. Fairy Li Shan continued, sighing. The rumor of reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning is said to have originated from Northern Plains rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, he underwent tribulation in this icy plane. But after so many years, Gu immortals have become rare. Among these new Gu immortals, transformation path is rare, and strength path is even rarer. Thus, this conjecture has always been hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunqing snorted coldly, no longer approaching Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had deceived him and Fang Yuan, he had obtained such a huge benefit, Tai Bai Yunqing's resentment had mostly dissipated. He turned around and looked at He Lulan with a profound gaze. He Lulan was wrapped in the 3 chi cocoons, everything was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoons were shrinking in an orderly manner. This woman's ambition is really huge. She is not satisfied with becoming a 10 extreme true immortal, she still wants to learn from reckless savage demon venerable. She is not afraid of not having enough strength and bursting her belly. Speaking of which, this adventure style is very similar to Fang Yuan, they are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunqing sighed inwardly. As expected, these are true unexpected manifestations, ah. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his expression was in high spirits as he slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position. He looked at the ancient Pegasus group in front of him again. This time, his gaze had already changed. His gaze had become extremely passionate, like a pervert who had endured for thousands of years seeing a peerless beauty. He was like an insatiable thief who had seen the greatest treasure in the world. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation is still shallow, my strength path attainment is only at quasi-grandmaster. Every slight increase in my attainment is extremely difficult. I need to trigger a qualitative change from the accumulation of quantitative changes over a long period of time. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning manifestations, I can rapidly raise my strength path attainment to true grandmaster realm. With 500 years of hard work and experience, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the difficulty of raising one's attainment level. Realm represented one's understanding of the great Tao. Strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of strength path. They were roughly divided into normal, quasi-master, master and quasi-grandmaster. Master level, great grandmaster level. Most Gu masters in their entire lives. They were all at normal rank. Quasi-master level were those geniuses or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced. Master level was already 1 in a million. For example, in the Imperial Court contest, the huge Northern Plains. Heroes gathered. Only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were master pilots. Enslavement path masters were Jiang Baoya, Yang Pering, Mazun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. In terms of refinement path great grandmasters, in the entire history of the human race, there were only long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. Every time one's realm increased, it would result in an earth-shattering increase in one's battle prowess. This was because a higher cultivation level meant a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. It could allow Gu masters to refine even better new Gu, create even more killer moves, and display the greatest advantage of their path. Fang Yuan's understanding of the various paths. The highest was blood path. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a famous blood path grandmaster. Thus, his battle strength was outstanding, he created many new blood path Gu. These new Gu even surpassed Blood Sea Ancestor in some aspects. He also created many Blood Path killer moves. Even though these were mortal killer moves, they were extremely powerful. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. It was a killer move created by squeezing out all of his potential, learning from nature and using Wisdom Gu. It was a new starting point for the fusion of enslavement and strength path. But even with such a killer move in terms of battle strength, he was not the match of the Blood Path peak in the 500 years of his previous life. Fang Yuan could suppress the immortal killer move Myriad Self just by using the combination of his Blood Path killer moves from his previous life. He even used his Grandmaster attainment level to create some remnant recipes of brand new Blood Path Immortal Gu from scratch. Of course, the completion rate of these remnant recipes was very low. This was the world of Gu worms and also the world of Gu masters. The nurture, use and refinement of Gu worms, the main body was still the Gu master. Generation after generation of Gu masters innovated and used their abundant creativity to research new Gu worms and create new paths. Only then could there be a splendid Gu path that encompassed all aspects and was full of splendor. Only then could there be stars shining brightly, heroes appearing in large numbers, and the grand history of humanity. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. The sages of the past had created many pinnacles. Even if people looked up to them, it was a great achievement that the later generations could not surpass. But all in all, the overall strength of the 5 regions was constantly improving, becoming more profound, surpassing the immemorial antiquity era, olden antiquity era, and so on. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine Gu. In the end, they are all the exploration and learning of nature, heaven and earth, and the great Tao. Be it a Xinxiao world, a magical world, or a scientific world, they are all the same. They are all exploring and learning the whole of nature. It is just that according to the laws of the world, the methods of exploration are different. Only by constantly exploring could one learn. Only by learning could one accumulate. Only by accumulating could one transcend. And in this world, the step-by-step result of learning the great Tao of heaven and earth is the attainment level of each path. The great Tao is a wordless heavenly book. Gu masters explore and learn the world. They need to use Gu worms to probe around. They need to constantly summarize, comprehend, and need inspiration. They need sufficient experience and experience. But right now, I have obtained the true meaning in fusion. It is like standing on the shoulders of a giant and looking at the world. It is to let reckless savage demon venerable translate the wordless heavenly book into words that I can understand, and then let me read it directly. This is such a wide shortcut, an extremely rare opportunity. It will save me a lot of hard work in the future. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hey Lulan. You are a lunatic. You actually want to learn from reckless savage demon venerable and obtain the true meaning in fusion while learning from nature. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to comprehend it and become flustered, causing your immortal ascension to fail? But I like your greed. I'll accept all of your generous gifts without hesitation. Fang Yuan shouted in his heart. With such great benefits in front of him, he decided to not leave anything behind. Myriad Self. Myriad Self. Myriad Self. He continued to activate immortal killer moves for the first time. Disregarding the cost, he activated them crazily. Countless strength path phantoms were created by him, instantly forming a strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. The scale was much larger than before. At the same time, the mortal Gu used to form the immortal killer moves were destroyed in large numbers. This was the backlash of heaven and earth. This was also the result of Fang Yuan's crazed activation. But Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache. As long as his core cleansed soul immortal Gu was fine. He had made ample preparations for this trip. He had a large number of substitute mortal Gu. Come. Fang Yuan opened his chest. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from his immortal aperture. The strength path army was like a flood, pouring down on heaven and earth, sweeping over mountains and rivers. The sparse army was immediately replenished. Soon it surpassed its original limit and reached a new height. A large number. A vast number of strength path phantoms filled the entire battlefield. There are at least 300,000. This scene stunned Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. The ancient Pegasus group was tightly surrounded by the strength path phantom army. At this moment, the battle between the two armies had reached a climax. Fang Yuan walked calmly. He walked on the icy surface of the battlefield. In his mind, joyful will was produced and expended rapidly. Under his command, the army formed a tacit understanding and cooperation. Waves of military power, like giant hands, beat down the four-winged heavenly horses one by one without caring about the losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together. The four-winged Pegasus were forcefully pressed down on the icy surface. After that, Fang Yuan slowly walked over. He raised his 8 thick giant arms, creating a curtain of fist shadows as he ruthlessly attacked. Amidst the cries of pain, the Pegasus were smashed into pieces. True meaning poured in. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken by the impact. The profundity of the great Tao was quickly absorbed by Fang Yuan. His movements were stiff for a few breaths of time, but he soon regained control. Like this, Fang Yuan slaughtered the ancient Pegasus crazily. This feels good. After receiving another true meaning infusion, he excitedly raised his head and roared. His gaze was like blood, one could not look straight at him. His strength path realm that had been slowly rising for several years, was rapidly rising with each true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak. Fang Yuan's craziness caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Fairy Li Shan's side also became silent. After half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity changed again. The Pegasus group fused together, turning into 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were covered in hard black armor that looked like shields. Their defense was very strong. The snake heads were as big as houses. When they landed on the ground, they occupied the terrain to defend. They became shield snakes again? Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. His body did not move, but the strength path army in the air pressed down like a dark cloud. After occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend from above. It was no longer like flying in the air, where there were openings to attack from above and below. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell sharply. After a long time, he finally commanded a large force to move a shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally, pouncing forward. The shield snake was covered in injuries, but before it could raise its head, it was attacked by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength of 45 group strength Gu directly smashed the shield snake's head into pieces. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous one charged into Fang Yuan's mind. Half of the snake's body that had lost its head suddenly split into small snakes, forming a sinister and slippery snake sea in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the great Tao. His body could not move. He fell into the snake sea. The snake sea attacked crazily, quickly submerging his huge body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. Earlier, when the true meaning infusion was used, Fang Yuan was like a Pegasus, from birth to death, from small to large. His 4 hooves galloped on the solid ground, his wings flapping as he soared in the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of the Pegasus. He sensed the usage of all kinds of strength and the ingenuity of exerting strength. And now he had turned into a snake. From the moment he broke out of the snake egg, he started to devour his prey like a glutton. He could feel the twisting of the snake's body, the strength of the snake's coiling body, the rhythm of the snake's muscles as it swallowed its prey, the movement of the snake's head as it attacked like lightning. Not only did his strength path attainment rise, his transformation path and even his flying master attainment rose. Chapter 694. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's shout could be heard from afar. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, waking up from the sea of snakes. There were snakes everywhere from head to toe. Countless snakes coiled around his body trying to kill him and gnawing at him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor's protection, he might have already been devoured by these snakes. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He was not shocked but happy. He stretched out his 8 giant hands and clenched, instantly crushing dozens of snakes. Dozens of true meanings assaulted his mind. His consciousness blurred for a moment before recovering. As he gradually adapted and his attainment level increased, the speed at which he absorbed the true meanings also became faster. In a state of intoxication, he even removed his hair armor and opened his mouth, inhaling deeply. Immediately, countless snakes slid into his mouth. He opened his mouth and chewed, his sharp teeth crushing the snake's body, then he swallowed. The snake's body parts vanished into nothingness as soon as they entered his mouth. Waves of true meaning unceasingly filled his mind. Strength path true meaning and transformation path true meaning were rising bit by bit. At the same time, these advancements also gave Fang Yuan a deeper understanding of other domains, as if he had a deeper understanding of them. For example, flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the 3rd shield snake, his strength path attainment finally broke through from quasi-grandmaster realm to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That was to say, as long as Fang Yuan was given some time, he could reach his previous life's blood path attainment. because his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and inspirations. His understanding of strength path had risen to a whole new level. He could create many brand new strength path goo worms, he could create many mortal killer moves related to strength path. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied, the slaughter continued. The earthly calamity could not transform into Icefall Divine Ape, Ancient Pegasus, or Shield Snake group. Finally, it transformed again into a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan commanded the army to kill the rockmen, crush their skulls, devour their bodies, and experience the power of honesty. The earthly calamity turned into a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan continued to self-destruct his strength path phantoms to experience the power of craftiness. The earthly calamity then turned into a rhinoceros. Fang Yuan killed it and comprehended the power of collision. His strength path realm slowly rose. After stabilizing the Grandmaster level, he was sprinting toward becoming a quasi-Grandmaster. Right at this moment, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, tore through the sky and descended. I finally found you. It really is the ice plains. The rainbow dissipated, revealing He Cheng and Xue Songzi. The enemy had finally arrived. So many strength path phantoms, what's going on? Xue Songzi's pupils first shrunk, then immediately emitted a scorching light. This was actually... It seemed like the rumors were true. Transcending tribulation in the northern ice plains might really attract reckless savage demon venerables' true intent. He Cheng scanned the battlefield with his spectral eyes. Then it stopped on the 3-colored cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had yet to completely absorb the 3 Qis. Her human Qi was simply too high. He Lulan, you have nowhere to run this time, why don't you obediently submit? He Cheng laughed heartily, opening his right hand and revealing an immortal goo. This immortal goo shone with eerie blue light, it was a rank 6-time path immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura surged, causing the 2-time path immortal goo in Tai Bai Yunqing's body to vibrate at the same time. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, she appeared and blocked He Lulan, saying coldly, "Immovable blink?" This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo immovable blink, it could stop the target's time for 6 moments. With this goo, He Lulan did not need to worry about Fang Yuan using fixed immortal travel to escape. He Cheng saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze slightly focused, saying with deep meaning, "To think that the true mastermind was you, Fairy Li Shan? What is your intention in sowing discord between us father and daughter? Indeed, which goo immortal would not covet the yin-yang life extension method in my possession?" At the end, He Cheng chuckled, his laughter was filled with mockery towards Fairy Li Shan, as well as full confidence in himself. Fairy Li Shan had a solemn expression, her voice became louder and louder, gradually resounding in heaven and earth. "He Cheng, you are destined to fail today. Don't even think of touching a single hair of little lands, because the one stopping you is me." Saying so, Fairy Li Shan no longer concealed herself, she erupted with the surging aura of a rank 7 goo immortal. At the same time the ice surface shook and shattered, countless tree roots grew rapidly like thick pythons, coiling around each other and slithering around. The trees grew rapidly, becoming verdant and lush. In a few breaths of time, pear blossoms bloomed. The pear blossoms were like snow, the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surrounding several Li. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree, her figure was covered by the lush leaves, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still mediating the 3 Qi floating above the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that 3rd leader's cultivation level had actually reached rank 7 without anyone noticing. "He Cheng, you need to be careful, 3rd leader cultivates both earth and wood, she set up this battlefield in advance. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, due to the alliance agreement, I cannot fight against Fairy Li Shan." Xue Songzi immediately reminded. Fairy Li Shan normally traveled in northern plains, showing her rank 6 cultivation level to others, there were very few people who knew her true cultivation level. He Cheng had a calm expression, his gaze paused on Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunqing and Fairy Li Shan, before finally stopping on He Lulan. An immortal zombie, a rank 6 goo immortal, and a rank 7 goo immortal. He Cheng muttered, he snorted coldly and said to Xue Songzi, "Go deal with that immortal zombie and that rank 6 goo immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan I will capture He Lulan." His words were filled with determination and confidence. Even though Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength was at the lower tier of rank 7, there was still a gap between her and He Cheng. Throwing the hardest bone to He Cheng, Xue Songzi immediately agreed. He flew down towards the earthly calamity. He was a knowledgeable person. He knew that the earthly calamity contained the demon venerable's true meaning. Even though he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share. Gu Immortals would study a wide range of paths to supplement their main path, who would complain about their own attainment level being too high. You are courting death. Fang Yuan saw Xue Songzi charging towards him. He shouted angrily, a fierce light shining in his eyes. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie dares to boast so shamelessly. Xue Songzi snorted in disdain, getting closer. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought with He Qing, he only focused on retreating and escaping. Thus he did not expose his true battle strength. He Qing and Xue Songzi analyzed and felt that Fang Yuan's two-movement immortal Gu were likely lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting intensely with the earthly calamity. But firstly, the earthly calamity was mostly destroyed. Secondly, killer moves of a large scale were very common. Thirdly, most immortal zombies had lower battle strength than ordinary Gu immortals. And fourthly, Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals with him. Xue Songzi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Xue Songzi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above Fang Yuan's head. I will let you have a taste of my power, he shouted as he pushed with both hands using killer moves. Wind and Snow Swing, Iceberg Drill, Snow Sparrow Crisis. He actually used 3 killer moves in one go. Xue Songzi's extraordinary control over Gu worms was displayed. These 3 killer moves were all offensive killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew, snow filled the sky, countless snowflakes turned into flying birds. They were like fish in water in the wind and snow. They were full of spirituality. There were thousands of them. Icicles were the size of small mountains. 20 to 30 of them were covered in sharp icicles. They crashed towards Fang Yuan, looking like they were going to pierce through Fang Yuan and crush him. Fang Yuan sneered. He waved his hand. The myriad army moved. Myriad self raised their heads bravely. Their battle cries shook the sky. Everywhere they went, icebergs shattered, snow sparrows cried out, and romantic scenes stopped. Xue Songzi's expression changed. Only in a true battle could he truly sense the power of myriad self. Seeing the myriad self army charging towards him, Xue Songzi shouted angrily. His hair and beard fluttered as an icy aura burst out. In an instant, the icy aura expanded rapidly, forming a crystalline land in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Everlasting Pine Tree, Ice Hair Dragon Flow. Xue Songzi shouted again, activating 2 defensive killer moves. Immediately, the pine trees in the snow domain grew from nothing. From small to large, the pine trees grew thicker, the branches intertwined, forming thick walls. His snow-white hair that could reach the ground suddenly grew longer. Dragon roars could be heard in the air. His long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice dragons, coiling around his body and forming a castle, protecting Xue Songzi at the center. However, when the myriad self-army charged over, the pine trees fell, the ice dragons crumbled, the snow domain lasted for a while before collapsing. It is an immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Xue Songzi's face was pale, his eyes were filled with fear. He retreated towards the sky, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Qing and Fairy Li Shan were already fighting intensely. The battle between the two had just started, but it had already reached its climax. He Qing activated Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to the limit. 3 dark arrows shot into the pear orchard, moving around and searching for Fairy Li Shan's true body. In the pear orchard there was a dense forest. Pear blossoms were falling. Tree roots intertwined and grew. Suddenly hundreds of sunflower king lotuses appeared. The lotuses bloomed, shooting out pillars of hot light towards He Qing. He Qing's body shook. Black liquid flowed out of his black robe, occupying a part of the sky. This was also a battlefield killer move called Night Veil. In the Night Veil, black balls shot out, raining down like rain. The black balls smashed into the pear orchard and expanded, forming a huge dark vortex. It was the killer move that He Lulan had once used in the Imperial Court contest, Dark Vortex. The dark vortex expanded, corroding the surrounding trees and flowers, forming huge holes in the pear orchard. Rays of hot sunlight tore holes in the Night Veil. Both sides fought. The light pillars became sparse, but the dark vortexes increased in number. He Qing soon gained the upper hand. Chapter 695. Found her. He Qing's eyes suddenly shined. He laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted, countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault." The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Cheng snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken." The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Cheng snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His Immortal Goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the Dark Arrow. He Cheng stared, activating a set of Mortal Goo in his immortal aperture. The 2 arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in mid-air. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the Dark Arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Cheng's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, He Cheng." The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. "He Cheng, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Cheng's strength was due to Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had 1 Mountain Pledge Goo. She could not defend against it directly. She could only think about it and use 3 mortal killer moves to temporarily imprison the Dark Arrow. With the Dark Arrow blocked, He Cheng lost his strongest offensive method. "Is that so? You really think this is all I can do?" He Cheng stood in the night sky, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile. Under Fairy Li Shan's gaze, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm, revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface of the pearl, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast that was sleeping soundly. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes widened, showing a look of shock and fear. "This is Dark Prison?" He Cheng nodded. "That's right, this is my He tribe's rank 6 Immortal Goo house, Dark Prison." His voice was plain but there was pride in it. He Cheng was not He tribe's first Supreme Elder, but to ensure this trip, he had already borrowed this item from He tribe's first Supreme Elder without caring about the price. This is bad. Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast pen. Inside it was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was released now, Fairy Li Shan's side would be doomed. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Vault, Dim Heavenly Flower or Tree Flower Weeping, they were all mortal killer moves. To deal with He Cheng's Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, Fairy Li Shan had racked her brains. using 3 killer moves to barely seal the dark arrow. But because of this she was mentally exhausted and had a splitting headache. Even though she occupied the Pear Orchard battlefield, she was already at a disadvantage against He Cheng's Dark Veil. She could only hold on, hoping that He Lulan would succeed her tribulation and come to reinforce her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying Pear Orchard was as easy as destroying a vegetable garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 tricks attached to Pear Orchard would have their power greatly reduced, and the dark arrow would be able to break free. This way all my previous efforts will be in vain. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth. Right at this time she heard Tai Bai Yunxing's warning, "Be careful." Be careful of what? Fairy Li Shan turned around and saw a dark arrow shooting towards her silently. It was less than a foot away from her. How can this be? I set up the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow pierced through her forehead, piercing through her skull and coming out from the back of her head. Little ant. He Lulan shouted. She had finally digested the 3 qi and regained her mobility. But when she opened her eyes, she saw the pitiful scene of her family member, who had always taken care of her, being pierced through by a dark arrow. It's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows merged together, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves to coordinate with the dark arrow. Fairy Li Shan's defenses quietly crumbled. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. All her injuries were gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. He was not angry at Tai Bai Yunxing for destroying his battle results. It was because Shuesongzi did not use his full strength. They had agreed that he would be in charge of killing Fairy Li Shan, while Shuesongzi would be in charge of killing Tai Bai Yunxing and immortal zombie Fang Yuan. But the result? Tai Bai Yunxing could actually interfere in his battle. Shuesongzi. He Cheng gritted his teeth. He looked at the other battlefield in the distance. Next, He Cheng saw that Shuesongzi's robe was in tatters. He was fleeing with a panicked expression. His long hair was now shaved short. He almost went bald. His face was covered with bruises. It was swollen, his whole body was covered in blood, one of his arms was hanging down, it was clearly fractured. He Cheng's pupils shrunk. Shuesongzi naturally had healing Gu. To Gu immortals, a fracture was not a serious injury. But the crucial thing was the enemy's attacks did not even give Shuesongzi time to heal his fracture. How strong was he? As if to answer his question, the 200,000 strength Path Phantom Army. Battle cries shook heaven and earth. It was a huge field, even thicker than the tribulation clouds in the sky. They chased after Shuesongzi alone. This was too much of a bully. Thus, this rank 7 Gu immortal He Cheng frowned deeply. What's going on? Why haven't these strength path phantoms been exterminated, and there are even more of them? Next, he saw that the strength path phantom army split into half and charged towards him. He Cheng snorted coldly. He willed and activated several sets of mortal killer moves. Thousand Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Wind Break, Kill. The myriad self-army charged forward. After a few breaths of time, the demons screamed in pain, the dark fire ignored them and the black wind whimpered. He Cheng, who had been calm and composed, had a change of expression. This power is an immortal killer move. This unremarkable immortal zombie is actually the strongest? The myriad self-army surged forward, charging into He Cheng's dark battlefield without any politeness. The dark battlefield that occupied one side of the sky was quickly scattered. It was like a beggar's clothes were hanging in the sky, ragged. He Cheng's eyelids twitched. He could only retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when retreating, he still looked outstanding. His hands moved like butterflies, unleashing mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the myriad self-army's advance. It was like a torrential flood. No matter how outstanding the mortal killer move was, it was like a fragile reef in front of this flood, or a lowly fish. They were swept away and devoured. He Cheng squinted, his expression turning dark. He finally understood Shuesongzi's feelings. Facing the myriad self-army, he was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous Northern Plains expert, but he actually felt a sense of helplessness and powerlessness. The army had already formed an overwhelming momentum. It was simply unstoppable. This immortal killer move, Even if I use dark prison and release sharp tusk boars, I might not be its match. He Qing was forced to retreat by the army. In this situation, if He Qing wanted to turn the situation around, he would have to use a dark arrow to kill Fang Yuan's main body. But 2 of the dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could not do anything to Fang Yuan, who had worldly wave trace immortal goo. This lunatic, how much immortal essence did he use? He Qing cursed in his heart, his gaze fixed on Fang Yuan who was on the ground. Fang Yuan absorbed another demon venerable's will. He sensed He Qing's dangerous gaze. He turned around and smiled at He Qing in disdain. At the same time, an army on the ground charged towards He Qing. This guy. He Qing finally showed a trace of nervousness on his face. Being attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge and retreat in the air. He used countless mortal killer moves, but they only managed to slow down the army slightly. Thus, the battle became, 2 Gu immortals were being chased by Fang Yuan alone. Junior brother, good job? Tai Bai Yunxing clenched his fists in excitement. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown, her expression froze as she saw this. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the other side, Fang Yuan's main body had finally gotten rid of the earthly calamity. He obtained all of the true meaning infusion, but his strength path attainment level was still Grandmaster. He had not broken through to the next level. But his transformation path attainment level had risen instead. He had reached transformation master level. Furthermore, his flying attainment had also risen greatly. He broke through master level and became quasi-grandmaster. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He shouted at He Lulan, "Quick, don't you have small family Qi Gu? Release all of the earth Qi you collected. You might be able to attract even more earthly calamities." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan immediately rolled her eyes. The infusion of 3 Qi had elevated her life essence. She had transcended mortality and become a Gu immortal. Her body had been purified completely, thus the injuries to her eye sockets had completely healed. I still need to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat first. He Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion, shouting. Fang Yuan licked his lips. He had not had enough, but he could not do anything about it since she did not agree. Everyone gathered together and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield reluctantly, before activating fixed immortal travel. 3 breaths of time later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain-blessed land. We are letting them leave just like that? Shuesongzi also gathered with He Qing. He Qing raised his brows, saying coldly, "Even if I have instant movement, can you break through the defense of this strength path phantom army?" Chapter 696. Snowy Mountain's third peak in a quiet room. The weather outside the window was perfect, the sky was clear and the air was cool. The white snow on the mountain combined with the vast blue sky formed a tranquil and distant scene. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea gradually spread. Fang Yuan was half lying down, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly. Small streams of corpse blood flowed down from the wounds on his body, forming a puddle on the ground. But he did not care, he did not feel any pain at all. He had been resting with his eyes closed for almost 15 minutes. Other than him, there were 3 other people in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yunxing stood beside Fang Yuan. His hands were moving rapidly as black lines shot out, healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan sat at her usual spot by the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, but most of her attention was on He Lulan who was beside her. He Lulan sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her expression solemn like a jade statue. Immortal Ascension had 3 steps: shattering aperture, taking in Qi and releasing Gu. She had completed the first 2 steps in the icy plane. After returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she proceeded to the 3rd step. With her foundation, it was certain that her immortal aperture would explode. Right now she was probably refining immortal Gu in the newly formed immortal aperture, resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity in the immortal aperture. It seemed that she wanted to complete this step, and did not want outsiders to help her. But if things went wrong, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. At that time, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunxing would quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. When the new tea boiled, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air. She slowly opened her eyes. This action immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan immediately stopped, not caring about the teapot. She asked in concern, "You succeeded?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath, her eyes were red, her face was filled with excitement and gratification, she choked with sobs. Xiaolan, you have the great strength true martial physique, now it has become the extreme immortal physique, you have a top-grade blessed land. His potential was extraordinary. This is really like seeing the blue sky after the clouds have parted. If my sister knew this in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy. Ordinary Gu Masters ascending to immortal. There were 3 grades of blessed lands. The 10 extreme physiques risked a great deal of danger in ascending to immortality, so naturally there would be greater benefits. Once they succeeded in their immortal ascension, their blessed lands would all be top-grade blessed lands. The top-grade blessed lands had 7 to 9 million areas, drawing upon a large-scale tributary of the River of Time. With over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence, he could use the remaining heaven and earth chi in his immortal aperture to raise his vital gu and core gu to immortal gu. As for the special grade blessed land, it was even more vast. It had an area of more than 10 million mu, and it could draw upon a huge tributary of the River of Time. The amount of green grape immortal essence required was more than 50 beads. If there were no accidents, he would obtain at least 2 immortal gu. He Lulan had a calm expression. Even though I became a gu immortal, I did not kill that old scoundrel. In a calm tone. It contained a bone-deep hatred. He Lulan, forgive me for speaking bluntly. If we want to kill He Qing with the 4 of us working together, even if we deal with him alone, the chances are slim. Tai Bai Yunxing coughed and said, that's right, defeating a gu immortal is easy but killing one is difficult. Fang Yuan also sat up, sighing deeply. His injuries had basically healed. Last time, when he fought with Western Desert gu immortal Plump Lady, he had the upper hand but Plump Lady ran away. This time, when he fought with He Qing and Shuesong Zi, even though he had the upper hand, he could not trap the gu immortals, they had to retreat safely. Miri itself might be strong, but if the enemy did not fight you head-on, there was nothing you could do. Gu immortals were astute people, they knew the logic of avoiding the enemy's attacks. In fact, Fang Yuan's battle with He Qing could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but he could not maintain it for long. After a long time, the strength path phantoms would dissipate on their own, and it would be He Qing's turn to counterattack. Immortal killer moves could indeed create a huge advantage, but they could not turn into an absolute victory against He Qing. Thus, when He Lulan asked to retreat, Fang Yuan did not object. He knew when to stop, he activated fixed immortal travel and brought them back here. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, smiling. This time, I was able to resist the enemy and pass the tribulation. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This time he helped He Lulan, next time, Crane Gate attacked to immortal blessed land, due to the alliance agreement they had to help Fang Yuan. Both sides were mutually beneficial. According to the agreement, this is the recipe of small family Qigong. Also, you only need to return half of the 30 immortal Yuan stones that I lent you. Fairy Li Shan said. She now knew some of Fang Yuan's nature. Only genuine benefits suited Fang Yuan's taste. Fang Yuan received the small family Qigong's recipe on the spot. He pretended to sigh. In this battle, although I won I lost, I spent over 60 green grape immortal essence beads. As for the 15 immortal Yuan stones I owe you, I'm afraid I will need some time to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lulan's immortal ascension. She immediately said, no rush, Fang Yuan, when you have enough money you can return them to me, I will not charge you any interest. Also, didn't you want us to inquire about the wisdom path inheritance on your behalf? Don't tell me you have some clues? Fang Yuan was inwardly joyful. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, there is a clue. You also know that several months ago the number 1 wisdom path gu immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, passed away. He left behind a complete wisdom path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Yuliang was only immortal, he could not protect the gu immortal inheritance, especially when it is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the information, this wisdom path inheritance was set up by Dongfang Naganori in a secret location. Even Dongfang tribe's other gu immortals do not know the exact location. Only Dongfang Naganori has a crucial clue. Before Dongfang Naganori died, he had made an agreement with the Huangjin tribes and super forces not to attack each other. But he did not make an agreement with the demonic path gu immortals. His influence was not at the level where he could devour both sides. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous eyes of many demonic path gu immortals. Even Dongfang tribe's other Gu immortals had thoughts of it. Thus, Dongfang Naganori set up these methods to completely conceal his wisdom path inheritance, leaving it to his acknowledged successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Fang Yuan could not help but think, although I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, I can only use it crudely, I cannot display the essence of wisdom path. Although wisdom path Gu worms were sold in jewel yellow skies, they had never sold a complete wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain, but wisdom path inheritances are hard to come by. If I can obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I can deduce even more things with fewer wills and thoughts. When Dongfang Naganori was alive, he was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His inheritance naturally moved Fang Yuan. But in front of Fang Yuan was the colossal superforce Dongfang tribe. Although Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Naganori, they still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. In contrast, Fang Yuan had just fought He Cheng. He had expended most of his green grape immortal essence. He could not display the might of the myriad self-army again. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already secretly gathered together to scheme for Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori was alive, Northern Plains' righteous and demonic path suffered losses from him. Many fell into his schemes and fell into his hands. It is said that his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, has greater talent than Dongfang Naganori. Most Northern Plains Gu immortals do not want a second Dongfang Naganori to appear. Fairy Li Shan continued. A few days ago, some demonic path Gu immortals found me, hoping to use my mountain pledge Gu to form a temporary alliance for the wisdom path inheritance. But I have already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you need it, I can help you to join this alliance. They have more detailed information. It will be of great help to you in the fight for the inheritance. Fang Yuan heard this and did not refuse, but also did not immediately agree. Let me think about it first. This matter is not urgent. He Lulan said, right now the biggest matter in Northern Plains is that Qin Baisheng has captured Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He has grasped the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already attracted most of the Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. Even those rank 8 old monsters are rumored to be coming out of seclusion. He Lulan revealed a mocking expression. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators. His wood path battle strength is strong, even slightly stronger than that old scoundrel He Cheng. But this luck path true inheritance is too troublesome. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals want to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals are running around everywhere trying to make connections. With Qin Baisheng's strength alone, even if he occupies the blessed land, he will not be able to resist them. His days will not be easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He said, you and I are lucky survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are insiders. They are involved in this. Even though they escaped early, they know our information. They will be a hindrance to us in Northern Plains in the future. Ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Formless hands brought many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains. The whole of Northern Plains Gu Master World was in chaos. There was unrest. Battles of all sizes occurred. Later, most of the immortal Gu that were left in the wild were captured. The situation calmed down. But now news of Qin Baisheng capturing Ma Hong and Zhao Lianyun had spread. Northern Plains' current situation was surging. It revolved around Qin Baisheng and the luck path true inheritance. As time passed, it would definitely develop into a huge storm that would affect the whole of Northern Plains. Compared to other Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a greater reason to get involved in this. But to get involved in such a huge storm, Fang Yuan's current strength was still too weak. Not long after, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu immortal blessed land alone. Chapter 697. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The blessed land was huge. It was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to He Tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle Blessed Land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains. Countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, He tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First supreme elder had a solemn expression. Second supreme elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third supreme elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth supreme elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. My lord third supreme elder, how long do you want to consider? Fourth supreme elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third supreme elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first supreme elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second supreme elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third supreme elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. He tribe's second supreme elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so He Ching is back." He Ching entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 supreme elders one by one. These 4 grand elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if He Ching had higher battle strength, when he saw these 4 supreme elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon. He Ching bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison. It seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking He Ching casually. He Ching smiled. "Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family." Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. He tribe's entire tribe perished in imperial court-blessed land. Qiao tribe, which was originally He tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave He tribe. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second supreme elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years there shouldn't be any accidents. He Ching smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. He Ching wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. But to the first supreme elder he could not say this directly. Thus he used Qiao tribe's excuse and said, to ensure that he could suppress Qiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years. Second supreme elder chuckled, shaking his head. Right now Northern Plains is in chaos. Truyang building has collapsed and the culprit has not been found. Wild immortal Gu are popping up one after another. All sides are fighting. Especially with the commotion caused by Qin Bai Sheng, it is getting bigger and bigger. It concerns Giant Sun's true inheritance. Those rank 8 old monsters are getting restless. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building has collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land is also gone. That means there is no need to hold the Imperial Court contest anymore. What should we do next? It is hard to say what the Huangjin tribes and super forces will do. He Ching understood his intention, nodding. Junior understands. I will definitely look after the tribe, especially Qiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassal tribes. That's right, this time He tribe's entire tribe died in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains cannot be without He tribe's reputation. He Ching, go to the other blessed lands and choose a portion of the tribesmen, send them to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Third Supreme Elder thought hard about the problem as he instructed. Yes, Third Supreme Elder, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Half a month later, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Ching replied. All right, we can be at ease handing the tribe's matters to He Ching. Third Supreme Elder, you still have the heart to care about these matters. Why don't you quickly think of a solution? Which card do you want to play? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered. He was hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing 1 card. At the same time he shouted, 3 cards. In an instant the other 3 Supreme Elders had different expressions. First Supreme Elder could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He laughed loudly and pushed his card down. Haha, I won. Third Supreme Elder slapped his thigh and scratched his snow-white beard, feeling annoyed. If I knew this, I would not have played 3 cards, I would have played 60,000 instead. Hearing this, it was the second Supreme Elder's turn to glare. He pushed down his cards and said to the third Elder, then you should play 60,000. This card of mine is really a pity. 40 or 60,000 each, it would be fine. Alright, stop arguing, quickly make the deal. I am still waiting to win back my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is a goo recipe that I spent over 30 years to research. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed an east window goo on First Supreme Elder's table. First Supreme Elder kept the east window goo. Alright, let's move on to the next round. Good rules: you cannot use any goo worms to cheat. Give your wager first. I have 2 immortal yuan stone here. Ancient goo recipe: crescent moon goo. 20 gray heart stones. A dragon eye fish group with a mermaid emperor. Swish swish swish. 8 hands rubbed the stone table as they started to shuffle the cards. He Ching stood at the side silently. He was already used to the gambling of these 4 Supreme Elders. This game they were playing was called 4 Sparrow Battle Method. It was invented by a mortal genius in He tribe in the early years. It was mainly to suck up to First Supreme Elder. Since the First Supreme Elder obtained it, he and the other 3 Supreme Elders would take time out every day to spar with each other, fighting to their heart's content. He Ching was in charge of almost all of He tribe's external affairs. Elders, this junior will take his leave. He Ching said. Go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands and started to draw their cards, replying perfunctorily. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion, flying around and crying. Suddenly the eagle group dispersed, revealing 3 rank 6 desolate eagles. One was a dragon eagle. They had a grand aura. The 2 iron-crowned eagles were extremely powerful. Go. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves in displeasure. So noisy. First Supreme Elder had a benevolent smile. He waved his sleeves and threw out a lot of food that scattered in the sky. The eagle group cried out happily, fighting in the sky for food. He Ching left Iron Eagle blessed land, flying towards the southwest direction. After a few minutes he saw Shuesongzi. Shuesongzi had rested. He was no longer in a sorry state, but after seeing He Ching he sighed. Things have become troublesome. I just received information. Do you know which force controls fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Ching said. You want to talk about Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects Crane Gate? You already know? Shuesongzi's tone was slightly unhappy. He Ching snorted coldly. Not long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori deduced that the case of 88 Point Jinyang Tower is related to Central Continent. Right now, that mysterious immortal zombie beside He Lulan also has fixed immortal travel. They are likely to be the same group. Shuesongzi squinted, falling into silence. Honestly speaking, he did not expect this news. He had thought that he was only dealing with a mortal girl, but to think that a huge entity like Crane Gate was involved. Even though he joined Snowy Mountain, it was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Goo immortals were usually selfish. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. He Cheng's situation was also awkward. Even though he was a He tribe Goo immortal, how could he expose such a vile matter like dealing with his own daughter? Even though many Righteous Path Goo immortals would act one way in public and another way in private, they would at least look righteous. He Cheng's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even using dark prison, he had used other excuses. I only wanted to slap a cat to death, but to think that I provoked a tiger. He Ching, I don't care. Anyway, I have your weakness. I want 500 immortal yuan stone. Give me a copy of the Yinyang life extension method as well. Shuesongzi broke the silence with a ruthless expression. He was not cooperating with He Ching to begin with, and now that he realized that Fang Yuan and the rest had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat. He Cheng's eyes flickered with a dangerous cold light. He stared at Shuesongzi and said slowly, You are clear of my situation. If you force me into a corner, I will have a life and death struggle. You won't get anything. You? Aren't you afraid? I can't capture He Lulan. I can't absorb her lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about my reputation? Shuesongzi was shaking from anger at He Cheng's shameless behavior. His eyes were bloodshot. To think that the great Lord He Ching would have such an attitude. He Ching shrugged indifferently. Think whatever you want. Shuesongzi, you are too naive. Do you think you can extricate yourself now that things have come to this? He Lulan is extremely vengeful. She also has Fairy Li Shan's support. Do you think Snowy Mountain will value you, the 7th Peak's leader, or the 3rd leader? There is another piece of information I need to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting restless. The 10 great ancient sects have formed an alliance to invade Northern Plains. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains is in chaos. I think with Fairy Li Shan's methods, she can borrow the power of Central Continent's Gu immortals to kill her. It will not violate Snowy Mountain's oath, right? Chapter 698. Hey Qing, you are actually threatening me? If you anger me, I will make you do all these dirty things in broad daylight. Shuesongzi shouted furiously. He Qing sneered, then do it quickly. I will tell you the truth, Su Xian'er is a pawn of your Snowy Mountain. Decades ago, she purposely arranged a trap for me to get close to me and enter He tribe's higher-ups. The so-called Su Xian night elopement was just a scheme. Not long after Su tribe was exterminated, do you think it was done by my He tribe? It was your Snowy Mountain who cleaned up the mess for Su Xian'er. What? Why do I not know about this? Hearing this shocking news, Shuesongzi was in disbelief. What do you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. Snowy Mountain's higher-ups will always only have 3 leaders. I know you do not believe me, but I have concrete evidence. He Qing took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Shuesongzi. Shuesongzi received the East Window Gu and used his divine sense to inspect it. After a while, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He Qing looked up at the sky and sighed, his eyes showing a trace of melancholy. Back then, although I was a publicly recognized Gu immortal seed, I was young and ignorant, falling into a scheme. Su Xian night elopement, Su Xian night elopement, it was only a meticulously planned scheme by the righteous and demonic paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian'er and had Lulan. I thought my days would continue to be blissful. But one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared in front of me and gave me concrete evidence. What you've seen is only a portion of the evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shuesongzi mumbled. With this evidence, everything was turned upside down. Even if He Qing used the yin-yang life extension method. He schemed against his beloved wife, but this was a matter of opposing righteous and demonic paths. He Qing's righteous action was justified. There would be no criticism. Instead, everyone would praise him. You tricked me. You tricked me. Shuesongzi pointed at He Qing, extremely furious. He originally thought that he had always been in the active position and had something to use against He Qing. He didn't expect that he would be framed by He Qing instead. Shuesongzi followed behind He Qing in a daze, hunting He Lulan, then fighting with Fairy Li Shan and the rest, causing him to be in a worrying situation. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. And the power of the ancient sects of Zhongzhou state had become a shadow in Shuesongzi's heart that could not be dispelled. He Qing collected his emotions, turning his gaze back to Shuesongzi. And now, I've got new evidence. Do you still remember how He Lulan addressed Fairy Li Shan when she was undergoing her tribulation? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er were very likely related by blood. I have Su Xian'er's blood and He Lulan's blood in my hands. When he confronted the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Another solid piece of evidence. Shuesongzi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. What a good black castle, it is indeed extraordinary. I have only extorted a few dozen immortal yuan stones from you, but I was already dragged down by you and jumped into the pit. That's right, I have to admit, even if you attacked He Lulan and tried all ways to capture her. You can also push the blame of being a father disciplining his children. I hope that she will realize her mistake and turn back. As long as you do not use yin-yang life extension method on He Lulan, I will not have any evidence against you. But your scheme ends here. You are alone, the other party is working together with Central Continent forces. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme immortal, it will be even harder for you to capture her. He Qing fell into silence. The more Shuesongzi spoke, the quicker his thoughts became. My situation is worrying, but your days will not be good either. You harmed Su Xian'er, He Lulan's desire for revenge is deep in her bones. Central Continent forces might also find trouble with you. So, the two of you are already tied together, only by cooperating with us will you have a chance of victory. A female voice suddenly interrupted Shuesongzi and He Qing's conversation. Who is it? Shuesongzi was shocked. A graceful figure gradually appeared. This was a female Gu immortal. She wore a purple robe and had an alluring smile on her beautiful face. Shuesongzi was not ignorant, he was stunned for a moment before reacting. So it is Fairy Jianghu. He then turned his gaze towards He Cheng. Northern Plains Gu immortals all knew that Fairy Jianghu was He Cheng's 27th concubine. She was also a Dark Path Gu immortal. She had Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could conceal spiritual opportunity and interfere with deductions. The reason why He Lulan could last for so long without self-detonating due to the great strength true martial physique was because Fairy Jianghu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to conceal and seal the aura of the 10 extreme physiques for He Lulan, preventing heaven and earth from sensing it. But when He Cheng saw Fairy Jianghu, his attitude was extremely cold. He snorted, "You came after all. Many years ago, when I brought evidence of Su Xian's night elopement to you for the first time, I said one thing. When you need me to appear, I will appear." A mysterious smile appeared on Fairy Jianghu's face. "How about it? I said it before, you cannot capture He Lulan by yourself, it will only cause more trouble. You can only have hope by cooperating with us." Shuesongzi looked at He Cheng, then at Jianghu, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. He Cheng and Jianghu's attitude made him inwardly shocked. Fairy Jianghu's identity was not simple, she seemed to be the representative of a mysterious force. The reason why He Cheng could see through Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jianghu's reminder. He Cheng lowered his gaze. Fairy Jianghu was able to get so close to him without being discovered. This made He Cheng's wariness towards Jianghu increase by another level. Although Fairy Jianghu was a lone cultivator of northern plains on the surface, and He Cheng's beloved concubine, she was actually shrouded in mystery. He Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army, in fact he felt some disdain towards it. Even though he did not have methods to fight against the myriad self-army, Gu immortals fought in all aspects. Just from the fact that the myriad self-army could not catch up to He Cheng, the myriad self-army did not pose much of a threat to He Cheng. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, when the strength path phantoms dissipated, He Cheng would have undoubtedly gained the upper hand and even won the battle. Even Shuesongzi. After being chased around by the myriad self-army, he was not worried about fighting with Fang Yuan again. The reason was, myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had invested too much immortal essence into it. But it could not truly kill the enemy. As long as Shuesongzi used a mortal killer move, he would be able to hold on. After expending it several times as an immortal zombie, how much immortal essence could Fang Yuan have left? Once he loses, it would be time for Shuesongzi to show his might and take care of Fang Yuan. He Cheng was wary of Fang Yuan's background, Crane Gate. A central continent Gu immortal. He had not expected that the investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a huge force. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Dongfang Naganori had already deduced that it was a central continent Gu immortal who was behind this. Central continent Gu immortals could even destroy giant sun immortals' arrangements. Not to mention dealing with a mere He Cheng. Like He Cheng, Shuesongzi also had the same worries. They were all frightened by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew that Crane Gate was trying to deal with Fang Yuan by all means, they would not be so nervous. Now it seems that I can only succeed by cooperating with you. But before that, as a sign of sincerity, shouldn't you tell me which force you represent? He Cheng thought about it and asked Fairy Jianghu. Fairy Jianghu was silent for a while. She knew that He Cheng was a difficult person to deal with. If she lied or refused, the other party might just leave in a huff. Thus, she decided to tell the truth. There is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread across the 5 regions. It is called Shadow Sect. He Cheng and Shuesongzi looked at each other. Central continent, Hu immortal blessed land. 28 green grape immortal essence beads, half an immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected the wealth in his hands. After the battle of He Lulan's tribulation, the capital that Fang Yuan had painstakingly built up was immediately reduced to its original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 green grape immortal essence beads, but myriad self-killer move had been activated close to 50 times, forming an army of 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the intense battle, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Mountain Immortal Gu, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu and others, expending over 10 green grape immortal essence beads. Thus, he had less than 30 green grape immortal essence beads left. Not only that, I still owe Fairy Lishan 15 immortal yuan stones and Land Spirit of Lengia 15 immortal yuan stones. I will drag on Fairy Lishan's debt for as long as possible. I need to return the immortal yuan stones I owe Land Spirit of Lengia as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the higher the interest. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya was only ordinary. When Land Spirit of Langya lent Fang Yuan immortal Yuan stones, although she did not ask for an exorbitant price, she still charged 10% interest according to convention. That is to say, Fang Yuan had to return at least 16.5 immortal Yuan stones to Land Spirit of Langya. If it was more than a month, she would have to add another 1.5. 2 months would mean 3 immortal Yuan stones. And so on. Even if it was less than a month, she would still have to pay a half immortal Yuan stone. This was the so-called minimum interest. If there were no benefits to speak of, why would others lend it to others for no reason? Originally, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had an agreement in the alliance agreement. If one side supported the other, the price they paid would be doubled. This agreement had been fulfilled when Fang Yuan fought He Chen. But this time, Fang Yuan not only paid the price, he also obtained huge benefits. His strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, his transformation path attainment rose from nothing to master level, his flying attainment rose to quasi-Grandmaster level. There was also the small family Qi and the 15 immortal Yuan stones that were waived. These benefits far exceeded the price Fang Yuan paid. Thus, Fairy Li Shan would not compensate him. Now that I think about it, this He Lulan might have purposely set this up, trying to use the Demon Venerable's true meaning to make me work for her. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that he had fallen into He Lulan's trap. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence to form the Strength Path Phantom Army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could retreat. After all, the alliance agreement did not have a clause to fight to the death. The Snowy Mountain alliance agreement between him and He Lulan was very loose. Chapter 699. The underground cave was filled with the colorful light of wisdom. Short mushroom forests were growing everywhere. Wisdom Gu was lying on the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat not far away, using the light of wisdom to deduce. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. The second immortal Gu recipe is completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much to begin with, only over 20 beads. Now that he had deduced 280% remnant recipes, he only had 11 beads left. The third immortal Gu recipe is 86% complete, 11 beads of green grape immortal essence should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu in his mind. It was shining brightly, there was nothing strange. Many days had passed since He Lulan underwent tribulation. Because it was used frequently during the intense battle, cleansed soul immortal Gu was already weak from hunger. Delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu had also been used many times, but it was in good condition and did not complain of hunger. Fang Yuan felt it was strange at first, but after asking Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture, he understood the reason. It turned out that Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished from time to time. Mo Yao did not have fake will Gu, he used many Gu worms to transform delight in mountain and forest into fake will. Thus, during the feeding process he first paid attention to delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu. Delight in mountain and forest was fed by Mo Yao's fake will. It was not like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier. Thus, even though Fang Yuan had been using delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu frequently, there was still some time before he could feed delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu again. This was clearly a good thing. After all, if an immortal Gu was hungry, it would cause the immortal Gu to die. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already complaining of hunger. As a result, the risk of Fang Yuan using myriad self-killer move had increased greatly. Maybe once he used this immortal killer move, cleansed soul immortal Gu would not be able to hold on and be destroyed. Deducing immortal Gu recipes was Fang Yuan's main method of making a living. If delight in mountain and forest immortal Gu went on strike, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a predicament again. Fang Yuan activated delight in mountain and water immortal Gu again, deducing the third immortal Gu remnant recipe. This time he had obtained the infusion of the Demon Venerable's true meaning. It was a great help in deducing immortal Gu remnant recipes. This was because the true meaning imbuement absorbed the reckless savage demon sovereign's understanding of cultivation, directly increasing Fang Yuan's foundation and raising Fang Yuan's cultivation realm. As for deducing Gu recipes, it was based on one's own foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the higher the efficiency of calculation. Although it mainly focused on refinement path. But there were many factors to consider, including strength path, transformation path, etc. 2 days later, Fang Yuan finished deducing and obtained 3 complete immortal Gu recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes with him. They arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He had completed the handover with the land spirit of Langya. Not only did he pay off his debts, but he also earned a net profit of 11 pieces of fairy yuan stone after deducting the loss of green grape immortal core. Everything was back on track. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed the 3 complete immortal goo recipes to the land spirit of Langya, completing the 5th transaction. At this point, he had 36 pieces of fairy yuan stone, and 27 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did Fang Yuan relax slightly. After the battle with He Qing, he almost went into a deficit and his economy collapsed. According to the economic terms on Earth, he almost caused a rupture in his cash flow. Although the power of the immortal killer move myriad self is extraordinary, it consumes at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence every time it is used. The more I use it, the greater the consumption. I need to use it cautiously in the future, otherwise I will become poorer the more I fight, and even if I win I will still lose. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. When goo immortals cultivate, they need to consider all aspects, not just victory in battle. Just like the example of Liu Bang and Xiangyu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiangyu and lost every battle, while Xiangyu won every battle. But Liu Bang took care of the economy and had a stable base. Thus, even though he lost every battle, he had the capital to rise up again, thus he could fight every battle. In contrast, although Xiangyu won every battle, he did not have a good management. As time passed and the number of battles increased, the gap between him and Liu Bang shrunk. In the end, Liu Bang won every battle and it was a complete victory. For goo immortal cultivation it was the same logic. Battle was only a part of cultivation. Victory or defeat was not so important, what was important was the benefits behind the victory or defeat. One had to look forward, they could not be short-sighted. Although Fang Yuan had sent He Qing and Shuesong Zi fleeing everywhere, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Qing and Shuesong Zi's immortal essence expenditure was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan's economy almost collapsed, but He Qing and Shuesong Zi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan fought with them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely fall by a level or 2. The more they fought like this, the more obvious the outcome of the battle would be. He Qing had the rank 6 immortal goo house dark prison, could he not risk his life? It was not that he could not, but he had to assess the situation. Those who could become goo immortals were not hot-blooded boors, they would calculate their gains and losses in every battle. Of course, if not for the demon venerable's will, Fang Yuan would not have expended so much green grape immortal essence. Even if I run out of green grape immortal essence, I can refine immortal yuan stone again. But the demon venerable's true meaning is a rare opportunity. If I accumulate it step by step, it will take at least decades. Fang Yuan calculated clearly in his mind. When Fang Yuan perfected 2 more immortal goo remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yunxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the scene of a super-grade blessed land site, I saw it with my own eyes. It occupies an area of over 5 million square kilometers, the time flow in the blessed land is 38 times that of the outside world. It is full of vitality and great potential, even I cannot help but feel jealous. I feel that the biggest winner of this tribulation is He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and chattered endlessly, full of emotions. He Lulan had requested Tai Bai Yunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was fortunate enough to enter Lulan blessed land. It was an eye-opener. A super-grade blessed land is like this, after all, one of the 10 extreme physiques is treading on thin ice, seeking life in the midst of death. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many immortal goo He Lulan refined in the 3rd step of her immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. She used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo to detonate her immortal aperture. This Strength Path Immortal Goo was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Goo is now her vital goo. She also raised her original core self-strength goo to rank 6. Other than these, she also obtained a rank 6 strength chi goo. Tai Bai Yunxing answered. When Tai Bai Yunxing was undergoing immortal ascension, using the remaining heaven and earth chi, he obtained man as before and landscape as before, 2 immortal goo. Whether He Lulan had more heaven and earth chi than Tai Bai Yunxing, outsiders had no way of knowing. But Fang Yuan knew that she had many small family chi goo. These goo worms contained a lot of heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan evaluated He Lulan's assets. This means that He Lulan already has 4 immortal goo. They are Flying Bear Strength Goo, Self-Strength Goo, Strength Chi Goo and Slavery Goo. The original rank 7 Divert Disaster Goo. It was destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed Flying Bear Phantom and seized Flying Bear Phantom goo to suppress it. From then on, I lost contact with Flying Bear Phantom immortal goo. I don't know if this immortal goo was seized by formless hands or if it is still in her hands. Hei Lolan's strength grew rapidly. She had at least 4 immortal goo. Now that she was a goo immortal, she soared to the sky with a bright future. Moreover, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. With Fairy Li Shan's help, she directly surpassed the initial stage of becoming a new goo immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal Yuan Stone. With a large amount of resources invested, Lulan Blessed Land would develop rapidly. Hei Lulan, who has a super-grade Blessed Land, will greatly surpass me in cultivation. I have a high-grade Blessed Land. Compared to other goo immortals, it is already very fast. But Hei Lulan seems to have grown wings and is flying. Although we are in an alliance with them, the alliance has a time limit. If we exceed the time limit, we need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a wide circle of friends, while Hei Lulan is a formidable character. Tai Bai Yunxing said with a worried tone. As a genius, Hei Lulan's rapid growth gave Tai Bai Yunxing, a senior, enormous mental pressure. And Fang Yuan was in an even worse state. His cultivation had stagnated. As long as he did not get rid of his immortal zombie status, his cultivation would not be able to advance. As long as Hei Qing does not die and Ma Hongyun's matter is not resolved, we will have the foundation to cooperate with Hei Lulan. Don't be too careful on this trip to Eastern Sea. Shark Demon is not someone easy to deal with. If you need help, just use moving perspective cup goo. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before rushing to Eastern Sea. He was poisoned by Death's End immortal goo. He had promised the Eastern Sea immortal zombie Shark Demon to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to leave quickly. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, deducing goo recipes and earning immortal Yuan stones, while also dealing with the feeding of immortal goo. After he completed the 6th transaction, the number of immortal Yuan stones had risen to over 60. Woman's heart and connect luck also showed signs of weakening. It was evidently due to hunger. Together with Cleanse Soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan had 3 immortal goo to feed. Cleanse Soul immortal goo needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo to feed. Connect Luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast, the worldly sand gull. Poison Path immortal goo woman's heart needed the heart of a woman to feed it. He had no clue about the first 2, so Fang Yuan decided to start with the easier and harder ones. Western Desert. Sand dunes stretched endlessly. The land had a vast and soothing pulse. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. The air was so hot that it felt like it was going to steam people. A large caravan was moving forward. Camel bells were ringing, carriage shafts were making noises. The accompanying goo masters used all kinds of goo worms. Some lowered the temperature, some blew wind, some created clear water, and some scouted the direction. Who is it? The caravan leader shouted. In front of the caravan, a malevolent monster suddenly appeared. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a tall and sturdy body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs. Its eyes were red like blood. Anyone who saw it would feel their heart tighten, feeling a formless pressure. The caravan became restless. 2 rank 5s, 17 rank 4s, over 40 rank 3s. This is quite a strong group. The monster spoke. Its voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Sir, who are you? I am the leader of Mo Clan's caravan, Mo Yen. One of the rank 5 goo masters in the caravan had a nervous expression as he cupped his fists. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently, his 8 sharp claws spread out. The name of a super force, Mo Clan, was useless against him. He was like a demon god descending, charging into the caravan and creating a storm of blood. Chapter 700. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. Corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fang Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning woman's heart immortal goo. The immortal goo rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards woman's heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards woman's heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison path immortal goo woman's heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding woman's heart. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal goo's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. According to this speed, to completely feed woman's heart immortal goo, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful, such a large scale is rare in Western Desert. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was just a simple stacking of fire path mortal goo. Fang Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel, embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis, it was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees, there were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people, it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of goo masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? Looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these goo masters, and when they saw Fang Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2 and only one was a rank 3 goo master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fang Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the porridge-thin oasis. It will be hosted by our Lan family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately." If he wanted to enter the oasis, we have related goo masters in charge of receiving foreign goo masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan was still looking at the oasis, using his goo to scout. He was checking if there were any goo immortals hiding in the oasis. Only goo immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces, and should not have any goo immortals. If there were goo immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden. This is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lan family, this can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam. Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Lord Elder. The other rank 2 goo masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden, the rank 2 goo masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead, he was killed in an instant. Retreat, this person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The rank 2 goo masters shouted loudly and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam bam bam. Under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 goo masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the goo masters guarding the oasis. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal goo masters came out of the buildings, and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and put on his hair armor, the light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming. Attack. Be careful, the enemy is very strong, he is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely a rank 5 Gu master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person, attack. The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis roared furiously, and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fang Yuan's momentum did not decrease, and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom. The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by Gu worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fang Yuan's tall body, 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan Gu masters. He is not dead. Damn it. The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up and surrounded Fang Yuan tightly. All of you shut up. Suddenly an old man shouted and walked out of the crowd. Lord Clan Leader. The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fang Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the Gu masters. Lord Clan Leader. What are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly, the other party is already riding on our heads, we need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. Hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully, I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged, they must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts. This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The Gu masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number, there were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sai, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, how can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast. The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a Gu immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, 1. Everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate. Ugh. With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Fang Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side, his eyes were wide open. He died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use Gu worms to counterattack, but Fang Yuan had many mortal Gu in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No. Lord Clan Leader. You cannot die. Take revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The Gu masters reacted. They roared furiously and rushed towards Fang Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Gu masters had limited primeval essence. Such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader, we did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the Gu master's eyes were wide open as they saw Fang Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, the black armor on his body was still intact. Even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state. There was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was activated by hundreds of Gu worms. There were dozens of rank 5 Gu worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these Gu masters could break. Among the people attacking Fang Yuan, the only rank 4 Gu master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 Gu masters left. The rest were rank 2 Gu masters and rank 1 Gu masters. Their attacks were very chaotic, many of them were exhausted internally, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. This is your attack. It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Fang Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding Gu masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. You, who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster, this is a monster. Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape, quickly escape. Their morale fell to the lowest point. One person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Fang Yuan was not surprised, the old clan leader was dead, they no longer had a backbone. At the same time he purposely resisted the attacks, it was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, immediately chasing after a female Gu master. The female Gu master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female Gu master's heart with it. Elder Lan Xan is also dead, quickly run. The surrounding Gu masters saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fang Yuan waved his hand, large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again, countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. No, I beg you, don't kill me. It was a mortal woman, she had a beautiful face and a slim body, she had maintained herself well, she should be the wife of a Gu master. Bam. Fang Yuan flicked his finger, the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse, he opened his hand slightly, the female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry, it stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan moved like a chariot, wherever he went he slaughtered. Along the way there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already hungry, using myriad self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust. Even the hearts were no exception. Fang Yuan only used mortal Gu, he did not use killer moves, it was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here, the oases were like islands, even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless, it was very easy for Fang Yuan to chase and kill. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poisoned path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fang Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs, but there were so many mortals he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fang Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On the door there were large words, "Restricted area of the clan treasury, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Fang Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fang Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fang Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fang Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Zhen yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of Gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Fang Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Fang Yuan really wanted to refine Gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like Gu immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He also entered the immortal aperture. Then the 3rd, 4th and 5th stone doors. They were all Gu refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Fang Yuan collected all of them. At the 6th stone door he finally found a Gu worm. A large number of mortal Gu were stored here. This was Lan clan's Gu worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Fang Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal Gu. They were all dispensable. But for mortal Gu masters, these Gu worms were not lacking in rare Gu worms. There were also rank 5 and rank 4 Gu. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change, or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Fang Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection Gu on Baigu Mountain, and the all-out effort Gu in Shang Clan City. There were 3 such Gu worm secret repositories. There were 5 yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Fang Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were Gu master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fang Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy Gu masters knew that Lan clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive Gu worms. Fang Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way there were more and more Gu master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide. They could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass. They were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for Western desert Gu masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs, only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lan clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Fang Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lan clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lan clan that Fang Yuan was interested in. Fang Yuan walked down thousands of steps. He saw more and more Gu Master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of Gu Master corpses as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the Gu Masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here. There must be huge benefits enticing them. Fang Yuan analyzed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After walking another few hundred steps, Fang Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls. The sand gull 100 beast king among them had fresh injuries. It should have fought with the Gu Masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Fang Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards. The depth surprised even Fang Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Fang Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small. There were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan clan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead they fled in panic. Fang Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out. It was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Fang Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters? After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal Gu needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull soil. To feed connect luck immortal Gu, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect luck immortal Gu does not have to be fed to its fullest. It can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets. Connect luck immortal Gu might not be used. With a joyful mood, Fang Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a strength path grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method. using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom goo, Feng Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately now, even in jewel yellow skies, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband, Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a Grand Spirit Affinity House Goo Immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet, her golden eyebrows were long and slender, there was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Jioga's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation an accident happened. From then on she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Jioga and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Jioga heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing Er, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jioga and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Jioga's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down. She said hesitantly, when Huang Er was 3, Dream Wings Immortal Goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this Immortal Goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls. A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that. I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Feng Jioga nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves, to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang Er wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dream Wings Immortal Goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang Er wakes up, inform me immediately. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88 Point Xinyang Tower. In the end, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Jianghu Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the #1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Jioge sighed. Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the Gu immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Jioge caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird Gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal called Fang Yuan has accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Jioge said. Tim? Since Huang Er was born, Fang Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Er returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge's gaze was solemn. Ever since Huang Er failed, we have investigated this rascal Fang Yuan in detail. His background is not small, he has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. More than a year has passed in Central Continent, even Northern Plains' True Yang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in this rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Jioge sneered in disdain. You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast spirit rhinoceros, and many of our Gu immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent. Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not fall. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jioge shook his head. The force behind Fang Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery, we have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Fang Yuan was disloyal because he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against Hu Immortal Blessed Land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, I know this Fang Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our Spirit Affinity House to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground while Fang Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but we cannot interfere in this matter. Feng Jioge said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Dang Hun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fangjing in Crane Gate, we can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation, they are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time and still wants to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Feng Jiuge analyzed. He paused before continuing, before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own Wei Gu to Crane Gate. Husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly shocked. Feng Jiuge strategized, Fang Yuan's strength is unknown, whether he can protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own Wei Gu to get a share of the benefits on Danghun Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land is imminent. Fang Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Fang Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Fang Yuan thought about it and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu needed Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money. In this world, what did Gu Immortals fight for? Immortal Essence. An Immortal Yuan Stone. Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Chapter 703. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall. Gu Immortals sat in a circle, they were brimming with immortal energy, they were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened, I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 Immortal Yuan Stone. Gu Immortal Shuji Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu Immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient desolate beast, it is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shuji Gu, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu Immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shuji Gu's brows furrowed and he roared, Fan Shilu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path Immortal Gu to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it. But to save trouble you poison Ling Shi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Ling Shi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shilu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time a bell rang, it was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu Immortals were assimilated by the bell sound. Thus, the bell sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shuji Gu and Fan Shilu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there, he was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's First Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shuji Ji's suggestion is that we need 360 Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase Gu Worms, Gu Recipes and heal Ling Shi. I do not agree. 360 Immortal Yuan Stone is too much. I only asked for 200 Immortal Yuan Stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Ling Shi? More important than healing Gu Immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A Gu Immortal beside him pondered, Ling Shi is important but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now we're only discussing the matter of healing Lingxi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Gu Immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Sang Xian's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, spirit rhinoceros, was to use its blood. To develop an even more secretive information path Gu Worm. I wonder how Madame Sang Xian is progressing? The fourth Gu Immortal looked at Madame Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Hearing this he smiled. I am ashamed. Currently there is little progress because Lingxi's body is covered in poisonous blood. The research on letter Gu is progressing very slowly. The fourth Gu Immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case I object. Of the 8 Gu Immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Jigu only obtained 200 Immortal Yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Jigu snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding. Another bell rang regardless of whether Shu Jigu was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, Next we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 Gu Immortal or 3 Desolate Beasts, and among these Desolate Beasts, there must be at least a 9 Palace Crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, A Gu Immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiaoxiao is recovering from heavy injuries, Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation, their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly, If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered, We have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield, we have 2 Gu Immortals inside, we can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements or even more. Shu Jigu nodded, I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing, we should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 Desolate Beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Guili heard this and his expression shook, he sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 Gu Immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock, the territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu Immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a Gu Immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force, it could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of Gu Immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, it was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with, it needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals. If one was removed, there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Guili thought about his words before saying, "There is an old saying. There is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal, but a Gu Immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 immortal yuan stones." After pausing for a while, Guili continued, "In my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us. It is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border. It might give Myriad Dragon Dock an excuse to interfere." From start to finish, Guili did not reveal which Gu Immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu Immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Guili said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Guili's suggestion was passed. Ding. A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly, "Next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yi Fengyang, tell us." Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving Yi Fengyang a malicious gaze. Yi Fengyang stood up from his seat, showing his solemn attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it has Danghun Mountain. As everyone knows, Danghun Mountain's Gutsgu can greatly increase the sect's foundation. It is also very helpful to us Gu Immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan spoke. "Yi Fengyang, it has already been over a year. Why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know the other 9 sects are already laughing at us?" Yi Fengyang was prepared. He said unhurriedly, "Those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others. If we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has not been taken back. This is an indisputable fact." Lei Tan said. "For the past year, I have been working on this matter. I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Fang Yuan is a traitor of our sect. He will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained. We only need Old Ancestor Kenyang and Fairy Tsongyu's help to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Yi Fengyang said. "Old Ancestor Kenyang has rank 7 battle strength, while Fairy Tsongyu is not bad among rank 6. You have the nerve to make such a request? You are also a Grand Gu Immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals to deal with a mortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is this the result of your 1 year of preparation?" Lei Tan mocked without restraint. Yi Fengyang's eyelids twitched. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked around and said calmly, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fangjing to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over Hu Immortal Blessed Land in name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Danghun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed. It cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed. "They have already obstructed us. Yi Fengyang, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news." Yi Fengyang's heart shook. "First Supreme Elder, please speak." "Forget it, take a look yourself." First Supreme Elder flicked his finger. A rank 5 messenger green bird Gu flew out. Yi Fengyang received it and sent his divine sense in. Looking at the contents, his expression turned ashen. "Who is it? They actually want Old Ancestor Kenyang to go to Northern Plains?" In Yi Fengyang's plan, Old Ancestor Kenyang had the highest battle strength. He had offensive immortal Gu and was a heavyweight. But before Yi Fengyang even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, "There is no way to reject him. Truyang building collapsed for no reason. it caused our 10-sex alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow Truyang building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke, countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important, we need to organize a group to go to Northern Plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared in Northern Plains, thus there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal goo as possible. If the goo immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere. Chapter 704. But Lord Kenyang's departure concerns Danghun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. Yifengyang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jioge is publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength of the 10 great sects. He is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, Yifengyang's expression turned ashen. Lei Tan smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. Yifengyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, he forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly his expression froze, he had mixed feelings. This? Feng Jioge is actually lending me one's way immortal goo? And he has already raised one's way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's way immortal goo is an expendable goo worm, it can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 one's way goo can be used continuously, it just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that Yifengyang's one's way goo only has 1 use left. To think that Feng Jioge actually refined one's way goo to rank 7. No wonder he asked for one's way immortal goo, it was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine, the chances of success are very small, and one's way goo is not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Guili spoke. Shuji Gu said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force, they have a close relationship with Celestial Court, their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's way goo, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land, he can use mortal goo freely. Madame Sangxen looked at Yifengyang. Feng Jioge is really scheming, on one hand he borrowed one's way goo, after our sect successfully takes Hu immortal blessed land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand he sent old ancestor Kenyang out. In fact he lowered our sect's strength in attacking Hu immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it. The 9 great ancient sects have targeted Hu immortal blessed land and obstructed our sect more than once. Yifengyang. The matter of Hu immortal blessed land was handled by you, I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the Guts Gu. I understand, Third Elder. Yifengyang nodded. The Gu Immortals discussed for a day and a night, they decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fangjing pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fangjing, you've trained so hard and you've finally come to this moment. Today we will take revenge for your clan, we will gain merit for the sect and we will benefit the people. We must succeed. In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenshuru's voice resounded. Yes, Master. We will definitely succeed. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, his expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next he breathed in deeply and activated iron blood goo. His blood turned black and his skin also turned black. Next, Fangjing activated blood edge goo at the same time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. From all over his body hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fangjing gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating blood mix goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows, they were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, Yifengyang. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 Gu immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Tsangyu. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Hu immortal blessed land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Hu immortal blessed land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the blessed land did not have any loopholes, or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, even if a Gu immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Tsangyu looked around at the verdant green mountains. The occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Fengyang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Feihe Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 Gu immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Fengyang and Sangyu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Fengyang waved his Gu worms as he praised, "I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Micro-Thought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in reincarnation battlefield." Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. "In today's battle I will need Fairy's help." He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle. "Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the Grand Feather Crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today." Fairy Tsangyu clicked her tongue in admiration. He Fengyang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal Gu. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. "Next we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy, please." He Fengyang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground, forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion Gu rank 5. It could assist Gu masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to Gu Immortal, the white cloud cushion Gu lost its effect on him. It was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath Gu worm. The Gu worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out. Its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fangjing had already reached the final step. He activated Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body. Even iron blood Gu had no effect. Fangjing gritted his teeth. His expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood Gu to lower the temperature. Master Tenchiru's soul was monitoring Fangjing's condition at all times, and after a while he reminded. Fangjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood Gu. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood sensing Gu. Master Tenchiru instructed. Fangjing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path Gu with great difficulty. This Gu allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fangjing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fang Yuan? Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, Failed Blood Demon Flower Gu can increase the effect of blood path Gu worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fangjing was already in so much pain that he could not speak, but Master Tenchiru was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fangjing, persevere. You have trained for so long, you have gone through inhuman trials, all you have to do is gamble on this. My sect's 2 Gu immortals have already moved out, they are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere, you cannot relax. Master Tenshuru shouted anxiously. Fang Jing's body was trembling intensely, he could not reply, he could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fang Jing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fang Yuan. Master Tenshuru continued to remind him. But Fang Jing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness, the target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fang Jing or Master Tenshuru, they did not know about the change in Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Jing's senses. No matter how hard Fang Jing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tenshuru was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fang Jing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed, he was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tenshuru was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fang Jing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 705. Master Tenshuru was hesitant. On one hand he received orders from Fengyang, he had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fang Jing was the best choice. But on the other hand his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fang Jing, watching him grow step by step, watching him make mistakes sometimes, watching him cultivate hard for revenge, he was very much like his past self. Master Tenshuru could not bear it. Fang Jing, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, Master. Fang Jing's palm emitted smoke. The goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fang Jing, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tenshuru's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tenshuru shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Master. I will definitely work hard, Ugh. The more nervous Fang Jing was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The two groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain, the sounds of bones breaking could be heard, they fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fang Jing's aperture froze, it immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot. Master, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fang Jing faced the wall and apologized to Master Tenshuru. Silly kid, why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Ah? Master. Isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Zhongnan's master is Shenjizi. Back then Master was already unhappy with Shenjizi. You beat him into a pig's head. I've been locked here longer than you. Although I am already dead as my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenshuru sneered. Master. Fang Jing choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenshuru lectured. Yes, Master. I'm sorry, Master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tenshuru's mind. The words Master echoed in his ears. Master Tenshuru roared in a deafening voice, Fang Jing, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Fang Yuan? Your hatred. Your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it. Fang Jing heard Master Tenshuru's roar and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried. He could not sense any signs of it. What? Fang Jing's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Fang Yuan had cast on Fang Jing seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fang Jing infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fang Jing seemed to have become a tiny dot in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. "I'm sorry, master. I failed," Fang Jing cried. His body had reached its limit and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. "No, you cannot fail. Absolutely not." Master Tenshuru was anxious as he shouted. But Fang Jing could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious just like in the previous training. Damn it. Damn it. Master Tenshuru cursed in his heart. At this moment he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment Fengyang would give him when he returned after the mission failed. "Fang Jing, you bastard. It's a waste of my effort to nurture you. But in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you." Master Tenshuru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Fang Jing's blood pool started to activate. Ah! Fang Jing's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Fang Jing's screams stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak! The failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fang Jing maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Fang Jing's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Fang Jing had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment. His flesh was torn and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat! Seeing Fang Jing in such a miserable state, Master Tenshuru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart. It was unbearable. Soon, this unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt, filling Master Tenshuru's heart. Brat Master has let you down. Master Tenshuru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Fengyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu blessed land, Crane Gate's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo, flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's. Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Sangek's inn. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, called Empathy. 10 breaths of time later, the immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Fang Jing's head. This is an immortal goo. Master Tenshuru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a gray-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog covering Fang Jing. After a few breaths of time, the gray-white pillar of light was dyed blood red by Fang Jing. Where is this? Fang Jing's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time, a blood-red light appeared in front of Fang Jing. That is. Fang Jing tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Fang Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Fang Jing was extremely excited. He tried to speak but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this tear, Master Tenshuru's soul shook intensely. He fell into a deathly silence. Fang Jing got close to the blood-red light. Suddenly the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force. The unprepared Fang Jing's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Fang Yuan, who was in Hu immortal blessed land, gasped lightly, he slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, he sensed Fang Jing's body, he sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower, he sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture, he sensed the information path immortal goo above his head. So it was like this. Fang Yuan sneered, "My adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective?" What happened? Tai Bai Yunxing, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Fang Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Fang Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence, I wanted to discuss the Guts Goo business, but the crane gate attack came knocking on my door. Fang Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand. The other party used my brother and also used the immortal goo same sense. Everyone, leave Danghun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal goo same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fang Jing and Fang Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy immortal goo. Of course, because of the difference in strength between them, Fang Yuan could see everything about Fang Jing, but Fang Jing could only see things through Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Jing's perception was limited, he could not even sense the location of Fang Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, they could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance they could not avoid it, they could only brace themselves and fight alongside Fang Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an immortal goo. Expand space immortal goo. Fairy Tsangyu heard the commotion and called out softly. This immortal goo belonged to the second supreme elder of Crane Gate, it could expand the blessed land space. He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, breaking door entry. Over 10 green grape immortal essence beads were expended in an instant. An enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack crack. Like the sound of glass shattering, space shattered in front of He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, revealing a corner of Hu immortal blessed land's terrain. He Fengyang slowly put away expand space immortal goo. He looked at Fairy Tsangyu and invited with a graceful demeanor, "Fairy, please." Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly, she took a step forward and was about to enter Hu immortal blessed land. Chapter 706. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Gu immortals here, our sect's scheme one, according to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my Crane Gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Tsangyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow. Her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying so, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to the side, opening up the hole in Hu immortal blessed land. The lightning did not care about the two of them, it followed the hole and plunged into Hu immortal blessed land. Using this chance, Fairy Tsangyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. "This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow?" He Fengyang smiled lightly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu immortal blessed land." After Fang Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu immortal blessed land, he also threw it out of the blessed land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate, it has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad, it is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard we will have an easier time. Fairy Tsangyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Fang Yuan is decisive, he is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking, no matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu immortal blessed land with Fairy Tsangyu. Once they entered Hu immortal blessed land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal Gu on them, it allowed mortal Gu to not be suppressed by the blessed land and could be used normally. Fairy Tsangyu closed her eyes and after a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Danghun Mountain in the center of the blessed land. Yifengyang nodded. As I expected. Within Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The safest opponent was Danghun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the blessed land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Danghun Mountain, it meant that Fang Yuan was hiding in Danghun Mountain. Let's follow it. All right. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Tsangyu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. Yifengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Goo and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the blessed land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Wang, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high. Even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also used the blue charm lightning shadow. Fang Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Wang replied. I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal, how can he refine an immortal Gu, and how can he know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him. Since the other party could snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, then the battle strength defending Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kaixian said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Ting chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu immortals present, Guan Chao Zhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot, it is only a blessed land, let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Yu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chao Zhe's weakness. The Gu immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the blessed land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu immortals. No sect could monopolize it, the other 9 sects would work together to pressure them, they would have to sell it even if they did not want to. Guan Chao Zhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Yifengyang and Fairy Tsangyu were also slowly flying towards Danghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, Yifengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Tsangyu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down, immediately jade lightning crashed down. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the two immortals continued flying towards Danghun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Tsangyu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Fang Yuan was a mortal after all. He only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu Immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu Immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Tsangyu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu Immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Danghun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Tsangyu nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of, if Hu Immortal blessed land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Danghun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Danghun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Fang Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no Gu worms. Even if you use Danghun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two Gu immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Fang Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you, then you should know by now that Hu Immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal Gu on us. Moreover, we have an immortal Gu on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Fang Yuan. Thereupon, Fang Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw, they could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time, thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan spoke. You are Fang Yuan? He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Fang Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think you can use Danghun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. All right, we can even weaken Danghun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Fang Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Danghun Mountain's power. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt that there was hope. She urged, as long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones, we can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Fang Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered, times have changed, Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, don't tell me you can't see the current situation? Fang Yuan heard this and muttered, oh? The current situation is like this, let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal Gu burst out from his body. This is... Fairy Tsangyu's expression changed. Immortal Gu, so many immortal Gu. He Fengyang could not tell what immortal Gu it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal Gu. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Fang Yuan. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura, they did not conceal it. Fairy Xiangyu's expression changed greatly. He Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Feng Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Danghun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Xiangyu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Xiangyu. It's all real. Fairy Xiangyu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around only to see. To the east there was an ice spike divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Danghun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy as it moved. It left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the 2 immortals an oppressive feeling. The sclera of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 Gu immortals. To the west there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick, it was brownish-red in color, its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long, there were no scales on it, instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful like flames. To the north there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its head could reach the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal, its muscles were bulging, its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, it was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness, its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast. Squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black round eyes. It looked harmless, but He Fengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto He Fengyang and Fairy Xiangyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest, each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. More accurately speaking, Fang Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement goo of the land spirit of Langya. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 goo immortals, especially when the wild goo in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded He Fengyang and ferried Sangyu, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent, they no longer had the carefree attitude from before. He Fengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Fang Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but goo immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. He Fengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Fang Yuan, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan and the rest. Other than Fang Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunxing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating He Fengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" He Fengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a goo immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. "I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path goo immortal from Crane Gate." "I am Tsang Yu, a rank 6 water path goo immortal from Crane Gate." The 2 immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become goo immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Fang Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Tsang Yu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although goo immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal goo. He could destroy who immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Fang Yuan's background. If Fang Yuan had an immortal goo that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. "So it is brother He," ferried Tsang Yu. Fang Yuan's tone was very polite. "I am Fang Yuan, welcome to my blessed land." These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Tsang Yu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Fang Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Fang Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. "I wonder why the 2 of you have come?" Fang Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly, "What else can we come for? We are here to seize who immortal blessed land in Danghun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer." Fairy Tsang Yu snorted coldly, "Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today the 2 of us admit defeat. After all, your excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere." These words made Fang Yuan take another look at Fairy Tsang Yu. Shortly after, he smiled. "Fairy is brave, I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the guts goo on Danghun Mountain." "That's right," He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim who immortal blessed land. It had completely failed. But at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Fang Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Fang Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. "You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell guts goo for a long time. What do you think of this goo?" Saying so, a rank 3 goo worm flew out of his hand. The goo worm was in the hands of 6 goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on, he was worried that Fang Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal goo. This rank 3 goo worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bowl, its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb, it was translucent, there was no carapace on its back and no wings. In this translucent stomach there was a goo hidden. A goo within a goo? Fairy Tsangyu muttered. Evidently this rank 3 mortal goo was a storage goo worm, specially used to store goo worms. This storage goo worm was very common, like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this goo worm in its stomach made He Fengyang's gaze seem to be glued to it, he stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, "Inside, is it Get's goo?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Exactly." "What?" Fairy Tsangyu stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about Get's goo, she knew one thing, Get's goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously Fang Yuan was not willing to trade Get's goo. Because if others wanted to use Get's goo, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Fang Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Danghun Mountain. Because Get's goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, controlling Danghun Mountain meant controlling Get's goo. But now, the truth was in front of her, Get's goo could actually be stored and left Danghun Mountain. Fairy Tsangyu immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. "This goo worm, what is it called?" He Fengyang raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Fang Yuan had not thought of a name yet, he casually thought about it and said, "Air sac goo." He Fengyang was silent. In an instant he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now the fruits of their efforts were in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once Get's goo can leave Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Fang Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land just to sell Get's goo. Fang Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our Crane Gate? He Fengyang was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke, "Since you two are so interested in my Get's goo, why don't we do business in this aspect?" Chapter 708. He Fengyang was moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. When Fang Yuan activated the ambush, He Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely. The best outcome was to use Expand Space Immortal Goo to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date Immortal Essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, He Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him. He had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Goo Immortal Lei Tan knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. He Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life. He would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade Get's goo with Fang Yuan, He Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. He Fengyang thought, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 goo immortals and 8 desolate beasts. Together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability. They might not be able to mobilize enough goo immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and engage in a chaotic battle of goo immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a goo immortal, they can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 goo immortals. They could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 goo immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, Not only would they lose their reputation, the huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu Immortal. Provoking Gu Immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Feng Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking. Unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together. It also involved many aspects such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Feng Yuan and establish the trade of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure. Because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Feng Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Feng Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless. But thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus, Feng Yuan continued, My Guts Gu, put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely. Feng Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tianti Mountain, this precious land. Feng Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court. Even Gu Immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Feng Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Feng Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter, I cannot make the decision, I will have to personally report to the sect. Feng Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes personally. But Fairy Tsang Yu will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Tsang Yu glanced at each other. Fairy Tsang Yu said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return, I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Feng Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Feng Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. On Tianti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered and rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out, he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When He Fengyang entered, he used Expand Space Immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong, look at his expression, there is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings, he only wanted to quickly return to Feihe Mountain. Report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang's brows were tightly furrowed, he was unwilling and puzzled. Feng Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 Gu Immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discussed with Feng Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire, secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this, it went against the style of large sections. Then maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects? Fengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent, to prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects, it made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel and can resolve these problems. Fengyang's thoughts flashed, he quickly guessed the identities of Feng Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence, he could not be sure. In short, Hu immortal blessed land is very complicated. Before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time. The root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. I suffered from a lack of information. Fengyang concluded his experience, he suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dare to trap me here? Fengyang raised his guard and shouted. You are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was a hoarse male voice at the start before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a Gu worm to conceal his original voice. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching Fengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy and gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move. It could create a battle environment and amplify some Gu worms. It was not something ordinary Gu immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Gu immortal Fengyang, you two are concealing your appearances, what is your intention? Fengyang shouted again. The 2 Gu immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light, their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious Gu immortal in front sneered. The Gu immortal behind was even more direct. Kill them all. The moment he said that, the Gu immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached Fengyang rapidly. Fengyang's heart jumped, this was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. Fengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture, he had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass, iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. Fengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, his gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over, the iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious Gu immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green, it was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. Fengyang was not to be outdone, he activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames, they only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious Gu immortals like 2 heavy punches. Bam bam bam. Chapter 709. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of iron beak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron, their defense rose sharply, they did not fear death as they charged towards the 2 mysterious Gu immortals. One of the mysterious Gu immortals suddenly screeched. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move. The iron beak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched. The dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go! The other mysterious Gu immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm. The two turned into two lumps of gray-white fire, passing through the iron beak flying cranes battle formation and attacking He Fengyang. Against enslavement path Gu immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups. The best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching, but he did not panic. Instead he smiled coldly. You fell for my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute Gu and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind, his eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound. Groups of hidden flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious Gu immortals. He Fengyang had purposely left an empty space in the formation. It was a trap. He was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop. He played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither Gu flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious, the zither music was clear and rapid. They turned into another enslavement path killer move, formation like water. Countless cranes flew outwards while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together. It was huge but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out. The formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious Gu immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone about to be crushed. He Fengyang continued to blow his flute. He stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Gu Masters ascending to immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what Gu worms they used to detonate the immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were Fire Path Gu Immortals, Wind Path Gu Immortals, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a Gu Master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 Qi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The Wind Path immortal body had Wind Path Dao marks and laws, thus the effect of using Wind Path Gu worms was better. Fire Path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Dao of fire. It was closer to Fire Path. The effect of using Fire Path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Fang Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a Strength Path Gu immortal. He had a Strength Path immortal body to begin with. When he used Gu worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious Gu immortals who tried to kill He Fengyang did not use their true methods. Thus they were suppressed by He Fengyang even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities, you will die here. He Fengyang snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious Gu immortals breathed heavily. The crane group's attacks were like a torrential river. They were endless. The two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyang said, if the two did not use their true methods, they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded. They had made up their minds. One sighed, as expected of a righteous sect. I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said, but even if we do not use our true abilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyang looked around. He Fengyang's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fengyang's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker Battlefield? He Fengyang's heart jumped. He blurted out. He winged crane flying immortal, you are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu immortal laughed. His voice was changing continuously. Sometimes it was a male voice, sometimes it was a female voice. He Fengyang's expression sank. This Soul Taker Battlefield killer move was infamous. It was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history. spectral soul demon venerable who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the Crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. He Fengyang quickly commanded the Crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious Gu immortals decreased. They charged out of the Crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beast group was about the same as the Crane group, but they could not defeat the Crane group. 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But He Fengyang became even more vigilant. The soul beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a soul beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high He Fengyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the soul beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, He Fengyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the Crane group would be exterminated by the soul beasts. He Fengyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather Crane Flying Immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious Gu immortals arrived together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. The Wind Whip was 100 meters long. It whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Myriad Bee Sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious Gu immortals finally used their true methods. One was a Wind Path Gu immortal, the other was a Poison Path Gu immortal. The Crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared. They had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. He Fengyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog. It is easy to lose one's sense of direction. It is hard to escape. But I have Expand Space Immortal Gu now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. He Fengyang thought of this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When He Fengyang left Fei He Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture and used Gu worms to observe the outside world. He Fengyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Fei He Mountain to entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he was attacked by Fang Yuan and the rest, He Fengyang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Then he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious Gu immortals. This will was very clear. He Fengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use Unravel Door, I expend 2 beads of red date immortal essence from my main body. He Fengyang quickly said, Junior understands. I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of red date immortal essence and threw them to Expand Space Immortal Gu. At the same time, a large number of mortal Gu also flew up. After a moment of preparation, He Fengyang opened his palm and took out Expand Space Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu was covered in a layer of yellow light. He Fengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored Expand Space Immortal Gu as the 9 palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no. He actually has Expand Space Immortal Gu. He escaped. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts. Let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious Gu immortals shouted from behind him. They sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily. He was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You too used your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No. Suddenly He Fengyang sensed something amiss, his expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm, he restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield as if he had won a battle? He had failed in taking over Hu immortal blessed land, he had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations, his mood should be heavy. Oh no. An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. He Fengyang turned around in shock. He saw a Gu immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped Gu worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third Gu immortal. There was actually a third Gu immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, He Fengyang left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. He Fengyang was shocked and furious, he stared with bloodshot eyes, his anger was boiling, he did not retreat, instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. Dodge. The other party is an emotion path Gu immortal, he can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will shout it anxiously. It's too late. The third Gu immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped Gu worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal Gu aura. He Fengyang's eyes were bloodshot, he was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal Gu. Chapter 710. Seeing that the dagger immortal Gu was about to stab him, He Fengyang's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Fengyang could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast Nine Palace crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way He Fengyang was sent flying, while the Nine Palace crane stood in front of the Gu immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Wuxia. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal Gu stabbed into the Nine Palace crane's chest. The third Gu immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with He Fengyang, he would be able to affect the Nine Palace crane. After all, He Fengyang was an enslavement path Gu immortal, he enslaved the Nine Palace crane. If he was affected, the Nine Palace crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with He Fengyang, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this Nine Palace crane would actually protect its master. Little 9. He Fengyang fell down, seeing the Nine Palace crane in trouble, he cried out in pain, his face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this Nine Palace crane meticulously, he had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young he went out on a mission and was chased down, his life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured Nine Palace crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the Nine Palace crane helped each other out of their predicament. The Nine Palace crane was on the verge of death. He Fengyang brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the Nine Palace crane's life force. For the next few decades He Fengyang risked his life for it. He earned money, he saved the Nine Palace crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane. They had a deep relationship, they were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Gu master He Fengyang failed his mission. He was heavily injured, the resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, He Fengyang thought for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, He Fengyang and the Nine Palace crane were saved. Afterwards He Fengyang lived up to expectations and became a Gu immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The Nine Palace crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu, it could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the Tiger Demon let out a long sigh. Little 9. He Fengyang roared, ignoring the Tiger Demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier He Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger, he could not be influenced. Boom. With an explosion, the mysterious Gu immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young Nine Palace crane. Little Nine. He Fengyang hugged the Nine Palace crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The Nine Palace crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. He Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path Gu immortal was left far away, he could not catch up in this short while. The other two mysterious Gu immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path Gu immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path Gu immortal said. If not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him we might be able to. The poison path Gu immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal Gu, soul taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path Gu immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path Gu immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other two mysterious Gu immortals, he had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path Gu immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. The poison path Gu immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path Gu immortal paused for a while, seeing that the two had left, his figure vanished in the air as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent, I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything, he only waved his hand and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Gu, producing another surge of anger will. The anger will flew into the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the Gu immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about He Fengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elder's will said, the matter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon. First Supreme Elder's will continued. He Fengyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a Gu worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded, saying solemnly, this location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back, this is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill Gu immortals of our 10 great ancient sects? Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these Gu immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these Gu Immortals are Central Continent Gu Immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will began to speak. That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. With primordial origin Immortal Venerable as the leader, we had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts, they were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness while sects prospered. Now there are countless sects in Central Continent, there are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these two systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu Immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu Immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent Gu Immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu Immortals, Demonic Path Gu Immortals, and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years, new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common. Extraordinary geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will sighed. The 2 elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each Gu Immortal, how much was left? The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger, after each tribulation, there would be huge losses, they would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many Gu Immortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals, there was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now there were more and more Gu Immortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects. Even though these Gu Immortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued, Our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What third elder said is the general trend of Jianghu state. However, the general trend is like this, how can it be changed? The will of the second supreme elder sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continued, the example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gu Immortals in who immortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gu Immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The second supreme elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want Hu immortal blessed land to remain in the hands of Fang Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack Hu immortal blessed land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground, people's hearts would waver, everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The three Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the central continent not understand this? In today's Jianghu state, his strength was expanding but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today you use this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The first Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Fang Yuan's condition, to admit that Hu Immortal Blessed Land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu Immortal who killed He Fengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you, this suggestion of yours was made by Combat Immortal Sect's Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. That Immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the Celestial Court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter, it involves countless benefits. Only the Celestial Court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But the Celestial Court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu Immortals. We cannot kill them casually, those who disobey will be punished. The first Supreme Elders will said. What? The Tiger Demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. Why don't I know about this? The second Supreme Elder also mumbled. The first Supreme Elder heaved a long sigh looking at the sky. The meaning of the Celestial Court is providence. Providence cannot be violated, providence cannot be measured. He Fengyang arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fang Yuan and Fairy Tsang Yu were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing far away looking at Fairy Tsang Yu. As for that blue charm lightning shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it using a rotation tactic. Brother, he is a bit slow. Fang Yuan looked at He Fengyang and said with a light tone. He Fengyang first looked at Fairy Tsang Yu, seeing her nod, implying that she was unharmed. He turned to Fang Yuan and said, My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite, you can leave at any time. At the same time we will establish the Guts Gu trade, the price is 1 Immortal Yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu promise. Immortal Gu promise was also an information path Gu worm, it had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately He Fengyang activated the Immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold, the two sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Tsang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, the trade was established, she was finally safe. Fang Yuan also let out a sigh of relief, his painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force, if they were truly angered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. Fang Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu Immortal level battle. But He Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. On the way back I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals, my life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect, my sect is currently investigating, I wonder if your sect has offended any force? What? In Central Continent, there are Gu Immortals who dare to kill Gu Immortals of the 10 great sects? Fang Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war, people would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed, there were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Fang Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu immortals to attack Tianti Mountain's Hu immortal blessed land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Fang Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in jewel yellow skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus he shook his head. I occupy Hu immortal blessed land and do not leave. How can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention? He Fengyang did not obtain any information. He was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Fang Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay for long. Fang Yuan opened the door of Hu immortal blessed land. He sent them out. Fang Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu immortal blessed land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Fang Yuan took advantage of it. Now it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them or he would lose face. The Gu immortals did not know what had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. They were all hesitant. Fang Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Tsangshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Tsangshan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate, it is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Air Sac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40% and we will get 60%. Fairy Tsangshan heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Fang Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Danghun Mountain. In the future, when Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Tsangshan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Fang Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Air Sac Gu. To refine rank 3 Air Sac Gu, you need rank 6 strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special. Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai by Yunxing that He Lulan had strength Chi immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Fang Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike, there are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around, souls are a common thing, we can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension, her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone, she could not rely on Fairy Tsangshan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Tsangshan nodded in agreement. That's right. Danghun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. it will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable. We can save a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wait, don't be anxious, follow me first. We will go and suppress a Gu immortal. This immortal is inside Hu immortal blessed land. Tai by Yunxing asked. Chapter 7:12. Fang Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right in front of you, follow me. Under Fang Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the blue charm lightning shadow. Right now, the blue charm lightning shadow was fighting with the iron crown eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast iron crown eagle. They were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused. The Gu immortal you are talking about, is it the blue charm lightning shadow? Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. Now that you mention it, this blue charm lightning shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the blue charm lightning shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Its main target is the owner of Hu immortal blessed land, which is you, Fang Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, this blue charm lightning shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This blue charm lightning shadow is strange, it might not have a proper origin. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying, there was nothing wrong with the blue charm lightning shadow earlier, but after I chased it out of the blessed land, a lightning path Gu immortal captured it and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my blessed land, this Gu immortal took the chance to use the blue charm lightning shadow to barge in. His motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How do you know it is me, Vicious Lightning Fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not keep up the act. It abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Fang Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it. Fang Yuan waved his hand, the eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Doc was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the Vicious Lightning Fiend was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Hu immortal blessed land, with Fang Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years it hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou State, Tai Bai Yunxing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Fang Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak, who are you people? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood, you need to be careful, otherwise I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare! I am a Gu immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Hu immortal blessed land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Doc wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right, earlier when He Fengyang was attacked by Crane Gate, Don't tell me the mastermind was you, your myriad dragon doc? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers. Even if we fight openly and covertly, how can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Fang Yuan did not speak, his gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Fang Yuan, you are right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, Gutsgu, these are huge benefits. If we assassinate He Fengyang, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky, it shouted continuously. He Lulan laughed sinisterly, but the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, how could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyang get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body, then the main body set up the ambush. He Lulan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest, her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon it reacted and retorted furiously, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own, unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation, how could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its door, this way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment you took the chance to communicate with the main body. He Lulan immediately said. Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person, how could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed, what does that have to do with me? The blue charm film's information. Even if the other party does not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two. The blue charm film shouted. He Lulan said sinisterly, we don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate, explain it to Crane Gate. Go ahead, I am a righteous person, why would I be afraid of these malicious words? The blue charm film tried to maintain its composure. At this time Tai Bai Yunxing spoke. Oh. I remember, didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sect's plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Doc is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter. I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Doc and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's northwest territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Doc. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Doc's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunxing's words not only stunned the blue charm film, even Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox, his words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The blue charm film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time it spoke. Damn it, you sinister scum, you can even turn the dead into the living, you can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release this shadow clone of mine? He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak, they looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, demanding, Vicious lightning fiend, I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the blue charm film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me? Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words? Keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed. The blue charm film was furious, rejecting him. But Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation. The success rate is definitely not high. The blue charm film has rank 6 battle strength. If you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this? I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move, I only want your blood deity remnant recipe. The blue charm film's expression sank. How do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals and Myriad Dragon Doc who know this secret. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world even if few people know about it. Don't tell me I don't have goo worms to deduce it? Fang Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. Good, very good. I'm even more interested in your true identities now. I admit defeat this time. The blue charm film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan said. No, the transaction with jewel yellow skies will expose the blue charm film clone. My immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The blue charm film rejected him. Fang Yuan sneered, Vicious lightning fiend, don't think I don't know. After coming out of close cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate sword immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be immortal Liao Mao. You really know a lot. The blue charm film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed, it felt very passive. Fang Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to open connecting heaven goo and connect to jewel yellow skies, contacting Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Fang Yuan sent the blue charm film in as merchandise. Immediately, treasure light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal Goo Remnant recipe, causing countless goo immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact. Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are being unreasonable. The Blood Deity Remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. Are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance? You actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Fang Yuan replied slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe? I'm not in a hurry. The longer the blue charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Fang Yuan said leisurely. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path goo immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe. Such a high completion immortal goo remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The goo immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Fang Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. The two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fang Yuan kept the Immortal Goo Remnant recipe, sighing inwardly, I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it, to think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% Blood Deity Immortal Goo Remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of Wisdom Goo, I should be able to truly complete the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality. He had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Jioga died, he fought with Immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the Immortal Goo Blood Deity. He had once schemed to snatch the Immortal Goo Remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. Chapter 713. In Central Continent time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Fang Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate, and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake. It immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Fang Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness. But it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyua's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 Gu immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Fang Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 Gu master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane sect sent a huge commotion to attack Fang Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Fang Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Fang Yuan himself. The legendary Danghun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights. And among them, the most eye-catching was the trade of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually leave Danghun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Gu Immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Fang Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Fang Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Fang Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Jianghu State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Fang Yuan threw everything into Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Land Spirit released all of Danghun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Danghun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Gu. Letting the Guts Gu grow on this side, Fang Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic Gu worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of Gu worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Gu were born on Danghun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Danghun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Fang Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest there was a circular hole. It was man-made, it was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected. There was a gap of 450 meters between them. There was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an ant hill. The structure inside was complex. It extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room there was an old hairy man. They were all equipped with basic Gu refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative Gu worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many Gu worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them. She could only sense that these Gu worms were not arranged randomly. They were all connected and affected each other. There was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Fang Yuan spoke. Fairy, I have finished my preparations. We are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Please advise me. Fairy, you only need to activate Strength Chi Immortal Gu and let your strength spread out freely. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words. The grand strength Chi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The strength Chi became denser. It gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal Gu were activated in the stone nest. They shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these goo worms, the strength chi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the strength chi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this strength chi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Goo refinement, begin. Fang Yuan gave the order. The hairy men in the room were ready to go. They opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed strength chi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength chi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise, "Fang Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time. It is truly a wondrous idea." Fang Yuan smiled, "Didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master?" The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms. All the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Fang Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the third level. This way the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise, "This is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers to a certain extent. It can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement, you only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, air sac goo does not need to do that. Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, "I was worried that the air sac goo would be too few, it would affect the sales of guts goo. After all, each air sac goo can only store 1 guts goo. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts goo, how do you intend to sell them?" Fang Yuan already had a plan. "I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth goo. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth goo to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies." "You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent?" "No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive. We do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain. We only need to quietly earn some profits." He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the second batch of guts goo was sold. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts goo earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive. Often they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts goo was once a treasure that even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only Soul Path goo masters needed it, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human chi. No one would complain that their soul was too strong. Fang Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted, he could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because guts goo was not the only method to strengthen the soul. If the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way Fang Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of guts goo were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 Immortal Yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests. increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in gu refinement, causing Fang Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of guts gu sold. 5 months later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his profits finally stabilized. With each batch of guts gu, he could earn 48 immortal yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that guts gu was a one-time consumable gu, it was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel like they were burdens. Because they were in charge of collecting souls. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.